This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krysti Paul. Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. Part 1. An Evening at Mrs. Aldwinkle's. Chapter 1. The little town of Vesa stands at the confluence of two torrents that come down in two deep valleys from the Apuan Mountains. Turbulently, for they still remember their mountain source, the united streams run through the town. Silence in Vesa is the continuous sound of running waters. Then, gradually, the little river changes its character. The valley broadens out. Soon, the hills are left behind, and the waters, grown placid as a Dutch canal, glide slowly through the meadows of the coastal plain and mingle with the tideless Mediterranean. Dominating Vesa itself, a broad promontory of hill juts out like a wedge between the two valleys. Near the top of the hill, and set in the midst of ilex trees and tall cypresses that rise up blackly out of the misty olives, stands a huge house. A solemn and regular facade, 20 windows wide, looks down over the terraced cypresses and the olive trees onto the town. Behind and above this facade, one sees irregular masses of buildings climbing up the slopes beyond, and the whole is dominated by a tall, slender tower that blossoms out at the top, after the manner of Italian towers, into overhanging machicolations. It is the summer palace of the Saibo Malaspina, one-time princes of Massa and Carrara, dukes of Vesa, and marquises, counts, and barons of various other villages in the immediate neighborhood. The road is steep that leads up from Vesa to the palace of the Saibo Malaspina, perched on the hill above the town. The Italian sun can shine most powerfully, even in September, and olive trees give but little shade. The young man with the peaked cap and the leather wallet slung over his shoulder pushed his bicycle slowly and wearily up the hill. Every now and then he halted, wiped his face, and sighed. It was on an evil day, he was thinking, on a black, black day for the poor postman of Vesa that the insane old Englishwoman with the impossible name bought this palace. And on a blacker day still when she had elected to come and live in it. In the old days, the place had been quite empty. A couple of peasant families had lived in the outhouses, that was all. Not more than one letter a month between them. And as for telegrams, why, there had never been a telegram for the palace in all the memory of man. But those happy days were now over, and what with letters, what with packets of newspapers and parcels, what with expresses and telegrams, there was never a day, and scarcely an hour in the day, when someone from the office wasn't toiling up to this accursed house. True, the young man went on thinking, one got a good tip for bringing a telegram or an express, but being a young man of sense, he preferred leisure, if a choice had to be made, to money. The expense of energy was not to be compensated for by the 3 francs he would receive at the end of the climb. Money brings no satisfaction if one has to work for it, for if one works for it, one has no time to spend it. The ideal, he reflected, as he replaced his cap and once more started climbing, the ideal would be to win a big prize in the lottery, a really immense prize. He took out of his pocket a little slip of paper which had been given him only this morning by a beggar in exchange for a couple of soldi. It was printed with rhymed prophecies of good fortune. And what good fortune! The beggar had been very generous. He would marry the woman of his heart, have 2 children, become one of the most prosperous merchants of his city, and live till 83. To these oracles he gave small faith. Only the last verse seemed to him, though he would have found it difficult to explain why, worthy of serious attention. The last verse embodied a piece of specific good advice. Intanto se vuoi vincere, un bel ternone alato, giuoca il 7 e il 16, uniti al cinquantotto. He read through the verse several times until he had got it by heart, then folded up the paper and put it away again. 7, 16, and 58. There certainly was something very attractive about those numbers. Giuoca il 7 e il 16, uniti al cinquantotto. He had a very good mind to do as the oracle commanded. It was a charm, a spell to bind fate. One couldn't fail to win with those 3 numbers. He thought of what he would do when he had won. He had just decided on the make of car he would buy. One of the new 1440 horsepower Lancias would be more elegant, he thought, than a Fiat, and less expensive, for he retained his good sense and his habits of economy even in the midst of overflowing wealth, than any soda franchini or a Nazzaro, when he found himself at the foot of the steps leading up to the palace door. He leaned his bicycle against the wall and, sighing profoundly, rang the bell. This time the butler only gave him 2 francs instead of 3. Such is life, he thought, as he coasted down through the forest of silver olive trees towards the valley. The telegram was addressed to Mrs. Aldwinkle, but in the absence of the lady of the house, who had driven down with all her other guests to the Marina de Veza for a day's bathing, the butler brought the telegram to Miss Thriplow. Miss Thriplow was sitting in a dark little Gothic room in the most ancient part of the palace, composing the 14th chapter of her new novel on a Corona typewriter. She was wearing a printed cotton frock, huge blue checks rolled tartan fashion on a white ground, very high in the waist, very full and long in the skirt, a frock that was at once old-fashioned and tremendously contemporary, schoolgirlish and advanced, demure and more than Chelsea-ishly emancipated. The face that she turned towards the butler as he came in was very smooth and round and pale, so smooth and round that one would never have credited her with all the 30 years of her age. The features were small and regular, the eyes dark brown, and their arched brows looked as though they had been painted onto the porcelain mask by an oriental brush. Her hair was nearly black, and she wore it drawn sleekly back from her forehead and twined in a large knot at the base of her neck. Her uncovered ears were quite white and very small. It was an inexpressive face, the face of a doll, but of an exceedingly intelligent doll. She took the telegram and opened it. "It's from Mr. Calamy," she explained to the butler. "He says he's coming by the 3:20 and will walk up. I suppose you had better have his room got ready for him." The butler retired, but instead of going on with her work, Miss Thriplow leaned back in her chair and pensively lighted a cigarette. Miss Thriplow came down at 4 o'clock, after her siesta, dressed, not in the blue and white frock of the morning, but in her best afternoon frock, the black silk one with the white piping round the flounces. Her pearls, against this dark background, looked particularly brilliant. There were pearls, too, in her pale small ears. Her hands were heavily ringed. After all that she had heard of Calamy from her hostess, she had thought it necessary to make these preparations, and she was glad that his unexpected arrival was to leave her alone with him at their first introduction. Alone, it would be easier for her to make the right, the favorable first impression, which is always so important. From what Mrs. Aldwinkle had said about him, Miss Thriplow flattered herself that she knew just the sort of man he was. Rich, handsome, and what an amorist! Mrs. Aldwinkle had dwelt, of course, very lengthily and admiringly on that last quality. The smartest hostesses pursued him. He was popular in the best and most brilliant sets. But not a mere social butterfly, Mrs. Aldwinkle had insisted. On the contrary, intelligent, fundamentally serious, interested in the arts, and so on. Moreover, he had left London at the height of his success and gone traveling round the world to improve his mind. Yes, Calamy was thoroughly serious. Miss Thriplow had taken all this with a grain of salt. She knew Mrs. Aldwinkle's weakness for being acquainted with great men and her habit, when the admittedly great were lacking, of promoting her common acquaintances to the rank of greatness. Deducting the usual 75% rebate from Mrs. Aldwinkle's encomiums, she pictured to herself a Calamy who was one of nature's guardsmen, touched, as guardsmen sometimes are, with that odd and simple reverence for the mysteries of art, which makes these aristocratic autodidacts frequent the drawing rooms where highbrows are to be found, makes them ask poets out to expensive meals, makes them buy cubist drawings, makes them even try, in secret, to write verses and paint themselves. Yes, Miss Thriplow thought, she perfectly knew the type. That was why she had made those preparations, put on that masterpiece of a fashionable black dress, those pearls, those rings. That was why she had donned at the same time the dashing manner of one of those brilliant, equivocal-looking, high-born young women at whose expense, according to Mrs. Aldwinkle, he had scored his greatest amorous triumphs. For Miss Thriplow didn't want to owe any of her success with this young man, and she liked to be successful with everybody, to the fact that she was a female novelist of good repute. She wanted, since he was one of nature's guardsmen, with a fortuitous weakness for artists, to present herself to him as one of nature's guardswomen, with a talent for writing equally fortuitous and unessential. She wanted to show him that, after all, she was quite up to all this social business, even though she had been poor once, and a governess at that. And knowing her, Miss Thriplow was sure that Mrs. Aldwinkle couldn't have failed to tell him that. She would meet him on level terms, as guardswoman to guardsman. Afterwards, when he had liked her for her guardish qualities, they could get down to art, and he could begin to admire her as a stylist, as well as a brilliant young woman of his own sort. Her first sight of him confirmed her in her belief that she had been right to put on all her jewelry and her dashing manner, for the butler ushered into the room positively the young man who, on the covers of illustrated magazines, presses his red lips to those of the woman of his choice. No, that was a little unfair. He was not quite so intolerably handsome and silly as that. He was just one of those awfully nice, well-brought-up, uneducated young creatures who are such a relief sometimes after too much highbrow society. Brown, blue-eyed, soldierly, and tall. Frightfully upper class and having all the glorious self-confidence that comes of having been born rich and in a secure and privileged position. A little insolent, perhaps, in his consciousness of good looks, in his memory of amorous successes, but lazily insolent. The roasted quails fell into his mouth. It was unnecessary to make an effort. His eyelids drooped in a sleepy arrogance. She knew all about him at sight. Oh, she knew everything. He stood in front of her, looking down into her face, smiling and with eyebrows questioningly raised, entirely unembarrassed. Miss Thriplow stared back at him quite as jauntily. She too could be insolent when she wanted to. "You're Mr. Calamy," she informed him at last. He inclined his head. "My name is Mary Thriplow. Everybody else is out. I shall do my best to entertain you." He bowed again and took her extended hand. "I've heard a great deal about you from Lillian Aldwinkle," he said. That she'd been a governess, Miss Thriplow wondered. "And from lots of other people," he went on, "not to mention your books." "Ah, but don't let's talk of those," she waved them airily away. "They're irrelevant, one's old books. Irrelevant because they're written by someone who has ceased to exist. Let the dead bury their dead. The only book that counts is the one one's writing at the moment, and by the time that it's published and other people have begun to read it, that too has become irrelevant, so that there never is a book of one's own that it's interesting to talk about." Miss Thriplow spoke languidly, with a little drawl, smiling as she spoke and looking at Calamy with half-closed eyes. "Let's talk of something more interesting," she concluded. "The weather?" he suggested. "Why not?" "Well, it's a subject," said Calamy, "about which, as a matter of fact, I can speak at the moment with interest. I might almost say with warmth." He pulled out a colored silk handkerchief and wiped his face. "Such an inferno as those dusty roads in the plain I never walked through before. Sometimes, I confess, in this Italian glare, I pine for the glooms of London, the parasol of smoke, the haze that takes the edge off a building at 100 yards and hangs mosquito netting halfway down every vista." "I remember meeting a Sicilian poet," said Miss Thriplow, who had invented this successor of Theocritus on the spur of the moment, "who said just the same. Only he preferred Manchester. Bellissima Manchester!" She turned up her eyes and brought her hands together with a clap. "He was a specimen in that glorious menagerie one meets at Lady Trunnion's." That was a good name to drop casually like that. Lady Trunnion's was one of the salons where nature's guardsmen and guardswomen encountered the funnies and the fuzzy-wuzzies. In a word, the artists. By using the word menagerie, Miss Thriplow put herself, with Calamy, on the guardsman's side of the bars. But the effect of the talismanic name on Calamy was not what she had expected. "And does that frightful woman still continue to function?" he said. "You must remember I've been away for a year. I'm not up to date." Miss Thriplow hastily readjusted the expression of her face, the tone of her voice. Smiling with a knowing contempt, she said, "But she's nothing to Lady Giblet, is she? For real horrors, you must go to her. Why, the house is positively a mauvaise lieu." She moved her jeweled hand from side to side with the gesture of a connoisseur in horror. Calamy did not entirely agree. "Vulgarer, perhaps, at the Giblets, but not worse," he said, and in a tone of voice with an expression on his face that showed Miss Thriplow that he meant what he said and didn't at the bottom of his soul secretly adore these social delights. "After having been away as I have for a year or so, to come back to civilization and find the same old people doing the same idiotic things, it's astonishing. One expects everything to be quite different. I don't know why, perhaps because one's rather different oneself, but everything is exactly the same. The Giblet, the Trunnion, and even, let's be frank, our hostess. Though I'm honestly very fond of poor dear Lillian. There's not the slightest change. Oh, it's more than astonishing. It's positively terrifying. It was at this point in the conversation that Miss Thriplow became aware that she had made a huge mistake, that she was sailing altogether on the wrong tack. Another moment, and she would have consummated a hideous error in social judgment, have irreparably made what she called in her jovial undergraduate-ish moments a floater. Miss Thriplow was very sensitive about her floaters. Memories of floaters had a way of sticking deep in her spirit, making wounds that never thoroughly healed. Cicatrized, the old scars still hurt from time to time. Suddenly, for no reason, in the middle of the night, or even in the middle of the jolliest party, she would remember an ancient floater. Just like that, apropos de bat, would remember and be overcome by a feeling of self-reproach and retrospective shame. And there was no remedy, no spiritual prophylaxis. One might do one's best to invent triumphantly right and tactful alternatives to the floater. Imagine oneself, for example, whispering to Sister Fanny the mollifying instead of the bitter, wounding phrase. Might walk in fancy with the airiest dignity out of Bardolph's studio into the dirty little street, past the house with the canary hanging in the window. An exquisite touch, the canary. Away, away. When in fact, oh Lord, what a fool one had been, and how miserable afterwards. In actual fact, one had stayed. One could do one's best, but one could never really persuade oneself that the floater hadn't happened. Imagination might struggle to annihilate the odious memory, but it never had power to win a decisive victory. And now, if she wasn't careful, she'd have another floater rankling and suppurating in her memory. How could I have been so stupid? She thought. How could I? For it was obvious now that the dashing manner, the fashionable disguise, were entirely inappropriate to the occasion. Calamy, it was clear, didn't appreciate that sort of thing at all. He might have once, but he didn't now. If she went on like this, she'd have him putting her down as merely frivolous, worldly, a snob, and it would need time and enormous efforts to obliterate the disastrous first impression. Surreptitiously, Miss Thriplow slipped the opal ring from off the little finger of her right hand, held it for a moment, clenched out of sight in her left, then, when Calamy wasn't looking, pushed it down into the crevice between the padded seat and the back of her chintz-covered armchair. Terrifying, she echoed. Yes, that's exactly the word. Those things are terrifying. The size of the footmen, she held one hand above her head. The diameter of the strawberries. She brought both hands, still far too glittering, she regretfully noticed, with their freight of rings, to within a foot of one another in front of her. The inanity of the lion hunters. The roaring of the lions. It was unnecessary to do anything with her hands now. She dropped them back into her lap and took the opportunity to rid herself of the scarab and the brilliance. And like the conjurer who makes patter to divert attention from the workings of his trick, she leaned forward and began to talk very rapidly and earnestly. And seriously, she went on, putting seriousness into her voice and smoothing the laughter out of her face so that it was wonderfully round, earnest, and ingenuous. What rot the lions do roar! I suppose it's awfully innocent of me, but I always imagine that celebrated people must be more interesting than other people. They're not. She let herself fall back rather dramatically into her chair. In the process, one hand seemed to have got accidentally stuck behind her back. She disengaged it, but not before the scarab and the brilliance had been slipped into the cache. There was nothing left now but the emerald. That could stay. It was very chaste and austere, but she would never be able to take off her pearls without his noticing. Never. Even though men are so inconceivably unobservant. Rings were easy enough to get rid of, but a necklace? And they weren't even real pearls. Calamy, meanwhile, was laughing. I remember making the same discovery myself, he said. It's rather painful at first. One feels as though one has somehow been swindled and done in. You remember what Beethoven said, that he seldom found in the playing of the most distinguished virtuosi that excellence which he supposed he had a right to expect. One has a right to expect celebrated people to live up to their reputations. They ought to be interesting. Miss Thriplow leaned forward again, nodding her assent with a childlike eagerness. I know lots of obscure little people, she said, who are much more interesting and much more genuine, one somehow feels, than the celebrated ones. It's genuineness that counts, isn't it? Calamy agreed. I think it's difficult to be genuine, Miss Thriplow went on, if one's a celebrity or a public figure or anything of that sort. She became very confidential indeed. I get quite frightened when I see my name in the papers and photographers want to take pictures of me and people ask me out to dinner. I'm afraid of losing my obscurity. Genuineness only thrives in the dark. Like celery. How little and obscure she was. How poor and honest, so to speak. Those roaring lions at Lady Trunnion's, those boring lion huntresses, they had no hope of passing through the needle's eye. "I'm delighted to hear you saying all this," said Calamy. "If only all writers felt as you do." Miss Thriplow shook her head, modestly declining the implied compliment. "I'm like Jehovah," she said. "I just am that I am. That's all. Why should I make believe that I'm somebody else? Though I confess," she added with a greatly daring candor, "that I was intimidated by your reputation into pretending that I was more mondaine than I really am. I imagined you as being so tremendously worldly and smart. It's a great relief to find you're not." "Smart?" repeated Calamy, making a grimace. "You sounded so dazzlingly social from Mrs. Aldwinkle's accounts." And as she spoke the words, she felt herself becoming correspondingly obscurer and littler. Calamy laughed. "Perhaps I was that sort of imbecile once," he said. "But now, well, I hope all that's over now. I pictured you," Miss Thriplow went on, straining, in spite of her obscurity, to be brilliant. "I pictured you as one of those people in the sketch, walking in the park with a friend, you know? A friend who would turn out at the least to be a duchess or a distinguished novelist. Can you wonder that I was nervous?" She dropped back into the depths of her chair. Poor little thing. But the pearls, though not marine, were still rather an embarrassment. End of chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, An Evening at Mrs. Aldwinkle's. Chapter 2. Mrs. Aldwinkle, when she returned, found them on the upper terrace, looking at the view. It was almost the hour of sunset. The town of Veza at their feet was already eclipsed by the shadow of the great bluff, which projected on the further side of the westernmost of the two valleys into the plain. But beyond, the plain was still bright. It lay stretched out beneath them like a map of itself, the roads marked in white, the pine woods dark green, the streams as threads of silver, plowland and meadowland in checkers of emerald and brown, the railway a dark brown line ruled along it. And beyond its furthest fringes of pine woods and sand, darkly, opaquely blue, the sea. Towards this wide picture, framed between the projecting hills, of which the eastern was still rosily flushed with the light, the western profoundly dark, a great flight of steps descended, past a lower terrace, down between columnar cypresses, to a grand sculptured gateway halfway down the hill. They stood there in silence, leaning their elbows on the balustrade. Ever since she had jettisoned the guardswoman, they had got on, Miss Thriplow thought, most awfully well. She could see that he liked her combination of moral ingenuousness and mental sophistication, of cleverness and genuineness. Why she had ever thought of pretending she was anything but simple and natural, she couldn't now imagine. After all, that was what she really was, or at least what she had determined that she ought to be. From the entrance court on the west flank of the palace came the hoot of a motor horn and the sound of voices. "There they are," said Miss Thriplow. "I rather wish they weren't," he said, and sighing he straightened himself up and turned round, with his back to the view, towards the house. "It's like heaving a great stone into a calm pool, all this noise, I mean." Mentally cataloguing herself among the tranquil charms of evening, Miss Thriplow took the remark to be complimentary to herself. "What smashings of crystal one has to put up with," she said, "every other moment if one's at all sensitive." Through the huge echoing saloons of the palace, the sound of an approaching voice could be heard. "Calamy!" it called. "Calamy!" Mounting through the syllables of the name from a low to a much higher note, not, however, through any intervals known to music, but in a succession of uncertain and quite unrelated tones. "Calamy!" It was as vague and tuneless as the call of an articulate wind. There were hurrying footsteps, a rustling of draperies. In the huge pompous doorway at the head of the steps leading down from the house to the terrace appeared the figure of Mrs. Aldwinkle. "There you are," she called in a rapture. Calamy walked to meet her. Mrs. Aldwinkle was one of those large, handsome, old masterish women who look as though they had been built up from sections of two different people. Such broad shoulders they have, so Junonian a form, and growing from between the shoulders such a slender neck, such a small, compact, and childish head. They look their best between 28 and, shall we say, 35, When the body is in its perfect maturity, and the neck, the little head, the unravaged features seem still to belong to a young girl. Their beauty is made the more striking, the more attractive, by the curious incongruousness of its components. At 33, Mr. Carden used to say of her, Lillian Aldwinkle appealed to all the instinctive bigamist in one. She was 18 in the attics and Widow Dido on the floors below. One had the impression of being with two women at the same time. It was most stimulating. He spoke, alas, in the past tense, for Mrs. Aldwinkle was no longer 33, nor had been these 15 years or more. The Junonian form, that was still stately and as yet not too massive. And from behind, it is true, the head still looked like a child's head set on those broad shoulders. But the face, which had once been so much the younger member of the partnership, had outstripped the body in the race through time, and was old and worn beyond its years. The eyes were the youngest feature. Large, blue, and rather prominent, they stared very glitteringly and intently out of the face. But the setting of them was pouchy and crow's-footed. There were a couple of horizontal wrinkles across the broad forehead. 2 deep folds ran down from the corner of the nose, past the mouth, where they were partially interrupted by another system of folds that moved with the movements of the lips, to the lower edge of the jaw, forming a sharp line of demarcation between the sagging cheeks and the strong, prominent chin. The mouth was wide, with lips of rather vague contour, whose indefiniteness was enhanced by Mrs. Aldwinkle's very careless reddening of them. For Mrs. Aldwinkle was an impressionist. It was the effect at a distance, the grand theatrical flourish that interested her. She had no patience, even at the dressing table, for niggling pre-Raphaelite detail. She stood there for a moment at the top of the steps, an imposing and majestic figure. Her long and ample dress of pale green linen hung down in stiff, fluted folds about her. The green veil tied round her wide straw hat floated airily over her shoulders. She carried a large reticule over one arm, and from her waist there dangled at the end of little chains a whole treasury of gold and silver objects. "There you are," she smiled at the approaching Calamy, smile what had once been a smile of piercing sweetness, of alluring enchantment. Its interest now, alas, was chiefly historical. With a gesture at once theatrically exaggerated and inexpressive, Mrs. Aldwinkle suddenly stretched out both her hands in welcome and ran down the steps to meet him. Mrs. Aldwinkle's movements were as inharmonious and uncertain as her voice. She moved awkwardly and stiffly. The majesty of her repose was dissipated. "Dear Calamy," she cried and embraced him. "I must kiss you," she said. "It's such ages since I saw you." Then, turning with a look of suspicion to Miss Thriplow, "How long has he been here?" she asked. "Since before tea," said Miss Thriplow. "Before tea?" Mrs. Aldwinkle echoed shrilly, as though outraged. "But why didn't you let me know in time when you were coming?" she went on, turning to Calamy. The thought that he had arrived when she was not there, and that he had moreover spent all this time talking with Mary Thriplow, annoyed her. Mrs. Aldwinkle was perpetually haunted by the fear that she was missing something. For a number of years now, the universe had always seemed to be conspiring to keep her away from the places where the exciting things were happening and the wonderful words being said. She had been loath enough this morning to leave Miss Thriplow behind at the palace. Mrs. Aldwinkle didn't want her guests to lead independent existences out of her sight. But if she had known, if she had had the slightest suspicion that Calamy was going to arrive while she was away, that he would spend hours in tete-a-tete with Mary Thriplow, why then she never would have gone down to the sea at all. She'd have stayed at home, however tempting the prospect of a bathe. "You seem to have made yourself extremely smart for the occasion," Mrs. Aldwinkle went on, looking at Miss Thriplow's pearls and her black silk with the white piping round the flounces. Miss Thriplow looked at the view and pretended not to have heard what her hostess had said. She had no wish to engage in a conversation on this particular subject. "Well now," said Mrs. Aldwinkle to her new guest, "I must show you the view and the house and all that." "Miss Thriplow's already very kindly been doing that," said Calamy. At this piece of information, Mrs. Aldwinkle looked extremely annoyed. "But she can't have shown you everything," she said, "because she doesn't know what there is to show. And besides, Mary knows nothing about the history of the place, or the Cybo Malaspinas, or the artists who worked on the palace, or—" She waved her hand with a gesture indicating that, in fine, Mary Thriplow knew nothing whatever, and was completely incapable of showing anyone round the house and its gardens. "In any case," said Calamy, doing his best to say the right thing, "I've seen enough already to make me think the place perfectly lovely." But Mrs. Aldwinkle was not content with this spontaneous and untutored admiration. She was sure that he had not really seen the beauty of the view, that he had not understood it, not known how to analyze it into its component charms. She began to expound the prospect. "The cypresses make such a wonderful contrast with the olives," she explained, prodding the landscape with the tip of her parasol, as though she were giving a lantern lecture with colored slides. She understood it all, of course. She was entirely qualified to appreciate it in every detail, for the view was now her property. It was therefore the finest in the world, but at the same time, she alone had the right to let you know the fact. We are all apt to value unduly those things which happen to belong to us. Provincial picture galleries are always stuffed with Raphaels and Giorgiones. The most brilliant metropolis in Christendom, according to its inhabitants, is Dublin. My gramophone and my Ford car are better than yours. And how pathetically boring are those poor but cultured tourists who show us their collection of picture postcards with as much pride as if they had been the original paintings themselves. With the palace, Mrs. Aldwinkle had purchased vast domains unmentioned in the contract. She had bought, to begin with, the Cybo Malaspina and their history. This family, whose only claim to fame is to have produced a little before its extinction that Prince of Massa Carrara, to whom the old woman in Candide, when she was young and a pope's ravishing daughter, was once engaged to be married, had now become for Mrs. Aldwinkle as splendid as the Gonzaga, the Este, the Medici, or the Visconti. Even the dull Dukes of Modena, the tenants of the palace, except during the brief Napoleonic interlude, between the extinction of the Cybo Malaspina and the foundation of the Kingdom of Italy, even the Dukes of Modena had so far profited by their connection with the place that for Mrs. Aldwinkle they were now patrons of letters and fathers of their people. And Napoleon's sister, Elisa Bacchiocchi, who had, while Princess of Lucca, passed more than one hot summer on these heights, had come to be credited by the present owner with an unbounded enthusiasm for the arts, and, what in Mrs. Aldwinkle's eyes was almost more splendid, an unbounded enthusiasm for love. In Elisa Bonaparte Bacchiocchi, Mrs. Aldwinkle had acquired a sister soul, whom she alone understood. It was the same with the landscape. It was hers down to the remote horizon, and nobody but she could really give it its due. And then, how she appreciated the Italians! Ever since she had bought a house in Italy, she had become the one foreigner who knew them intimately. The whole peninsula and everything it contained were her property and her secret. She had bought its arts, its music, its melodious language, its literature, its wine and cooking, the beauty of its women, and the virility of its fascists. She had acquired Italian passion. Chiore, amore, and dolore were hers. Nor had she forgotten to buy the climate, the finest in Europe, the fauna, and how proud she was when she read in her morning paper that a wolf had devoured a Pisti's sportsman within 15 miles of home. The flora, especially the red anemones and the wild tulips. The volcanoes, still so wonderfully active. The earthquakes. "And now," said Mrs. Aldwinkle when she had polished off the view, "now we must look at the house." She turned her back on the view. "This part of the palace," she said, continuing her lecture, "dates from about 1630. She pointed upwards with her parasol. The colored slides were now architectural. A very fine specimen of early Baroque. What remains of the old castle, with the tower, constitutes the eastern wing of the present house." Miss Thriplow, who had heard all this before, listened none the less with the rapt expression of interest that one sees on the faces of children at Royal Institution lectures, partly to atone in Mrs. Aldwinkle's eyes for the offense of having been at home when Calamy arrived, and partly to impress Calamy himself with her capacity for being frankly, totally, and uncritically absorbed in the little affairs of the moment. "Now I'll show you inside the palace," said Mrs. Aldwinkle, mounting the steps that led from the terrace to the house. Her treasures jingled at the end of their chains. Obediently, Miss Thriplow and Calamy followed in her wake. "Most of the paintings," proclaimed Mrs. Aldwinkle, "are by Pasquale da Montecatini, a great painter, dreadfully underrated." She shook her head. Miss Thriplow was somewhat embarrassed when, at this remark, her companion turned to her and made a hardly perceptible grimace. Whether to smile confidentially and ironically back, whether to ignore the grimace and preserve the Royal Institution expression, that was the question. In the end, she decided to ignore the tacit confidence. On the threshold of the great saloon, they were met by a young girl dressed in a frock of pale pink linen, with a very young round face, otherwise ingenuous than Miss Thriplow's, looking out of a rectangular window cut in a short, smooth bell of copper-colored hair. A pair of wide-open, pale blue eyes looked out from beneath the straight metallic fringe. Her nose was small and delicately snubby. A short upper lip made her look at once pathetic and merry, like a child. It was Mrs. Aldwinkle's niece, Irene. She shook hands with Calamy. "I suppose," he said, "that I ought to tell you that you've grown up tremendously since I saw you last, but the truth is that I don't think you have at all." "I can't help my appearance," she answered, "but inside—" Inside, Irene was older than the rocks on which she sat. It was not for nothing that she had passed the 5 most impressionable years of her life under her Aunt Lillian's guardianship. Mrs. Aldwinkle impatiently cut short the conversation. "I want you to look at this ceiling," she said to Calamy. Like hens drinking, they stared up at the rape of Europa. Mrs. Aldwinkle lowered her gaze. "And the rustic work with the group of marine deities." In a pair of large niches, lined with shellwork and sponge stone, 2 fishy groups furiously writhed. "So delightfully seicento," said Mrs. Aldwinkle. Irene, meanwhile, feeling herself excused by long familiarity from paying much attention to the marine deities, had noticed that the loose cretonne covers of the armchairs were crumpled. Being naturally tidy, and since she had lived with Aunt Lillian she had had to be tidy for 2, she tiptoed across the room to smooth them out. Bending down to the nearest of the chairs, she took hold of the loose cover near the front of the seat and gave it a smart pull down, so as to loosen it completely before she tucked it tidily in again. The stuff came forward like a suddenly bellying sail, and with it there was shot out, from nowhere, as though Irene had been doing a conjuring trick, a glittering shower of jewels. They rattled on the floor, they rolled over the tiles. The noise disturbed Miss Thriplow in her rapt and childlike contemplation of the sponge stone niches. She turned round just in time to see a scarab ring racing towards her, with the limp of an eccentric hoop across the tiles. Arrived within a few feet of her, it lost speed, it staggered, it fell on its side. Miss Thriplow picked it up. "Oh, it's only my rings," she said airily, as though it were the most natural thing in the world for her rings to come jumping out of the chair when Irene straightened out the cover. "That's all," she added reassuringly to Irene, who was standing, as though petrified by surprise, looking down at the scattered jewels. Mrs. Aldwinkle was fortunately absorbed in telling Calamy about Pasquale de Montecatini. End of Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, An Evening at Mrs. Aldwinkle's, Chapter 3. Dinner was served in the saloon of the ancestors. In Mrs. Aldwinkle's enthusiastic imagination, what marvelous symposia had been held within these walls, centuries even before they were built. What intellectual feasts! Aquinas here had confided to an early Malaspina his secret doubt on the predictability of relations, had twitted the robber Marquis over a goblet of wine, with the feebleness of his synderesis. Dante had insisted on the advantages of having a platonic mistress whom one never met, and who could, when necessary, be identified with theology. Peter of Picardy, meanwhile, on his way to Rome, had recited from his rhymed version of Physiologus the lines on the hyena, a beast which, besides being a hermaphrodite, carries in its eye a stone which, held by a man in his mouth, permits him to see the future. It symbolizes, moreover, avarice and lasciviousness. Learned Boccaccio had discoursed on the genealogy of the gods. Pico della Mirandola, over the boar's head, quoted the Kabbalah in support of the doctrine of the Trinity. Michelangelo had expounded his plans for the facade of San Lorenzo in Florence. Galileo had speculated why it is only up to 32 feet that nature abhors a vacuum. Marini had astonished with his conceits. Luca Giordano, for a wager, had painted between the roast and the dessert a full-sized picture of Hannibal crossing the Alps. And then what brilliant ladies heightened the luster of these feasts. Lovely, perennially young, accomplished as the protagonists of Castiglione's Courtier, amorous in the extreme, they inspired the men of genius to yet higher flights. They capped their hardiest sallies with a word of feminine grace. It had been Mrs. Aldwinkle's ambition, ever since she bought the palace, to revive these ancient glories. She saw herself, unofficially a princess, surrounded by a court of poets, philosophers, and artists. Beautiful women should swim through the great saloons and the gardens, glowing with love for the men of genius. and periodically for the apartment of the dwarfs, which the Cybo Malaspina, in imitation of the Gonzaga, had included in their palace, demanded appropriate inhabitants to furnish it. Periodically they should bring forth painlessly children to the men of genius, all curly-headed, fully toothed, and 2 years old on the day of birth, and all infant prodigies, rows of little Mozarts. In a word, the palace of Veza should re-become what it had never been, except in Mrs. Aldwinkle's fancy. What it had been, in fact, one could only guess by looking at the faces of the ancestors who gave the banqueting hall its name. From circular niches set high in the walls of the huge square room, the lords of Massa Carrara looked out, bust after bust, across the intervening centuries. Right round the room they went, beginning on the left of the fireplace and ending with the penultimate Cybo Malaspina, who arranged the room, on the right. And as Marquis succeeded Marquis and Prince, an expression of ever profounder imbecility made itself apparent on the faces of the ancestors. The vulture's nose, the formidable jaw of the first robber Marquis transformed themselves by gradual degrees into the vague probosities of anteaters, into criminally prognathous deformities. The foreheads grew lower with every generation, the marble eyes stared ever blanklier, and the look of conscious pride became more and more strongly marked on every countenance. It was the boast of the Cybo Malaspina that they had never married beneath them, and that their heirs had always been legitimate. One had only to look at the faces of the last 3 princes to feel sure that the boast was amply justified. Were these the Muse's friends? "You can imagine the splendor of the scene," said Mrs. Aldwinkle rapturously as she entered the saloon of the ancestors on Calamy's arm. The innumerable candles, the silks, the jewels, and all the crowd maneuvering in the most stately manner according to the rules of etiquette. The last representative, albeit adoptive, of these gorgeous beings, Mrs. Aldwinkle lifted her head still higher, and with a still more swelling port, sailed across the huge room towards the little table where, in shrunken splendor, the successors of Cybo Malaspina were to dine. The train of her coral-colored velvet dress rustled after her. "It must have been very fine," Calamy agreed. "Certainly from the point of view of picturesqueness we've lost by the passing of etiquette. One wonders how much further informality will go. Mr. Gladstone in his old age paid a visit to Oxford and was horrified to observe the new fashions in undergraduates' dress. In his young days, every young man who respected himself had at least one pair of trousers in which he never sat down for fear of making them bag at the knees, while the outfit in which he normally walked about the streets was never worth less than 70 or 80 pounds. And yet, in the time of Mr. Gladstone's visit, the undergraduates still wore stiff collars and bowler hats. What would he have said if he could have seen them now? And what shall we say 50 years hence?" The company disposed itself round the table. Calamy, as the new arrival, occupied the place of honor on Mrs. Aldwinkle's right. "You've broached a very interesting subject," said Mr. Carden, who sat opposite him on their hostess's left. "Very interesting," he repeated as he unfolded his napkin. Mr. Carden was a middle-sized, thickly built man. The upper hem of his trousers followed an ample geodesic. His shoulders were very broad, his neck short and powerful. The red face looked tough and knobbly like the head of a cudgel. It was an enigmatic and equivocal face, whose normal expression was at once gross and sensitively refined, serious and sly. The mouth was small, and its thin lips fitted tightly together, as though they were the moving parts of a very well-made piece of furniture. The line that marked the meeting of the lips was almost straight, but at one end its horizontal gravity was deflected a trifle downwards, so that Mr. Carden seemed to be forever in process of suppressing a wry smile that was forever importunately troubling his demureness. The hair was smooth, silvery, and saintly. The nose was short and straight, like a lion's, but a lion's that had become, with time and good living, rather bottled. Looking out from the midst of a web-work of fine wrinkles, the eyes were small, but bright and very blue. As the result, perhaps, of an illness, or perhaps it was merely under the weight of 65 years, one white eyebrow had settled down permanently lower than the other. From the right side of his face, Mr. Carden looked at you mysteriously and confidentially through the gap in kind of a chronic wink. But from the left, the glance was supercilious and aristocratic, as though the western socket had been stretched by an invisible monocle a size or so too large for it. An expression of benevolence mingled with malice shone in his glance while he was talking, and when he laughed, every polished red facet of his cudgel's face twinkled with mirth, as though suddenly illumined from within. Mr. Carton was neither a poet nor a philosopher, nor of a remarkably brilliant family, but Mrs. Aldwinkle, who had known him intimately for many years, justified his inclusion among her courtiers on the ground that he was one of the obscure great, potentially anything he chose to be, but actually, through indolence, unknown. Mr. Carton took a couple of spoonfuls of soup before proceeding. A very interesting subject, he repeated yet again. He had a melodious voice, ripe, round, fruity, and powdered, as it were, with a bloom of huskiness, the faint hoarseness of those who have drunk well, eaten well, and copiously made love. Formality, external pomp, etiquette, their practical disappearance from modern life is really a most extraordinary thing when you come to think of it. Formality and pomp were one of the essential features of ancient government. Tyranny tempered by transformation scenes. That was the formula of all governments in the 17th century, particularly in Italy. Provided you treated your people to a procession or some similarly spectacular function once a month or thereabouts, you could do whatever you pleased. It was the papal method par excellence, but it was imitated by every grand seigneur, down to the most piddling little count in the peninsula. Look how all the architecture of the period is conditioned by the need for display. The architect was there to make backgrounds for the incessant amateur theatricals of his employers. Huge vistas of communicating saloons to march down, avenues for processions, vast flights of steps to do the grand monarch descent from the skies. No comfort, since comfort is only private, but an immense amount of splendor to impress the spectator from outside. Napoleon was the last ruler to practice it systematically and scientifically on the grand scale. Those reviews, those triumphal entries and exits, those coronations and weddings and christenings, all those carefully prepared stage effects, why, they were half his secret. And now these pomps are no more. Are our rulers so stupid and so regardless of the lessons of history that they neglect these aids to government? Or can it be that tastes have changed, that the public no longer demands these shows and is no longer impressed by them? I put the question to our political friends. Mr. Carton leaned forward and, looking past Miss Thriplow, who sat on his left, smiled at the young man who sat beyond her and at the older man occupying the corresponding place on the opposite side of the table next to Irene Aldwinkle. The young man, who looked even younger than he really was, and at best it was only 2 or 3 months since Lord Hovenden had attained his majority, smiled amiably at Mr. Carton and shook his head, then turned hopefully to the person who sat opposite him. "Ask me another," he said. Lord Hovenden still found it difficult to pronounce a TH. "What do you say, Mr. Fawkes?" An expression of respectful attention appeared on his boyish, freckled face as he waited for Mr. Fawkes's answer. Whatever the answer might be, it was obvious that Lord Hovenden would regard it as oracular. He admired, he revered Mr. Fawkes. Mr. Fawkes indeed invited admiration and respect. With his white beard, his long and curly white hair, his large, dark, liquid eyes, his smooth, broad forehead and aquiline nose, he had the air of a minor prophet. Nor were appearances deceptive. In another age and other surroundings, Mr. Fawkes would in all probability have been a minor prophet, a denouncer, a mouthpiece of the Lord, a caller to salvation, a threatener of wrath to come. Having been born in the middle of the 19th century and having passed the years of his early manhood in the profession which between 3 and 7 every male child desires to embrace, that of the engine driver, he had become not exactly a prophet, but a labor leader. Lord Hovenden, whose claim to figure in Mrs. Aldwinkle's court was the fact that she had known him since he was a baby, that he was descended from Simon de Montfort, and that he was immensely rich, had added a further merit. He had become an ardent guild socialist. An earnest young schoolmaster had first apprised him of the fact, hitherto but very imperfectly realized by Lord Hovenden, that there are a great many poor people whose lives are extremely disagreeable and arduous, and who, if justice were done, would be better off than they are at present. His generous impulses were stirred. Youthfully, he desired to precipitate an immediate millennium. Perhaps, too, a certain egotistical ambition to distinguish himself above his fellows had something to do with his enthusiasm. Among persons born in privileged positions and in the midst of wealth, snobbery often takes a form rather different from that which it commonly assumes. Not always, indeed, for there are plenty of rich, entitled persons who regard wealth and title with the same abject respect as is shown by those whose acquaintance with the nobility and the plutocracy is only in fiction and the pages of the weekly papers. But others whose ambition it is to climb out of the familiar surroundings into, at any rate, intellectually higher spheres, become infected with a passionate snobbery in regard to the artistic or political world. This snobbery, the snobbery of blood towards brain, had mingled without his being conscious of it with Lord Hovenden purely humanitarian ardor, and had given it added strength. Lord Hovenden's pleasure at being introduced to Mr. Fawkes had been enormous, and the thought that he alone of all his friends and relations enjoyed the privilege of Mr. Fawkes's acquaintance, that he alone was free of the exciting political world in which Mr. Fawkes lived, had made him more than ever enthusiastic in the cause of justice. There had been occasions, however, and they had become more frequent of late, when Lord Hovenden had found that the demands made on him by a strenuous social life left him very little time for Mr. Fawkes or guild socialism. For one who danced as long and often as he did, it was difficult to pay much attention to anything else. In lulls between the merrymaking, he remembered with shame that he had not done his duty by his principles. It was to make up for arrears in enthusiasm that he had cut short his grouse shooting to accompany Mr. Fawkes to an international labor conference in Rome. The conference was to be held towards the end of September, but Lord Hovenden had sacrificed a month's more shooting than was necessary by suggesting that before the conference, Mr. Fawkes and he should go to stay for a few weeks with Mrs. Aldwinkle. "Come when you like and bring whom you like." Those were the words of Lillian's invitation. He telegraphed to Mrs. Aldwinkle to say that Mr. Fawkes needed a holiday and that he proposed to bring him. Mrs. Aldwinkle replied that she would be delighted to have him. There they were. Mr. Fawkes paused for a moment before answering Mr. Carden's question. He turned his bright dark eyes round the table as though collecting everybody's attention, then spoke in the penetrating musical voice that had stirred so many audiences to enthusiasm. 20th century rulers, he said, respect the educated democracy too much to try to bamboozle it and keep it falsely contented by mere shows. Democracies demand reason. "Oh, come," protested Mr. Carden. "What about Mr. Bryan's agitation against evolution? Moreover," Mr. Fawkes went on, ignoring the point, "we in the 20th century have outgrown that sort of thing." "Perhaps we have," said Mr. Carden, "though I can't imagine how we should have. Opinions change, of course, but the love of a show isn't an opinion. It's founded on something deeper, something which has no business to change." Mr. Carden shook his head. "It reminds me," he went on after a little pause, "of another similarly deep-rooted change that I can never account for, the change in our susceptibility to flattery. It's impossible to read any ancient moralist without finding copious warnings against flatterers. A flattering mouth worketh ruin. It's in the Bible, and the reward of the flatterer is also specified there. He that speaketh flattery to his friends, even the eyes of his children shall fail, though one would have thought that the vicariousness of the threatened punishment rendered it a little less formidable. But at any rate, in ancient days, the great and the prosperous seem to have been fairly at the mercy of flatterers. And they laid it on so thick, they did their job, from all accounts, so extremely coarsely. Can it be that the educated plutocracy of those days was really taken in by that sort of thing? It wouldn't be now. The flattery would have had to be a great deal more subtle nowadays to produce the same effect. Moreover, I never find in the works of the modern moralists any warnings against flatterers. There's been some sort of change, though how it has come about I really don't quite know." "Perhaps there has been a moral progress," suggested Mr. Fawkes. Lord Hovenden turned his eyes from Mr. Fawkes's face, on which, while he was speaking, they had been reverently fixed, and smiled at Mr. Carden with an air of inquiring triumph that seemed to ask whether he had any answer to make to that. "Perhaps," repeated Mr. Carden, rather dubiously. Calamy suggested another reason. "It's surely due," he said, "to the change in the position of the great and the prosperous. In the past they regarded themselves, and were regarded by others, as being what they were by divine right. Consequently, the grossest flattery seemed to them only their due, but now the right to be a prince or a millionaire seems a little less divine than it did. Flattery, which once seemed only an expression of proper respect, now sounds excessive, and what in the past was felt to be almost sincere is now regarded as ironical." "I think you may be right," said Mr. Carden. "One result, at any rate, of this slump in flattery has been a great alteration in the technique of the parasite." "Has the technique of the parasite ever altered?" asked Mr. Fawkes. Lord Hovenden passed on his question to Mr. Carden in an interrogating smile. "Hasn't he always been the same, living on the labors of society without contributing to the common stock?" We are speaking of different sorts of parasites, Mr. Carden explained, twinkling genially at the minor prophet. Your parasites are the idle rich. Mine are the idle poor who live on the idle rich. Big fleas have little fleas. I was referring to the tapeworms of tapeworms, a most interesting class, I assure you, and one that has never really had its due from the natural historians of humanity. True, there's Lucian's great work on the art of being a parasite, and a very fine work too, but a little out of date, particularly where flattery is concerned. Better than Lucian is Diderot. But the Neveu de Rameau deals with only a single type of parasite, and that not the most successful or the most worthy of imitation. Mr. Skimpole in Bleak House isn't bad, but he lacks subtlety. He's not a perfect model for the budding tapeworm. The fact is that no writer, so far as I'm aware, has really gone into the question of parasites. I feel their remissness, Mr. Carden added, twinkling first at Mrs. Aldwinkle, then round the table at her guests, almost as a personal affront. Professing as I do, or perhaps trying to profess would be a more accurate description, the parasitical mystery, I regard this conspiracy of silence as most insulting. How absurd you are, said Mrs. Aldwinkle. The complacent references to his own moral defects and weaknesses were frequent in Mr. Carden's conversation. To disarm criticism by himself forestalling it, to shock and embarrass those susceptible of embarrassment, to air his own freedom from the common prejudices by lightly owning to defects which others would desire to conceal, it was to achieve these ends that Mr. Carden so cheerfully gave himself away. Absurd, Mrs. Aldwinkle repeated. Mr. Carden shook his head. Not at all absurd, he said. I'm only telling the truth. For alas, it is true that I've never really been a successful parasite. I could have been a pretty effective flatterer, but unfortunately I happen to live in an age when flattery doesn't work. I might have made a tolerably good buffoon if I were a little stupider and a little more high-spirited. But even if I could have been a buffoon, I should certainly have thought twice before taking up that branch of parasitism. It's dangerous being a court fool. It's most precarious. You may please for a time, but in the end you either bore or offend your patrons. Diderot's Neveu de Rameau is the greatest literary specimen of the type. You know what a wretched sort of life he led. No, your permanently successful parasite, at any rate in modern times, belongs to an entirely different type, a type, alas, to which by no possible ingenuity could I make myself conform. I should hope not, said Mrs. Aldwinkle, standing up for Mr. Carden's better self. Mr. Carden bowed his acknowledgments and continued. All the really successful parasites I have come across recently belong to the same species, he said. They're quiet, they're gentle, they're rather pathetic. They appeal to the protective maternal instincts. They generally have some charming talent, never appreciated by the gross world, but recognized by the patron, vastly to his credit, of course, that flattery's most delicate. They never offend, like the buffoon. They don't obtrude themselves, but gaze with dog-like eyes. They can render themselves, when their presence would be tiresome, practically non-existent. The protection of them satisfies the love of dominion and the altruistic parental instinct that prompts us to befriend the weak. You could write at length about all this, went on Mr. Carden, turning to Miss Thriplow. You could make a big, deep book out of it. I should have done it myself if I had been an author, and but for the grace of God I might have been. I give you the suggestion. In words of one syllable, Miss Thriplow thanked him. She had been very mousy all through dinner. After all the risks she had run this afternoon, the floaters she had stood on the brink of, she thought it best to sit quiet and look as simple and genuine as possible. A few slight alterations in her toilet before dinner had made all the difference. She had begun by taking off the pearl necklace, and even, in spite of the chastity of its design, the emerald ring. That's better, she had said to herself as she looked at the obscure little person in the simple black frock, without a jewel, and the hands so white and frail, the face so pale and smooth, who stood opposite her in the looking-glass. How frankly and innocently she looks at you with those big brown eyes. She could imagine Calamy saying that to Mr. Carden, but what Mr. Carden would answer she couldn't quite guess. He was such a cynic. Opening a drawer, she had pulled out a black silk shawl. Not the Venetian one with the long fringes, but the much less romantic bourgeois English shawl that had belonged to her mother. She draped it over her shoulders and with her two hands drew it together across her bosom. In the pier glass she seemed almost a nun, or better still, she thought, a little girl in a convent school, one of 100 black uniformed couples with lace-frilled pantalettes coming down over their ankles, walking in a long, long crocodile, graded from 5'8" at the head to 4' nothing at the tail. But if she looped the thing up, Hood fashion over her head, she'd be still more obscure, still poorer and honester. She'd be a factory girl, clicking along on her clogs to the cotton mill. But perhaps that would be carrying things a little too far. After all, she wasn't a Lancashire lass. Awfully cultured but not spoiled. Clever but simple and genuine. That was what she was. In the end, she had come down to dinner with the black shawl drawn very tightly round her shoulders. Very small and mousy. The head girl in the convent school had all the accomplishments, but for the present wouldn't speak unless she were spoken to. Modestly, then demurely, she thanked him. Meanwhile, Mr. Carden continued, the sad fact remains that I have never succeeded in persuading anybody to become completely responsible for me. True, I've eaten quintals of other people's food, drunk hectoliters of their liquor. He raised his glass and, looking over the top of it at his hostess, emptied it to her health, for which I'm exceedingly grateful. But I've never contrived to live permanently at their expense, nor have they, for their part, shown the slightest sign of wanting to take me forever to themselves. Mine's not the right sort of character, alas. I'm not pathetic. I've never struck the ladies as being particularly in need of maternal ministrations. Indeed, if I ever had any success with them, I trust I may say so without fatuity, it was due to my strength rather than to my feebleness. At 66, however... He shook his head sadly, and yet one doesn't, by compensation, become any the more pathetic. Mr. Fawkes, whose moral ideas were simple and orthodox, shook his head. He didn't like this sort of thing. Mr. Carden, moreover, puzzled him. Well, he pronounced, all that I can say is this. When we've been in power for a little, there won't be any parasites of Mr. Carden's kind for the simple reason that there won't be any parasites of any kind. They'll all be doing their bit. Luckily, said Mr. Carden, helping himself again to the mixed fry, I shall be dead by that time. I couldn't face the world after Mr. Fawkes's friends have dosed it with Keatings and vermifuge. Ah, all you young people, he went on, turning to Miss Thriplow, what a fearful mistake you made, being born when you were. I wouldn't change, said Miss Thriplow. Nor would I, Calamy agreed. Nor I, Mrs. Aldwinkle echoed, ardently associating herself with the party of youth. She felt as young as they did. Younger indeed, for having been young when the world was younger, she had the thoughts and the feelings of a generation that had grown up placidly in sheltered surroundings, or perhaps had not grown up at all. The circumstances which had so violently and unnaturally matured her juniors had left her, stiffened as she already was by time into a definite mold, unchanged. Spiritually, they were older than she. I don't see that it would be possible to live in a more exciting age, said Calamy. The sense that everything's perfectly provisional and temporary, everything from social institutions to what we've hitherto regarded as the most sacred scientific truths, the feeling that nothing from the Treaty of Versailles to the rationally explicable universe is really safe, the intimate conviction that anything may happen, anything may be discovered, another war, the artificial creation of life, the proof of continued existence after death, why, it's all infinitely exhilarating. And the possibility that everything may be destroyed? Questioned Mr. Carden. That's exhilarating too, Calamy answered, smiling. Mr. Carden shook his head. It may be rather tame of me, he said, but I confess I prefer a more quiet life. I persist that you made a mistake in so timing your entry into the world that the period of your youth coincided with the war, and your early maturity with this horribly insecure and unprosperous peace. How incomparably better I managed my existence. I made my entry in the late 50s, almost a twin to the Origin of Species. I was brought up in the simple faith of 19th century materialism, a faith untroubled by doubts and as yet unsophisticated by that disquieting scientific modernism which is now turning the staunchest mathematical physicists into mystics. We were all wonderfully optimistic then, believed in progress and the ultimate explicability of everything in terms of physics and chemistry, believed in Mr. Gladstone and our own moral and intellectual superiority over every other age. And no wonder, for we were growing richer and richer every day. The lower classes, whom it was still permissible to call by that delightful name, were still respectful, and the prospect of revolution was still exceedingly remote. True, we were at the same time becoming faintly but uncomfortably aware that these lower classes led a rather disagreeable life, and that perhaps the economic laws were not quite so unalterable by human agency as Mr. Buckle had so comfortingly supposed. And when our dividends came rolling in, I still had dividends at that time, said Mr. Carden parenthetically and sighed, came rolling in as regular as the solstices. We did, it is true, feel almost a twinge of social conscience, but we triumphantly allayed those twinges by subscribing to settlements in the slums, or building with a little of our redundant cash a quite superfluous number of white-tiled lavatories for our workers. Those lavatories were to us what papal indulgences were to the less enlightened contemporaries of Chaucer. With the bill for those lavatories in our waistcoat pocket, we could draw our next quarter's dividends with a conscience perfectly serene. It justified us, too, even in our little frolics. And what frolics we had! Discreetly, of course. For in those days we couldn't do things quite as openly as you do now. But it was very good fun all the same. I seem to remember a quite phenomenal number of bachelor dinner parties at which ravishing young creatures used to come popping out of giant pies and dance pas seul among the crockery on the table. Mr. Carden slowly shook his head and was silent in an ecstasy of recollection. "It sounds quite idyllic," said Miss Thriplow, drawlingly. She had a way of lovingly lingering over any particularly rare or juicy word that might find its way into her sentences. "It was," Mr. Carden affirmed, "and the more so, I think, because it was so entirely against the rules of those good old days, and because so much discretion did have to be used. It may be merely that I'm old and that my wits have thickened with my arteries, but it does seem to me that love isn't quite so exciting now as it used to be in my youth. When skirts touch the ground, the toe of a protruding shoe is an allurement, and there were skirts in those days draping everything. There was no frankness, no seen reality, only imagination. We were powder magazines of repression, and the smallest hint was a spark. Nowadays, when young women go about in kilts and are as barebacked as wild horses, there's no excitement. The cards are all on the table. Nothing's left to fancy. All's above board and consequently boring. Hypocrisy, besides being the tribute vice pays to virtue, is also one of the artifices by which vice renders itself more interesting. And between ourselves," said Mr. Carden, taking the whole table into his confidence, "it can't do without those artifices. There's a most interesting passage on this subject in Balzac's Cousine Bette. You remember the story?" "Such a wonderful," exclaimed Mrs. Aldwinkle, with that large and indistinct enthusiasm evoked in her by every masterpiece of art. "It's where Baron Hulot falls under the spell of Madame Marneffe, the old beau of the Empire and the young woman brought up on the Romantic Revival and early Victorian virtues. Let me see if I can remember it." Mr. Carden thoughtfully frowned, was silent for a moment, then proceeded in an almost flawless French. "Cet homme de l'Empire, habitué à Jean Empire, devait ignorer absolument les façons de l'amour moderne, les nouveaux scrupules, les différentes conversations inventées depuis 1830. Et d'où la pauvre faible femme finit par se faire considérer comme la victime des désirs de son amant, comme un sœur de charité qui pense des blessures, comme un ange qui sait des vues. Ces nouvelles arts de mythe consomment énormément des paroles évangéliques à l'œuvre du diable. La passion est un martyr. On aspire à l'idéal, à l'infini des pas à date. L'on veut devenir meilleur par l'amour. Toutes ces belles phrases sont un prétexte de mettre encore plus d'ardeur dans la pratique, plus de rage dans la chute." Mr. Carden rolled out these words with a particular sonority, que par le passé. "Cette hypocrisie, les caractères de notre temps, a gangrené la galanterie." "How sharp that is," said Mr. Carden. "How wide and how deep. Only I can't agree with the sentiment expressed in the last sentence. For if, as he says, hypocrisy puts more ardor in the practice of love and more rage in the shoots, then it cannot be said to have gangrened gallantry. It has improved it, revivified it, made it interesting. 19th century hypocrisy was a concomitant of 19th century literary romanticism, an inevitable reaction like that against the excessive classicism of the 18th century. Classicism in literature is intolerable because there are too many restrictive rules. It is intolerable in love because there are too few. They have this in common, despite their apparent unlikeness, that they are both matter-of-fact and unemotional. It is only by inventing rules about it which can be broken. It is only by investing it with an almost supernatural importance that love can be made interesting. Angels, philosophers, and demons must haunt the alcove, otherwise it is no place for intelligent men and women. No such personages were to be found there in classical times, still less in the neoclassic. The whole process was as straightforward, prosaic, quotidian, and terre-à-terre as it could be. It must really have become very little more interesting than eating dinner. Not that I disparage that, mind you, particularly nowadays. But in my youth, Mr. Carden sighed, I set less stock in those days by good food. Still, even now, I have to admit there's not much excitement, not much poetry in eating. It is, I suppose, only in countries where powerful taboos about food prevail that the satisfaction of hunger takes on a romantic aspect. I can imagine that a strictly brought up Jew in the time of Samuel might sometimes have been seized by almost irresistible temptations to eat a lobster or some similar animal that divides the hoof but does not chew the cud. I can imagine him pretending to his wife that he was going to the synagogue, but in reality he slinks surreptitiously away down a sinister alley to gorge himself illicitly in some house of ill fame on pork and lobster mayonnaise. Quite a drama there. I give you the notion gratis as the subject for a story. I'm most grateful, said Miss Thriplow. And then, remember the next morning, after the most portentous dreams all the night through, he'll wake up tremendously strict, a Pharisee of the Pharisees, and he'll send a subscription to the Society for the Protection of Public Morals and another to the Anti-Lobster League. And he'll write to the papers saying how disgraceful it is that young novelists should be allowed to publish books containing revolting descriptions of ham being eaten in mixed company, of orgies in oyster shops, with other culinary obscenities too horrible to be mentioned. He'll do all that, won't he, Miss Mary? Most certainly. And you forgot to say, added Miss Thriplow, forgetting that she was the head girl in the convent school, that he'll insist more strictly than ever on his daughters being brought up in perfect ignorance of the very existence of sausages. Quite right, said Mr. Carden, all of which was merely meant to show how exciting even eating might become if religion were brought into it, if dinner were made a mystery and the imagination thoroughly stirred every time the gong sounded. Conversely, how tedious love becomes when it is taken as matter-of-factly as eating dinner. It was essential for the men and women of 1830, if they didn't want to die of pure boredom, to invent the pauvre faible femme, the martyr, the angel, the sister of charity, to talk like the Bible while they were consummating the devil's work. The sort of love that their predecessors of the 18th century and the Empire had made was too prosaic a business. They turned to hypocrisy and mere self-preservation. But the present generation, tired of playing at Madame Marneffe, has reverted to the Empire notions of Baron Hulot. Emancipation is excellent, no doubt, in its way, but in the end it defeats its own object. People ask for freedom, but what they finally get turns out to be boredom. To those for whom love has become as obvious an affair as eating dinner, for whom there are no blushful mysteries, no reticences, no fancy-fostering concealments, but only plain speaking in the facts of nature, how flat and stale the whole business must become. It needs crinolines to excite the imagination, and dragoness duennas to inflame desire to passion. Too much light conversation about the Oedipus complex and anal erotism is taking the edge off love. In a few years, I don't mind prophesying, you young people will be whispering to one another sublime things about angels, sisters of charity, and the infinite. You'll be sheathed in Jaeger and pining behind bars. And love, in consequence, will seem incomparably more romantic, more alluring than it does in these days of emancipation. Mr. Carden spat out the pips of his last grape, pushed the fruit plate away from him, leaned back in his chair, and looked about him triumphantly. How little you understand women, said Mrs. Aldwinkle, shaking her head. Doesn't he, Mary? Some women, at any rate, Miss Thriplow agreed. You seem to forget, Mr. Carden, that Diana is quite as real a type as Venus. Exactly, said Mrs. Aldwinkle. You couldn't have put it more succinctly. 18 years ago, she and Mr. Carden had been lovers. Elzevir, the pianist, had succeeded him, a short reign, to be followed by Lord Trunnion. Or was it Dr. Lecoing? Or both? At the moment, Mrs. Aldwinkle had forgotten these facts. And when she did remember, it was not quite in the way that other people, Mr. Carden, for example, remembered them. It was all wonderfully romantic now, and she had been Diana all the time. But I entirely agree with you, said Mr. Carden. I unequivocally admit the existence of Artemis. I could even prove it for you empirically. That's very good of you, said Mrs. Aldwinkle, trying to be sarcastic. The only figure on Olympus whom I have always regarded as being purely mythical, Mr. Carden went on, as having no foundation in the facts of life, is Athena, a goddess of wisdom. A goddess, he repeated with emphasis. Isn't that a little too thick? Majestically, Mrs. Aldwinkle rose from the table. "Let us go out into the garden," she said. End of chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. Part 1, An Evening at Mrs. Aldwinkle's. Chapter 4. Mrs. Aldwinkle had even bought the stars. "How bright they are," she exclaimed as she stepped out at the head of her little troop of guests onto the terrace. "And how they twinkle, how they palpitate, as though they were alive. They're never like this in England, are they, Calamy?" Calamy agreed. Agreeing, he had found, was a labor-saving device, positively a necessity in this ideal home. He always tried to agree with Mrs. Aldwinkle. "And how clearly one sees the Great Bear," Mrs. Aldwinkle went on, speaking almost perpendicularly upwards into the height of heaven. The Bear and Orion were the only constellations she could recognize. "Such a strange and beautiful shape, isn't it? It might almost have been designed by the architect of the Malaspina Palace." "Very strange," said Calamy. Mrs. Aldwinkle dropped her eyes from the zenith, turned and smiled at him penetratingly, forgetting that in the profound and moonless darkness her charm would be entirely wasted. Miss Thriplow's voice spoke softly, with a kind of childish drawl through the darkness. "They might be Italian tenors," she said, tremoloing away like that so passionately in the sky. "No wonder, with those stars overhead, no wonder life tends to become a bit operatic in this country at times." Mrs. Aldwinkle was indignant. "How can you blaspheme like that against the stars?" she said. Then, remembering that she had also bought Italian music, not to mention the habits and customs of the whole Italian people, she went on. "Besides, it's such a cheap joke about the tenors. After all, this is the only country where bel canto is still—" She waved her hand. "And you remember how much Wagner admired what's-his-name?" "Bellini," prompted the little niece as self-effacingly as possible. She had heard her aunt speak of Wagner's admiration before. "Bellini," repeated Mrs. Aldwinkle. "Besides, life isn't operatic in Italy. It's genuinely passionate." Miss Thriplow was, for a moment, rather at a loss for an answer. She had a faculty for making these little jokes, but at the same time she was so very much afraid that people might regard her as merely clever and unfeeling, a hard and glittering young woman. Half a dozen smart repartees were possible, of course, but then she mustn't forget that she was fundamentally so simple, so Wordsworthian, such a violet by a mossy stone, particularly this evening, in her shawl. However much we should like to do so, however highly in private we think of our abilities, we generally feel that it is bad form to boast of our intelligence. But in regard to our qualities of heart, we feel no such shame. We talk freely of our kindness, bordering on weakness, of our generosity carried almost to the point of folly, tempering our boasting a little by making out that our qualities are so excessive as to be defects. Miss Thriplow, however, was one of those rare people so obviously and admittedly clever that there could be no objection to her mentioning the fact as often as she liked. People would have called it only justifiable self-esteem. But Miss Thriplow, perversely, did not want to be praised or to praise herself for her intelligence. She was chiefly anxious to make the world appreciative of her heart. When, as on this occasion, she followed her natural bent towards smartness too far, or when, carried away by the desire to make herself agreeable in flashing company, she found herself saying something whose brilliance was not in harmony with the possession of simple and entirely natural emotions, she would recollect herself and hastily try to correct the misapprehension she had created among her hearers. Now, therefore, at the end of a moment's lightning meditation, she managed to think of a remark which admirably combined, she flattered herself, the most genuine feeling for nature with an elegantly recondite allusion, this last for the benefit particularly of Mr. Carden, who, as a scholarly gentleman of the old school, was a great appreciator and admirer of learning. "Yes, Bellini," she said rapturously, picking up the reference from the middle of Mrs. Aldwinkle's last sentence. "What a wonderful gift of melody. Casta diva, do you remember that?" And in a thin voice she sang the first long phrase. "What a lovely line the melody traces out, like the line of those hills against the sky," she pointed. On the further side of the valley, to westward of the promontory of hill on which the palace stood, projected a longer and higher headland. From the terrace one looked up at its huge impending mass. It was at this that Miss Thriplow now pointed. With her forefinger she followed the scalloped and undulating outline of its silhouette. Even nature in Italy is like a work of art, she added. Mrs. Aldwinkle was mollified. That's very true, she said, and stepping out, she began the evening's promenading along the terrace. The train of her velvet robe rustled after her over the dusty flagstones. Mrs. Aldwinkle didn't mind in the least if it got dirty. It was the general effect that mattered. Stains, dust, clinging twigs, and millipedes, those were mere details. She treated her clothes, in consequence, with a fine aristocratic carelessness. The little troop followed her. There was no moon, only stars in a dark blue firmament. Black and flat against the sky, the Herculeses and the bowed Atlases, the kilted Dianas and the Venuses who concealed their charms with a two-handed gesture of alluring modesty, stood, like as many petrified dancers, on the piers of the balustrade. The stars looked between them. Below, in the blackness of the plain, burned constellations of yellow lights. Unremittingly, the croaking of frogs came up, thin, remote, but very clear, from invisible waters. Nights like this, said Mrs. Aldwinkle, halting and addressing herself with intensity to Calamy, make one understand the passion of the South. She had an alarming habit, when she spoke to anyone at all, intimately or seriously, of approaching her face very close to that of her interlocutor, opening her eyes to their fullest extent, and staring for a moment with the fixed penetrating stare of an oculist examining his patient. Like trucks at the tail of a suddenly braked locomotive, Mrs. Aldwinkle's guests came joltingly to a stop when she stopped. Calamy nodded. Quite, he said. Quite. Even in this faint starlight, he noticed, Mrs. Aldwinkle's eyes glittered alarmingly as she approached her face to his. In this horrible bourgeois age, Mrs. Aldwinkle's vocabulary, like Mr. Falks's, though for different reasons, contained no word of bitterer disparagement than bourgeois. It's only Southern people who still understand, or even, I believe, feel passion. Mrs. Aldwinkle believed in passion, passionately. From behind the glowing red end of his cigar, Mr. Carden began to speak. In the darkness, his voice sounded more than ever ripe and fruity. You're quite right, he assured Mrs. Aldwinkle. Quite right. It's the climate, of course. The warmth has a double effect on the inhabitants, direct and indirect. The direct effect needs no explaining. Warmth calls to warmth. It's obvious. But the indirect is fully as important. In a hot country, one doesn't care to work too hard. One works enough to keep oneself alive, and it's tolerably easy to keep alive under these stars. And one cultivates long leisures. Now, it's sufficiently obvious that practically the only thing that anybody who is not a philosopher can do in his leisure is to make love. No serious-minded, hard-working man has the time, the spare energy, or the inclination to abandon himself to passion. Passion can only flourish among the well-fed unemployed. Consequently, except among women and men of the leisured class, passion in all its luxuriant intricacy hardly exists in the hard-working North. It is only among those whose desires and whose native idleness are fostered by the cherishing southern heat that it has flourished and continues to flourish, as you rightly point out, my dear Lillian, even in this Burgess age. Mr. Carden had hardly begun to speak before Mrs. Aldwinkle indignantly moved on again. He outraged all her feelings. Mr. Carden talking all the way, they passed the silhouettes of modest Venus, of Diana and her attendant dog, of Hercules leaning on his club, an Atlas bending under the weight of his globe, of Bacchus lifting to heaven the stump of a broken arm whose hand had once held the wine cup. Arrived at the end of the terrace, they turned and walked back again past the same row of symbols. It's easy to talk like that, said Mrs. Aldwinkle when he had finished, but it doesn't make any difference to the grandeur of passion, to its purity and beauty and... She faded out breathlessly. Wasn't it Bossuet? Asked Irene timidly, but with determination, for she felt that she owed it to Aunt Lillian to intervene. And besides, Aunt Lillian liked her to take part in the conversation. Wasn't it Bossuet who said that there was something of the infinite in passion? Splendid, Irene, Mr. Carden cried encouragingly. Irene blushed in the concealing darkness. But I think Bossuet is quite right, she declared. She could become a lioness in spite of her blushes when it was a question of supporting Aunt Lillian. I think he's absolutely right, she confirmed, after a moment of recollection out of her own experience. She herself had felt most infinitely, more than once, for Irene had run through a surprising number of passions in her time. I can't think, her Aunt Lillian used to say to her when Irene came in the evenings to brush her hair before she went to bed. I can't think how it is that you're not wildly in love with Peter, or Jacques, or Mario. The name might change as Mrs. Aldwinkle and her niece moved in their seasonal wanderings, backwards and forwards across the map of Europe, but after all, what's in a name? If I were your age, I should be quite bowled over by him. And thinking more seriously now of Peter or Jacques or Mario, Irene would discover that Aunt Lillian was quite right. The young man was indeed a very remarkable young man. And for the remainder of their stay at the Continental, the Bristol, the Savoya, she would be in love, passionately. What she had felt on these occasions was decidedly infinite. Bossuet, there was no doubt of it, knew what he was talking about. Well, if you think he's right, Irene, said Mr. Carden, why then there's nothing for me to do but retire from the argument. I bow before superior authority. He took the cigar out of his mouth and bowed. Irene felt herself blushing once more. Now you're making fun of me, she said. Mrs. Aldwinkle put her arm protectively round the young girl's shoulders. I won't let you tease her, Carden, she said. She's the only one of you all who has a real feeling for what is noble and fine and grand. She drew Irene closer to her, pressed her in a sidelong and peripatetic embrace. Happily, devotedly, Irene abandoned herself. Aunt Lillian was wonderful. Oh, I know, said Mr. Carden apologetically, that I'm nothing but an old capripede. Meanwhile, Lord Hovenden, humming loudly and walking a little apart from the rest of the company, was making it clear, he hoped, to everyone that he was occupied with his own thoughts and had not heard anything that had been said for the last 5 minutes. What had been said disturbed him none the less. How did Irene know so much about passion, he wondered. Had there been? Could there still be? Other people? Painfully and persistently the question asked itself. With the idea of dissociating himself still more completely from all that had been said, he addressed himself to Mr. Fawkes. Tell me, Mr. Fawkes, he said in a pensive voice, as though he had been thinking about the subject for some time before he spoke, what do you think of the fascist trades unions? Mr. Fawkes told him. Passion, Calamy was thinking. Passion. One could never have enough of it, good Lord, he sighed. If one could say, never again, and be sure of meaning what one said, it would be a great comfort. Still, he reflected, there was something rather perversely attractive about this Thriplow woman. Miss Thriplow, meanwhile, would have liked to say something showing that she too believed in passion, but in a passion of a rather different brand from Mrs. Aldwinkle's, in a natural, spontaneous, and almost childish kind of passion, not the hothouse growth that flourishes in drawing rooms. Carden was right in not thinking very seriously of that, but he could hardly be expected to know much about the simple and dewy loves that she had in mind, nor Mrs. Aldwinkle for that matter. She herself understood them perfectly. On second thoughts, however, Miss Thriplow decided that they were too tenuous and delicate, these gossamer passions of hers, to be talked of here, in the midst of unsympathetic listeners. Casually, as she passed, she plucked a leaf from one of the overhanging trees. Absent-mindedly, she crushed it between her fingers. From the bruised leaf, a fragrance mounted to her nostrils. She lifted her hand towards her face. She sniffed once, again. And suddenly she was back in the barber shop at Weltringham, waiting there while her cousin Jim had his hair cut. Mr. Chigwell, the barber, had just finished with the revolving brush. The shaft of the machine was still turning. The elastic driving band went round and round over the wheel, writhing from side to side as it went round, like a dying snake, suspended dangerously above Jim's cropped head. A little brilliantine, Mr. Thriplow? Hair's rather dry, you know. Rather dry, I'm afraid. Or the usual bay rum. Bay rum, said Jim in the gruffest, most grown-up voice he could get out of his chest. And Mr. Chigwell would pick up a vaporizer and squirt Jim's hair with clouds made out of a clear brown liquid. And the air in the shop was filled with a fragrance which was the fragrance of this leaf from Apollo's tree that she held in her hand. It all happened years ago, and Jim was dead. They had loved one another childishly, with that profound and delicate passion of which she could not speak. Not here, not now. The others went on talking. Miss Thriplow sniffed at her crushed bay leaf and thought of her girlhood, of the cousin who had died. Darling, darling Jim, she said to herself. Darling Jim. Again and again. how much she had loved him, how terribly unhappy she had been when he died. And she still suffered, still, after all these years. Miss Thriplow sighed. She was proud of being able to suffer so much. She encouraged her suffering. This sudden recollection of Jim when he was a little boy in the barber shop, this vivid remembrance conjured up by the smell of a crushed leaf, was a sign of her exquisite sensibility. Mingled with her grief, there was a certain sense of satisfaction. After all, this had happened quite by itself, of its own accord, and spontaneously. She had always told people that she was sensitive, had a deep and quivering heart. This was a proof. Nobody knew how much she suffered underneath. How could people guess what lay behind her gaiety? The more sensitive one is, she used to tell herself, the more timid and spiritually chaste, the more necessary it is for one to wear a mask. Her laughter, her little railleries were the mask that hid from the outside world what was in her soul. They were her armor against a probing and wounding curiosity. How could they guess, for example, what Jim had meant to her, what he still meant, after all these years? How could they imagine that there was a little holy of holies in her heart where she still held communion with him? Darling Jim, she said to herself, darling, darling Jim. The tears came into her eyes. With a finger that still smelt of crushed bay leaves, she brushed them away. It suddenly occurred to her that this would make a splendid short story. There would be a young man and a young girl walking like this under the stars, the huge Italian stars tremoloing away like tenors. She would remember to bring that into the description, overhead in the velvet sky. Their conversation edges nearer and nearer to the theme of love. He's rather a timid young man. His name, Miss Thriplow decided, would be Bellamy. One of those charming young men who adore at long range, feel that the girl's too good for them, daren't hope that she might stoop from her divinity, and all that. He's afraid of saying definitely that he loves her for fear of being ignominiously rejected. She, of course, likes him most awfully, and her name is Edna. Such a delicate, sensitive creature, his gentleness and diffidence are the qualities in him that particularly charm her. The conversation gets nearer and nearer to love. The stars palpitate more and more ecstatically. Edna picks a leaf from the fragrant laurel as she passes. What must be so wonderful about love, the young man is just saying. It's a set speech, and he's been screwing up his courage to get it out for the last half hour. About real love, I mean, is the complete understanding, the fusion of spirits, the ceasing to be oneself and the becoming someone else, But sniffing at the crushed leaf, she suddenly cries out uncontrollably. Impulsiveness is one of Edna's charms. Why, it's the barber shop at Weltringham! Funny little Mr. Chigwell with the squint, and the rubber band still going round and round over the wheel, wriggling like a snake. But the poor young man, poor Bellamy, is most dreadfully upset. If that's the way she's going to respond when he talks about love, he may as well be silent. There's a long pause. Then he begins talking about Karl Marx. And of course, she somehow can't explain, it's a psychological impossibility, that the barber shop at Weltringham is a symbol of her childhood, and that the smell of the crushed laurel leaf brought back her dead brother, in the story it would be a brother, to her. She simply can't explain that her apparently heartless interruption was prompted by a sudden anguish of recollection. She longs to, but somehow she can't bring herself to begin. It's too difficult and too elusive to be talked about, and when one's heart is so sensitive, how can one uncover it? How can one probe the wound? And besides, he ought somehow to have guessed. He ought to have loved her enough to understand. She has her pride, too. Every second she delays, the explanation becomes more impossible. In a flat, miserable voice, he goes on talking about Karl Marx, and suddenly, unrestrainedly, she begins sobbing and laughing at the same time. End of chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. Part 1, An Evening at Mrs. Aldwinkle's, Chapter 5. The black silhouette that on the terrace had so perfunctorily symbolized Mr. Carden transformed itself as he entered the lamp-lit saloon into the complete and genial man. His red face twinkled in the light. He was smiling. I know Lillian, he was saying. She'll sit out there under the stars, feeling romantic and getting colder and colder for hours. There's nothing to be done, I assure you. Tomorrow she'll have rheumatism. We can only resign ourselves and try to bear her sufferings in patience. He sat down in an armchair in front of the enormous empty hearth. That's better, he said, sighing. Calamy and Miss Thriplow followed his example. But don't you think I'd better bring her a shawl? Suggested Miss Thriplow after a pause. She'd only be annoyed, Mr. Carden answered. If Lillian has said that it's warm enough to sit out of doors, then it is warm enough. We've already proved ourselves fools by wanting to go indoors. If we brought her a shawl, we should become something worse than fools. We should be rude and impertinent. We should be giving her the lie. My dear Lillian, we'd be as good as saying, it isn't warm, and when you say that it is, you're talking nonsense, so we have brought you your shawl. No, no, Miss Mary, you must surely see yourself that it wouldn't do. Miss Thriplow nodded. How diplomatic, she said. You're obviously right. We're all children compared to you, Mr. Carden. Only so high, she added irreverently, but it was all in the childish part, reaching down her hand to within a foot or two of the floor. Childishly, she smiled at him. Only so, said Mr. Carden ironically, and lifting his right hand to the level of his eyes, he measured between his thumb and forefinger a space of perhaps half an inch. With his winking eye, he peeped at her through the gap. I've seen children, he went on, compared to whom Miss Mary Thriplow would be... He threw up his hands and let them fall with a clap onto his thighs, leaving the sentence to conclude itself in the pregnant silence. Miss Thriplow resented this denial of her childlike simplicity. Of such is the kingdom of heaven, but circumstances did not permit her to insist on the fact too categorically in Mr. Carden's presence. The history of their friendship was a little unfortunate. At their first meeting, Mr. Carden, summing her up at a glance, wrongly, Miss Thriplow insisted, had taken her into a kind of cynical and diabolic confidence, treating her as though she were a wholly modern and unprejudiced young woman, one of those young women who not only do what they like, which is nothing, for the demurest and the most old-fashioned can and do act, but who also airily and openly talk of their diversions. Inspired by her desire to please, and carried away by her facility for adapting herself to her spiritual environment, Miss Thriplow had gaily entered into the part assigned to her. How brilliant she had been, how charmingly and wickedly daring, until finally, twinkling benevolently all the time, Mr. Carden had led the conversation along such strange and such outrageous paths that Miss Thriplow began to fear that she had put herself in a false position. Goodness only knew what mightn't, with such a man, happen next. By imperceptible degrees, Miss Thriplow had transformed herself from a salamander, sporting gaily among the flames, into a primrose by the river's brim. Henceforward, whenever she talked to Mr. Carden, the serious young female novelist, so cultured and intelligent, but so unspoiled, put in an appearance. For his part, with that tact which distinguished him in all his social negotiations, Mr. Carden accepted the female novelist without showing the least astonishment at the change. At most, he permitted himself from time to time to look at her through his winking eye and smile significantly. Miss Thriplow on these occasions pretended not to notice. In the circumstances, it was the best thing she could do. People always seem to imagine, said Miss Thriplow with a martyr's sigh, that being educated means being sophisticated. And what's more, they never seem to be able to give one credit for having a good heart as well as a good head. And she had such a good heart. Anyone can be clever, she used to say, but what matters is being kind and good and having nice feelings. She felt more than ever pleased about that bay leaf incident. That was having nice feelings. They always seem to entirely misunderstand what one writes, Miss Thriplow went on. They like my books because they're smart and unexpected and rather paradoxical and cynical and elegantly brutal. They don't see how serious it all is. They don't see the tragedy and the tenderness underneath. You see, she explained, I'm trying to do something new, a chemical compound of all the categories. Lightness and tragedy and loveliness and wit and fantasy and realism and irony and sentiment all combined. People seem to find it merely amusing, that's all. She threw out her hands despairingly. It's only to be expected, said Mr. Carden comfortingly. Anyone who has anything to say can't fail to be misunderstood. The public only understands the things with which it is perfectly familiar. Something new makes it lose its orientation. And then think of the misunderstandings between even intelligent people, people who know one another personally. Have you ever corresponded with a distant lover? Miss Thriplow slightly nodded. She was familiar, professionally, with every painful experience. Then you must know how easy it is for your correspondent to take the expression of one of your passing moods, forgotten long before the arrival of the letter at its destination, as your permanent spiritual condition. Haven't you been shocked to receive by the returning post a letter rejoicing with you in your gaiety, when in fact at the moment you are plunged in gloom? Or astonished when you come whistling down to breakfast to find beside your plate 16 pages of sympathy and consolation? And have you ever had the misfortune to be loved by somebody you do not love? Then you know very well how expressions of affection, which must have been written with tears in the eyes and from the depth of the heart, seem to you not merely silly and irritating, but in the worst possible bad taste. Positively vulgar, like those deplorable letters that are read in the divorce courts. And yet these are precisely the expressions that you habitually use when writing to the person you yourself are in love with. In the same way, the reader of a book who happens to be out of tune with the author's prevailing mood will be bored to death by the things that were written with the greatest enthusiasm. Or else, like the faraway correspondent, he may seize on something which for you was not essential, to make of it the core and kernel of the whole book. And then, you admitted it yourself, you make it very hard for your readers. You write sentimental tragedies in terms of satire, and they only see the satire. Isn't it to be expected? There's something in that, of course, said Miss Thriplow, but not everything, she added to herself. And then you must remember, Mr. Carden went on, that most readers don't really read. When you reflect that the pages which cost a week of unremitting and agonizing labor to write are casually read through, or more likely skipped through, in a few minutes, you cannot be surprised if little misunderstandings between author and reader should happen from time to time. We all read too much nowadays to be able to read properly. We read with the eyes alone, not with the imagination. We don't take the trouble to reconvert the printed word into a living image. And we do this, I may say, in sheer self-defense. For though we read an enormous number of words, 990 out of every 1,000 of them are not worth reading properly, are not even susceptible of being read except superficially, with the eye alone. Our perfunctory reading of nonsense habituates us to be careless and remiss with all our reading, even of good books. You may take endless pains with your writing, my dear Miss Mary, but out of every 100 of your readers, how many, do you suppose, ever take the pains to read what you write? And when I say read, Mr. Carden added, I mean really read. How many, I repeat? Who knows, said Miss Thriplow, but even if they did read properly, she was thinking, would they really unearth that heart? That was the vital question. It's this mania for keeping up to date, said Mr. Carden, that has killed the art of reading. Most of the people I know read 3 or 4 daily newspapers, look at half a dozen weeklies between Saturday and Monday, and a dozen reviews at the end of every month. And the rest of the time, as the Bible with justifiable vigor would put it, the rest of the time they are whoring after new fiction, new plays and verses and biographies. They've no time to do anything but skim along uncomprehendingly. If you must complicate the matter by writing tragedy in terms of farce, you can only expect confusion. Books have their destinies like men, and their fates, as made by generations of readers, are very different from the destinies foreseen for them by their authors. Gulliver's Travels, with a minimum of expurgation, has become a children's book. A new illustrated edition is produced every Christmas. That's what comes of saying profound things about humanity in terms of a fairy story. The publications of the Purity League figure invariably under the heading Curious in the booksellers' catalogs. The theological, and to Milton himself, the fundamental and essential part of Paradise Lost is now so ludicrous that we ignore it altogether. When somebody speaks of Milton, what do we call to mind? A great religious poet? No. Milton means for us a collection of isolated passages, full of bright light, color, and thunderous harmony, hanging like musical stars in the lap of nothing. Sometimes the adult masterpieces of one generation become the reading of schoolboys in the next. Does anyone over 16 now read the poems of Sir Walter Scott, or his novels for that matter? How many books of piety and morality survive only for their fine writing? And how our interest in the merely aesthetic qualities of these books would have scandalized their authors. No, at the end of the account, it is the readers who make the book what it ultimately is. The writer proposes, the readers dispose. It's inevitable, Miss Mary. You must reconcile yourself to fate. I suppose I must, said Miss Thriplow. Callamy broke silence for the first time since they had entered the room. But I don't know why you complain of being misunderstood, he said, smiling. I should have thought that it was much more disagreeable to be understood. One can get annoyed with imbeciles for failing to understand what seems obvious to oneself. One's vanity may be hurt by their interpretation of you. They make you out to be as vulgar as themselves. Or you may feel that you have failed as an artist, insofar as you haven't managed to make yourself transparently plain. But what are all these compared to the horrors of being understood, completely understood? You've given yourself away. You're known. You're at the mercy of the creatures into whose keeping you have committed your soul. Why, the thought's terrifying. If I were you, he went on, I'd congratulate myself. You have a public which likes your books, but for the wrong reasons. And meanwhile, you're safe. You're out of their reach. You possess yourself intact. Perhaps you're right, said Miss Thriplow. Mr. Carton understood her, she reflected, or at least understood part of her. An unreal, superficial part, it was true. But still, she had to admit, a part. And it certainly wasn't agreeable. End of chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. Part 1, An Evening at Mrs. Aldwinkle's. Chapter 6. To be torn between divided allegiances is the painful fate of almost every human being. Pull devil, pull baker, pull flesh, pull spirit, pull love, pull duty, pull reason, and pull hallowed prejudice. The conflict, in its various forms, is the theme of every drama. For though we have learnt to feel disgust at the spectacle of a bullfight, an execution, or a gladiatorial show, we still look on with pleasure at the contortions of those who suffer spiritual anguish. At some distant future date, when society is organized in a rational manner so that every individual occupies the position and does the work for which his capacities really fit him, when education has ceased to instill into the minds of the young fantastic prejudices instead of truths, when the endocrine glands have been taught to function in perfect harmony and diseases have been suppressed, all our literature of conflict and unhappiness will seem strangely incomprehensible, and our taste for the spectacle of mental torture will be regarded as an obscene perversion of which decent men should feel ashamed. Joy will take the place of suffering as the principal theme of art. In the process, it may be, art will cease to exist. A happy people, we now say, has no history, and we might add that happy individuals have no literature. The novelist dismisses in a paragraph his hero's 20 years of happiness. Over a week of misery and spiritual debate, he will linger through 20 chapters. When there is no more misery, he will have nothing to write about. Perhaps it will be all for the best. The conflict which had raged during the last few months within Irene's spirit, though not so serious as some of the inward battles that have distracted strong men in their search for the salvation of integrity, was still for her a painful one. Put baldly in its most concrete form, the question at issue was this: should she paint pictures and write, or should she make her own underclothing? But for Aunt Lillian, the conflict would never have become serious. Indeed, it would never, in all probability, have begun at all. For if it had not been for Aunt Lillian, the natural woman in Irene would have remained undisputed mistress of the field, and she would have passed her days in a placid contentment over the lacy intricacies of her undergarments. Aunt Lillian, however, was on the side of the unnatural woman. It was she who had practically called the writer and the painter of pictures into existence, had invented Irene's higher talents and ranged them against the homelier. Mrs. Aldwinkle's enthusiasm for the arts was such that she wanted everyone to practice one or other of them. It was her own greatest regret that she herself had no aptitude for any of them. Nature had endowed her with no power of self-expression. Even in ordinary conversation, she found it difficult to give utterance to what she wanted to say. Her letters were made up of the fragments of sentences. It was as though her thoughts had been blown to ungrammatical pieces by a bomb and scattered themselves on the page. A curious clumsiness of hand, united with her native impatience to prevent her from drawing correctly or even doing plain sewing. And though she listened to music with an expression of rapture, she had an ear that could not distinguish a major from a minor third. "I'm one of those unfortunate people," she used to say, "who have an artistic temperament without an artist's powers." She had to content herself with cultivating her own temperament and developing other people's capacities. She never met a young person of either sex without encouraging him or her to become a painter, a novelist, a poet, or a musician. It was she who had persuaded Irene that her little dexterity with camel's hair brushes was a talent, and that she ought on the strength of her amusing letters to write lyrics. "How can you spend your time so stupidly and frivolously?" she used to ask whenever she found Irene busy at her underlinen. And Irene, who adored her Aunt Lillian with the dog-like devotion that is only possible when one is 18, and rather young for one's age at that, put her sewing away and devoted all her energy to portraying in watercolors and describing in rhyme the landscape and the flowers of the garden. But the underclothing remained, nonetheless, a permanent temptation. She found herself wondering whether her chain stitch wasn't better than her painting, her buttonholing superior to her verse. She asked herself whether night dresses weren't more useful than watercolors. More useful, and besides, she was so awfully particular about what she wore next her skin, and she adored pretty things. So did Aunt Lillian, who used to laugh at her when she wore ugly, dowdy ones. At the same time, Aunt Lillian didn't give her much of an allowance. For 30 shillings, Irene could make a garment that it would have cost her 5 or 6 guineas to buy in a shop. Underclothing became for Irene the flesh, became illicit love and rebellious reason. Poetry and watercolor painting, invested by her adoration of Aunt Lillian with a quality of sacredness, became spirit, duty, and religion. The struggle between her inclination and what Aunt Lillian considered good was prolonged and distressing. On nights like this, however, the natural woman faded completely out. Under the stars and the solemn darkness, how could one think of underclothing? And Aunt Lillian was being so affectionate. Still, it certainly was rather cool. "Art's the great thing," Mrs. Aldwinkle was saying earnestly, "the thing that really makes life worth living and justifies one's existence." When Mr. Carton was away, she let herself go more confidently on her favorite themes. And Irene, sitting at her feet, leaning against her knee, couldn't help agreeing. Mrs. Aldwinkle stroked the girl's soft hair, or with combing fingers disordered its sleek surface. Irene shut her eyes. Happily, drowsily, she listened. Mrs. Aldwinkle's talk came to her in gusts. Here a phrase, there a phrase. "Disinterested," she was saying. "Disinterested." Mrs. Aldwinkle had a way, when she wanted to insist on an idea, of repeating the same word several times. "Disinterested." It saved her the trouble of looking for phrases which she could never find, of making explanations which always turned out, at the best, rather incoherent. Joy in the work for its own sake, Flaubert spent days over a single sentence. Wonderful. "Wonderful," Irene echoed. A little breeze stirred among the bay trees. Their stiff leaves rattled dryly together like scales of metal. Irene shivered a little. It was downright cold. "It's the only really creative—" Mrs. Aldwinkle couldn't think of the word activity and had to content herself with making a gesture with her free hand. "Through art, man comes nearest to being a god. A god." The night wind rattled more loudly among the bay leaves. Irene crossed her arms over her chest, hugging herself to keep warm. Unfortunately, this boa of flesh and blood was itself sensitive. Her frock was sleeveless. The warmth of her bare arms drifted off along the wind. The temperature of the surrounding atmosphere rose by 100 billionth of a degree. "It's the highest life," said Mrs. Aldwinkle. "It's the only life." Tenderly, she rumpled Irene's hair. And at this very moment, Mr. Fawkes was meditating. At this very moment, on tramcars in the Argentine, among Peruvian guano beds, in humming power stations at the foot of African waterfalls, in Australian refrigerators packed with slaughtered mutton, in the heat and darkness of Yorkshire coal mines, in tea plantations on the slopes of the Himalaya, in Japanese banks, at the mouth of Mexican oil wells, in steamers walloping along across the China Sea. At this very moment, men and women of every race and color were doing their bit to supply Mrs. Aldwinkle with her income. On the £270,000 of Mrs. Aldwinkle's capital, the sun never set. People worked. Mrs. Aldwinkle led the higher life. She, for art only. They, albeit unconscious of the privilege, for art in her. Young Lord Hovenden sighed. If only it were he whose fingers were playing in the smooth, thick tresses of Irene's hair. It seemed an awful waste that she should be so fond of her Aunt Lillian. Somehow, the more he liked Irene, the less he liked Aunt Lillian. "Haven't you sometimes longed to be an artist yourself, Hovenden?" Mrs. Aldwinkle suddenly asked. She leaned forward, her eyes glittering with the reflected light of 200 or 300 million remote suns. She was going to suggest that he might try his hand at poetical rhapsodies about political injustice and the condition of the lower classes, something halfway between Shelley and Walt Whitman. "Me?" said Hovenden in astonishment. Then he laughed aloud. "Ha, ha, ha!" It was a jarring note. Mrs. Aldwinkle drew back, pained. "I don't know why you should think the idea so impossibly comic," she said. "Perhaps he has other work to do," said Mr. Fawkes out of the darkness. "More important work." And at the sound of that thrilling, deep, prophetical voice, Lord Hovenden felt that, indeed, he had. "More important?" queried Mrs. Aldwinkle. "But can anything be more important? When one thinks of Flaubert..." One thought of Flaubert, working through all a 54-hour week at a relative clause. But Mrs. Aldwinkle was too enthusiastic to be able to say what followed when one had thought of Flaubert. "Think of coal miners for a change," said Mr. Fawkes in answer. "That's what I suggest." "Yes," Lord Hovenden agreed, gravely nodding. A lot of his money came from coal. He felt particularly responsible for miners when he had time to think of them. "Think," said Mr. Fawkes in his deep voice, and he relapsed into a silence more eloquently prophetical than any speech. For a long time nobody spoke. The wind came droughtily and in ever chillier gusts. Irene clasped her arms still tightlier over her breast. She shivered, she yawned with cold. Mrs. Aldwinkle felt the shaking of the young body that leaned against her knees. She herself was cold too, but after what she had said to Carden and the others, it was impossible for her to go indoors yet a while. She felt, in consequence, annoyed with Irene for shivering. "Do stop," she said crossly. "It's only a stupid habit, like a little dog that shivers even in front of the fire." "All the same," said Lord Hovenden, coming to Irene's defense, "it is getting rather cold." "Well, if you find it so," retorted Mrs. Aldwinkle with overwhelming sarcasm, "you'd better go in and ask them to light a fire." It was nearly midnight before Mrs. Aldwinkle finally gave the word to go indoors. End of chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. Part 1, An Evening at Mrs. Aldwinkle's, Chapter 7. To say good night definitely and for the last time was a thing which Mrs. Aldwinkle found most horribly difficult. With those two fatal words she pronounced sentence of death on yet another day, on yet another, and the days were so few now, so agonizingly brief. She pronounced it also, temporarily at least, on herself. For the formula, once finally uttered, there was nothing for her to do but creep away out of the light and bury herself in the black unconsciousness of sleep. 6 hours, 8 hours would be stolen from her and never given back. And what marvelous things might not be happening while she was lying dead between the sheets. Extraordinary happinesses might present themselves, and finding her asleep and death to their calling, pass on. Or someone, perhaps, would be saying the one supremely important, revealing, apocalyptic thing that she had been waiting all her life to hear. There she could imagine someone winding up. That's the secret of the universe. What a pity poor Lillian should have gone to bed. She would have loved to hear it. Good night. It was like parting with a shy lover who had not yet ventured to declare himself. A minute more and he would speak, would reveal himself the unique soulmate. Good night, and he would remain forever merely diffident little Mr. Jones. Must she part with this day too before it was transfigured? Good night. Every evening she put off the saying of it as long as she possibly could. It was generally 1:30 or 2 before she could bring herself to leave the drawing-room. And even then the words were not finally spoken. For on the threshold of her bedchamber she would halt, desperately renewing the conversation with whichever of her guests had happened to light her upstairs. Who knew? Perhaps in these last 5 minutes, in the intimacy, in the nocturnal silence, the important thing really would be said. The 5 minutes often lengthened themselves out to 40, and still Mrs. Aldwinkle stood there, desperately putting off the moment when she would have to pronounce the sentence of death. When there was nobody else to talk to, she had to be content with the company of Irene, who always, when she herself had undressed, came back in her dressing gown to help Mrs. Aldwinkle, since it would have been unfair to keep a maid up to such late hours, make ready for the night. Not that little Irene was particularly likely to utter the significant word or think the one apocalyptic thought, though of course one never knew, out of the mouths of babes and sucklings. And in any case, talking with Irene, who was a dear child and so devoted, was better than definitely condemning oneself to bed. Tonight, it was 1 o'clock before Mrs. Aldwinkle made a move towards the door. Miss Thriplow and Mr. Fawkes, protesting that they too were sleepy, accompanied her. And like an attendant shadow, Irene silently rose when her aunt rose and silently walked after her. Halfway across the room, Mrs. Aldwinkle halted and turned round. Formidable she was, a tragedy queen in coral red velvet. Her little white muslin mirage halted too. Less patient, Mr. Fawkes and Miss Thriplow moved on towards the door. "You must all come to bed soon, you know," she said, addressing herself to the 3 men who remained at the further end of the room in a tone at once imperious and cajoling. "I simply won't allow you, Carden, to keep those poor young men out of their beds to all hours of the night. Poor Calamy has been traveling all day, and Hovenden needs all the sleep, at his age, that he can get." Mrs. Aldwinkle took it hardly that any of her guests should be awake and talking while she was lying dead in the tomb of sleep. "Poor Calamy," she pathetically exclaimed, as though it were a case of cruelty to animals. She felt herself filled, all at once, with an enormous and maternal solicitude for this young man. "Yes, poor Calamy," Mr. Carden repeated, twinkling. "Out of pure sympathy, I was suggesting that we should drink a pint or 2 of red wine before going to bed. There's nothing like it for making one sleep." Mrs. Aldwinkle turned her bright blue eyes on Calamy, smiled her sweetest and most piercing smile. "Do come," she said. "Do." She extended her hand in a clumsy and inexpressive gesture. "And you, Hovenden," she added almost despairingly. Hovenden looked uncomfortably from Mr. Carden to Calamy, hoping that one or other of them would answer for him. "We shan't be long," said Calamy. "The time to drink a glass of wine, that's all. I'm not a bit tired, you know, and Carden's suggestion of Chianti is very tempting." "Oh, well," said Mrs. Aldwinkle, "if you prefer a glass of wine." She turned away with a sad indignation and rustled off towards the door, sweeping the tiled floor with the train of her velvet dress. Mr. Fawkes and Miss Thriplow, who had been lingering impatiently near the door, drew back in order that she might make her exit in full majesty. With a face that looked very gravely out of the little window in her bell of copper hair, Irene followed. The door closed behind them. Calamy turned to Mr. Carden. "If I prefer a glass of wine," he repeated on a note of interrogation. "But prefer it to what?" She made it sound as if I had had to make a momentous and eternal choice between her and a pint of Chianti, and had chosen the Chianti. It passes my understanding. "Ah, but then you don't know Lillian as well as I do," said Mr. Carden. "And now, let's go and hunt out that flask and some glasses in the dining room." Halfway up the stairs, they were a grand and solemn flight, loping gradually upwards under a slanting tunnel of barrel vaulting. Mrs. Aldwinkle paused. "I always think of them," she said ecstatically, "going up, coming down. Such a spectacle." "Who?" asked Mr. Fawkes. "Those grand old people." "Oh, the tyrants." Mrs. Aldwinkle smiled pityingly. "And the poets, the scholars, the philosophers, the painters, the musicians, the beautiful women. You forget those, Mr. Fawkes." She raised her hand as though summoning their spirits from the abyss. Psychical eyes might have seen a jeweled prince with a nose like an anteater's slowly descending between obsequious human hedges. Behind him a company of buffoons and little hunchbacked dwarfs stepping cautiously sidelong from stair to stair. "I forget nothing," said Mr. Fawkes, "but I think tyrants are too high a price to pay." Mrs. Aldwinkle sighed and resumed her climbing. What a queer fellow Calamy is, don't you think? She said, addressing herself to Miss Thriplow. Mrs. Aldwinkle, who liked discussing other people's characters and who prided herself on her perspicacity and her psychological intuition, found almost everybody queer, even when she thought it worthwhile discussing her, little Irene. She liked to think that everyone she knew was tremendously complicated, had strange and improbable motives for his simplest actions, was moved by huge dark passions, cultivated secret vices, in a word, was larger than life and a good deal more interesting. What did you think of him, Mary? Very intelligent, thought Miss Thriplow. Oh, of course, Mrs. Aldwinkle agreed, almost impatiently. That wasn't anything much to talk about. But one hears odd stories of his amorous tastes, you know. The party halted at the door of Mrs. Aldwinkle's room. Perhaps that was one of the reasons, she went on mysteriously, why he went traveling all that time, right away from civilization. On such a theme, a conversation might surely be almost indefinitely protracted. The moment for uttering the final fatal goodnight had not yet come. Downstairs in the great saloon, the three men were sitting over their red wine. Mr. Carden had already twice refilled his glass. Calamy was within sight of the bottom of his first tumbler. Young Lord Hovenden's was still more than half full. He was not a very accomplished drinker and was afraid of being sick if he swallowed too much of this young and generous brew. Bored. You're just bored. That's all it is, Mr. Carden was saying. He looked at Calamy over the top of his glass and took another sip, as though to his health. You haven't met anyone of late who took your fancy, that's all. Unless, of course, it's a case of catarrh in the bile ducts. It's neither, said Calamy, smiling. Or perhaps it's the first great climacteric. You don't happen to be 35, I suppose. 5 times 7, a most formidable age. Though not quite so serious as 63. That's the great climacteric. Mr. Carden shook his head. Thank the Lord, I got past it without dying, or joining the Church of Rome, or getting married. Thank the Lord. But you? I'm 33, said Calamy. A most harmless time of life. Then it's just boredom. You'll meet some little ravishment, and all the zest will return. Young Lord Hovenden laughed in a very ventriloquial, man-of-the-worldly fashion. Calamy shook his head. But I don't really want it to return, he said. I don't want to succumb to any more little ravishments. It's too stupid. It's too childish. I used to think that there was something rather admirable and enviable about being an homme à bonne fortune. Don Juan has an honored place in literature. It's thought only natural that a Casanova should complacently boast of his successes. I accepted the current view, and when I was lucky in love, and I've always been only too deplorably fortunate, I used to think the more highly of myself. We have all thought the same, said Mr. Carden. The weakness is a pardonable one. Lord Hovenden nodded and took a sip of wine to show that he entirely agreed with the last speaker. Pardonable, no doubt, said Calamy, but when one comes to think it over, not very reasonable. For after all, there's nothing really to be very proud of. There's nothing very much to boast about. Consider first of all the other heroes who have had the same sort of successes, more notable, very probably, and more numerous than one's own. Consider them. What do you see? Rows of insolent grooms and pugilists, leather-faced ruffians and disgusting old satyrs, louts with curly hair and no brains, and cunning little pimps like weasels, soft-palmed young epicines and hairy gladiators, a vast army composed of the most odious specimens of humanity. Is one to be proud of belonging to their numbers? Why not? Asked Mr. Carden. One should always thank God for whatever native talents one possesses. If your talent happens to lie in the direction of higher mathematics, praise God. And if in the direction of seduction, praise God just the same. And thanking God, when one comes to examine the process a little closely, is very much the same as boasting or being proud. I see no harm in boasting a little of one's Casanovesque capacities. You young men are always so damned intolerant. You won't allow anyone to go to heaven or hell or nowhere, whichever the case may be, by any road except the one you happen to approve of. You should take a leaf out of the Indians' book. The Indians calculate that there are 84,000 different types of human beings, each with its own way of getting through life. They probably underestimate. Calamy laughed. I only speak for my type, he said. And Hovenden and I for ours, said Mr. Carden. Don't we, Hovenden? Oh, yes, of course, Lord Hovenden answered, and for some reason he blushed. Proceed, said Mr. Carden, refilling his glass. Well then, Calamy went on. Belonging to the species I do belong to, I can't take much satisfaction in these successes, the more so when I consider their nature. For either you're in love with the woman or you aren't. Either you're carried away by your inflamed imagination, for, after all, the person you're really violently in love with is always your own invention and the wildest of fancies, or by your senses and your intellectual curiosity. If you aren't in love, it's a mere experiment in applied physiology, with a few psychological investigations thrown in to make it a little more interesting. But if you are, it means that you become enslaved, involved, dependent on another human being in a way that's positively disgraceful. And the more disgraceful, the more there is in you to be enslaved and involved. It wasn't Browning's opinion, said Mr. Carden. The woman yonder, there's no use in life but just to obtain her. Browning was a fool, said Calamy. But Lord Hovenden was silently of opinion that Browning was quite right. He thought of Irene's face, looking out of the little window in the copper bell. Browning belonged to another species, Mr. Carden corrected. A foolish species, I insist, said Calamy. Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Carden admitted, closing his winking eye a little further, I secretly agree with you about that. I'm not really as entirely tolerant as I should like to be. Calamy was frowning pensively over his own affairs, and without discussing the greater or less degree of Mr. Carden's tolerance, he went on. The question is, at the end of it all, what's the way out? What's to be done about it? For it's obvious, as you say, that the little ravishments will turn up again, and appetite grows with fasting, and philosophy, which knows very well how to deal with past and future temptations, always seems to break down before the present, the immediate ones. Happily, said Mr. Carden. For when all is said, is there a better indoor sport? Be frank with me. Is there? Possibly not, said Calamy, while young Lord Hovenden smiled at Mr. Carden's last remark, but unenthusiastically, in a rather painful indecision between amusement and horror. But the point is, aren't there better occupations for a man of sense than indoor sports, even the best of indoor sports? No, said Mr. Carden, with decision. For you, perhaps, there mayn't be. But it seems to me, Calamy went on, that I'm beginning to have had enough of sports, whether indoor or out of door. I'd like to find some more serious occupation. But that's easier said than done, Mr. Carden shook his head. For members of our species, it's precious hard to find any occupation that seems entirely serious, eh? Calamy laughed, rather mournfully. That's true, he said. But at the same time, the sports begin to seem rather an outrage on one's human dignity, rather immoral, I would say, if the word weren't so absurd. Not at all absurd, I assure you, when used as you use it. Mr. Carden twinkled more and more genially over the top of his glass. As long as you don't talk about moral laws and all that sort of thing, there's no absurdity, for it's obvious there are no moral laws. There are social customs on the one hand, and there are individuals with their individual feelings and moral reactions on the other. What's immoral in one man may not matter in another. Almost nothing, for example, is immoral to me. Positively, you know, I can do anything, and yet remain respectable in my own eyes, and in the eyes of others not merely wonderfully decent, but even noble. Ah, what avail the loaded dice? Ah, what the tubs of wine? What every weakness, every vice? Tom Carden, all were thine. I won't bore you with the rest of this epitaph which I composed for myself some little time ago. Suffice to say that I point out in the 2 subsequent stanzas that these things availed absolutely nothing, and that malgré tout, I remain the honest, sober, pure, and high-minded man that everyone always instinctively recognizes me to be. Mr. Carden emptied his glass and reached out once more for the fiasco. You're fortunate, said Calamy. It's not all of us whose personalities have such a natural odor of sanctity that they can disinfect our septic actions and render them morally harmless. When I do something stupid or dirty, I can't help feeling that it is stupid or dirty. My soul lacks virtues to make it wise or clean, and I can't dissociate myself from what I do. I wish I could. One does such a devilish number of stupid things one doesn't want to do. If only one could be a hedonist and only do what was pleasant. But to be a hedonist, one must be wholly rational. There's no such thing as a genuine hedonist. There never has been. Instead of doing what one wants to do, or what would give one pleasure, one drifts through existence doing exactly the opposite most of the time, doing what one has no desire to do, following insane promptings that lead one, fully conscious, into every sort of discomfort, misery, boredom, and remorse. Sometimes, Calamy went on sighing, I positively regret the time I spent in the army during the war. Then, at any rate, there was no question of doing what one liked. There was no liberty, no choice. One did what one was told, and that was all. Now I'm free. I have every opportunity for doing exactly what I like, and I consistently do what I don't like. But do you know exactly what you do like? Asked Mr. Carden. Calamy shrugged his shoulders. Not exactly, he said. I suppose I should say reading and satisfying my curiosity about things, and thinking. But about what, I don't feel perfectly certain. I don't like running after women. I don't like wasting my time in futile social intercourse, or in the pursuit of what is technically known as pleasure. And yet for some reason, and quite against my will, I find myself passing the greater part of my time immersed in precisely these occupations. It's an obscure kind of insanity. Young Lord Hovenden, who knew that he liked dancing and desired Irene Aldwinkle more than anything in the world, found this all a little incomprehensible. I can't see what there is to prevent a man from doing what he wants to do, except, he qualified, remembering the teaching of Mr. Fawkes, economic necessity. And himself, added Mr. Carden. And what's the most depressing of all, Calamy went on, without paying attention to the interruption, is the feeling that one will go on like this forever, in the teeth of every effort to stop. I sometimes wish I weren't externally free, for then at any rate I should have something to curse at, for getting in my way, other than my own self. Yes, positively, I sometimes wish I were a navvy. You wouldn't if you had ever been one, said Lord Hovenden, gravely and with a knowing air of speaking from personal experience. Calamy laughed. You're perfectly right, he said, and drained his glass. Shouldn't we think of going to bed? End of chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. Part 1, An Evening at Mrs. Aldwinkle's. Chapter 8. To Irene fell the privilege every evening of brushing her aunt's hair. For her, these midnight moments were the most precious in the day. True, it was sometimes an agony for her to keep awake, and the suppression of yawns was always painful. 3 years of incessant practice had not yet accustomed her to her Aunt Lillian's late hours. Aunt Lillian used to twit her sometimes on her childish longing for sleep. At other times she used to insist, very solicitously, that Irene should rest after lunch and go to bed at 10. The teasing made Irene feel ashamed of her babyishness. The solicitude made her protest that she wasn't a baby, that she was never tired, and could easily do with 5 or 6 hours sleep a night. The important thing, she had found, was not to be seen yawning by Aunt Lillian, and always to look fresh and lively. If Aunt Lillian noticed nothing, there was neither teasing nor solicitude. But in any case, every inconvenience was paid for 1,000 times by the delights of these confidential conversations in front of the dressing-table mirror. While the young girl brushed and brushed away at the long tresses of pale golden-brown hair, Mrs. Aldwinkle, her eyes shut and with an expression of beatitude on her face, for she took a cat's pleasure in the brushing, would talk, spasmodically, in broken sentences, of the events of the day, of her guests, of the people they had met, or of her own past, of plans for the future, hers or Irene's, of love. On all these subjects, Mrs. Aldwinkle spoke intimately, confidentially, without reserve. Feeling that she was being treated by her Aunt Lillian as entirely grown up and almost as an equal, Irene was proud and grateful. Without deliberately setting out to complete the subjugation of her niece, Mrs. Aldwinkle had discovered, in those midnight conversations, the most perfect means for achieving this end. If she talked like this to Irene, it was merely because she felt the need of talking intimately to someone, and because there was nobody else to talk to. Incidentally, however, she had contrived in the process to make the girl her slave. Made her Aunt Lillian's confidant, invested, so to speak, with a title of honor, Irene felt a gratitude which strengthened her original childish attachment to her aunt. Meanwhile, she had learned to talk with an airy familiarity of many things concerning which young girls are supposed to be ignorant, and of which, indeed, she herself knew, except intellectually and at second hand, nothing. She had learned to be knowing and worldly wise, in the void, so to speak, and with no personal knowledge of the world. Gravely, ingenuously, she would say things that could only be uttered out of the depths of the profoundest innocence, amplifying and making embarrassingly explicit in public things that Mrs. Aldwinkle had only fragmentarily hinted at in the confidential small hours. She regarded herself as immensely mature. Tonight, Mrs. Aldwinkle was in a rather gloomy, complaining mood. "I'm getting old," she said, sighing, and opening her eyes for a moment to look at her image in the glass that confronted her. The image did not deny the statement. "And yet I always feel so young." "That's what really matters," Irene declared. "And besides, it's nonsense. You're not old. You don't look old." In Irene's eyes, moreover, she really didn't look old. "People don't like one any more when one gets old," Mrs. Aldwinkle continued. "Friends are terribly faithless. They fall away." She sighed. "And when I think of all the friends—" She left the sentence unfinished. All her life long, Mrs. Aldwinkle had had a peculiar genius for breaking with her friends and lovers. Mr. Carden was almost the sole survivor from an earlier generation of friends. From all the rest she had parted, and she had parted with a light heart. It had seemed easy to her, when she was younger, to make new friends in place of the old. Potential friends, she thought, were to be found everywhere, every day. But now she was beginning to doubt whether the supply was, after all, so inexhaustible as she had once supposed. People of her own age, she found, were already set fast in the little social worlds they had made for themselves. And people of the younger generation seemed to find it hard to believe that she felt, in her heart, just as young as they did. They mostly treated her with the rather distant politeness which one accords to a stranger and an elder person. "I think people are horrid," said Irene, giving a particularly violent sweep with the hairbrush to emphasize her indignation. "You won't be faithless?" asked Mrs. Aldwinkle. Irene bent over, and for all answer kissed her on the forehead. Mrs. Aldwinkle opened her glittering blue eyes and looked up at her smiling as she did so, that siren smile that for Irene was still as fascinating as it had ever been. "If only everybody were like my little Irene!" Mrs. Aldwinkle let her head fall forward and once more closed her eyes. There was a silence. "What are you sighing about in that heartbreaking way?" she suddenly asked. Irene's blush ran tingling up into her temples and disappeared under the copper-colored fringe. "Oh, nothing," she said, with an offhandedness that expressed the depth of her guilty embarrassment. That deep intake of breath, that brief and passionate expiry, were not the components of a sigh. She had been yawning with her mouth shut. But Mrs. Aldwinkle, with her bias towards the romantic, did not suspect the truth. "Nothing indeed," she echoed incredulously. "Why, it was the noise of the wind blowing through the cracks of a broken heart. I never heard such a sigh." She looked at the reflection of Irene's face in the mirror. "And you're blushing like a peony. What is it?" "But it's nothing, I tell you," Irene declared, speaking almost in a tone of irritation. She was annoyed with herself for having yawned so ineptly and blushed so pointlessly, rather than with her aunt. She immersed herself more than ever deeply in her brushing, hoping and praying that Mrs. Aldwinkle would drop the subject. But Mrs. Aldwinkle was implacable in her tactlessness. "I never heard anything that sounded so lovesick," she said, smiling archly into the looking-glass. Mrs. Aldwinkle's humorous sallies had a way of falling ponderously, like bludgeon strokes, on the objects of her raillery. One never knew when she was being sprightly, whether to feel sorrier for the victim or for Mrs. Aldwinkle herself. For though the victim might get hard knocks, the spectacle of Mrs. Aldwinkle laboriously exerting herself to deliver them was sadly ludicrous. One wished for her sake, for the sake of the whole human race, that she would desist. But she never did. Mrs. Aldwinkle always carried all her jokes to the foreseen end, and generally far further than was foreseeable by anyone less ponderously minded than herself. "It was like a whale sighting," she went on with a frightful playfulness. "It must be a grand passion of the largest size. Who is it? Who is it?" She raised her eyebrows. She smiled with what seemed to her, as she studied it in the glass, a most wickedly sly but charming smile. Like a smile in a comedy by Congreve, it occurred to her. "But Aunt Lillian," protested Irene, almost in despair, almost in tears. "It was nothing, I tell you." At moments like this, she could almost find it in her to hate Aunt Lillian. As a matter of fact, I was only... She was going to blurt it out courageously. She was just going to tell Aunt Lillian, at the risk of a teasing or an almost equally unwelcome solicitude, either were better than this, that she had been merely yawning. But Mrs. Aldwinkle, still relentlessly pursuing her fun, interrupted her. "But I guess who it is," she said, wagging a forefinger at the glass. "I guess. I'm not such a blind, stupid old auntie as you think. You imagine I haven't noticed. Silly child. Did she think I didn't see that he was very assiduous and that she rather liked it? Did she think her stupid old auntie was blind?" Irene blushed again. The tears came into her eyes. "But who are you talking about?" she said in a voice that she had to make a great effort to keep from breaking and trembling out of control. "What an innocent!" mocked Mrs. Aldwinkle, still very Congreve. And at this point, earlier than was usual with her on these occasions, she had mercy and consented to put poor Irene out of her agony. "Why, Hovenden," she said. "Who else would it be?" "Hovenden?" Irene repeated with genuine surprise. "Injured innocence." Mrs. Aldwinkle momentarily renewed her trampling fun. "But it's sufficiently obvious," she went on in a more natural voice. "The poor boy follows you like a dog." "Me?" Irene had been too much preoccupied in following her Aunt Lillian to notice that she, in her turn, was being followed. "Now, don't pretend," said Mrs. Aldwinkle. "It's so stupid pretending. Much better to be frank and straightforward. Admit now that you like him." Irene admitted, "Yes, of course I like him, but not in any special way. I'd really not thought of him like that." A shade contemptuously, benevolently amused, Mrs. Aldwinkle smiled. She forgot her depression, forgot her causes of personal complaint against the universal order of things. Absorbed in the uniquely interesting subject, in the sole and proper study of mankind, she was once more happy. Love. It was the only thing. Even art, compared with it, hardly existed. Mrs. Aldwinkle was almost as much interested in other people's love as in her own. She wanted everyone to love, constantly and complicatedly. She liked to bring people together, to foster tender feelings, to watch the development of passion, to assist when it happened. And Mrs. Aldwinkle was always rather disappointed when it did not, at the tragic catastrophe. And then, when the first love, growing old, had lingeringly or violently died, there was the new love to think of, to arrange, to foster, to watch, and then the third, the fourth. One must always follow the spontaneous motions of the heart. It is the divine within us that stirs in the heart. And one must worship Eros so reverently that one can never be content with anything but the most poignant, most passionate manifestations of his power. To be content with a love that is turned in the course of time to mere affection, kindliness, and quiet comprehension is almost to blaspheme against the name of Eros. Your true lover, thought Mrs. Aldwinkle, leaves the old paralytic love and turns wholeheartedly to the young passion. "What a goose you are," said Mrs. Aldwinkle. "I sometimes wonder," she went on, "whether you're capable of being in love at all. You're so uncomprehending, so cold." Irene protested with all the energy of which she was capable. One could not have lived as long as she had in Mrs. Aldwinkle's company without regarding the imputation of coldness, of insensitiveness to passion, as the most damning of all possible impeachments. It was better to be accused of being a murderess, particularly if it was a case of crime passionnel. "I don't know how you say that," she said indignantly. "I'm always in love. Had there not been Peter and Jacques and Mario?" "You may think you have," said Mrs. Aldwinkle contemptuously, forgetting that it was she herself who had persuaded Irene that she was in love. "But it was more imagination than the real thing. Some women are born like that." She shook her head. "And they die like that." One might have inferred from Mrs. Aldwinkle's words and the tone of her voice that Irene was a superannuated spinster of 40, proved conclusively, after 20 years of accumulated evidence, to be incapable of anything remotely resembling an amorous passion. Irene made no answer, but went on brushing her aunt's hair. Mrs. Aldwinkle's aspersions were particularly wounding to her. She wished that she could do something startling to prove their baselessness, something spectacular. "And I've always thought Hovenden an extremely nice boy," Mrs. Aldwinkle continued with the air of pursuing an argument. She talked on. Irene listened and went on brushing. End of chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. Part 1, An Evening at Mrs. Aldwinkle's. Chapter 9. In the silence and solitude of her room, Miss Thriplow sat up for a long time, pen in hand, in front of an open notebook. "Darling Jim," she wrote, "Darling Jim. Today you came back to me so suddenly and unexpectedly that I could almost have cried aloud in front of all those people. Was it an accident that I picked that stiff leaf from Apollo's tree and crushed it to fragrance between my fingers? Or were you there? Was it you who secretly whispered to the unconscious part of me, telling me to pick that leaf? I wonder, I wonder and wonder. Sometimes I believe that there are no accidents, that we do nothing by chance. Tonight, I felt sure of it. But I wonder what made you want to remind me of Mr. Chigwell's little shop at Weltringham. Why did you want to make me see you sitting in the barber's chair, so stiff and grown up, with the wheel of the mechanical brush still turning overhead, and Mr. Chigwell saying, 'Hair's very dry, Mr. Thriplow,' and the rubber driving band used always to remind me?" Miss Thriplow recorded the simile of the wounded snake which had first occurred to her this evening. There was no particular reason why she should have antedated the conceit and attributed its invention to her childhood. It was just a question of literary tact. It seemed more interesting if one said that it had been made up when one was a child. That was all. I ask myself whether there is any particular significance in this reminder, or perhaps it's just that you find me neglectful and unremembering, poor darling, darling Jim, and take whatever opportunity offers of reminding me that you existed, that you still exist. Forgive me, Jim. Everybody forgets. We should all be kind and good and unselfish if we always remembered that other people are just as much alive and individual and complicated as we are, remembered that everybody can be just as easily hurt, that everybody needs love just as much, that the only visible reason why we exist in the world is to love and be loved. But that's no excuse for me. It's no excuse for anyone to say that other people are just as bad. I ought to remember more. I oughtn't to let my mind be choked with weeds. It's not only the memory of you that the weeds choke. It's everything that's best and most delicate and finest. Perhaps you reminded me of Mr. Chigwell and the Bay Rum in order to remind me at the same time to love more and admire more and sympathize more and be more aware. Darling Jim. She put down her pen, and looking out through the open window at the starry sky, she tried to think of him, tried to think of death. But it was difficult to think of death. It was difficult, she found, to keep the mind uninterruptedly on the idea of extinction, of non-life instead of life, of nothingness. In books, one reads about sages meditating. She herself had often tried to meditate, but somehow it never seemed to come to much. All sorts of little irrelevant thoughts kept coming into her head. There was no focusing death, no keeping it steadily under the mind's eye. In the end, she found herself reading through what she had written, putting in a stop here and there, correcting slips in the style where it seemed to be too formal, too made up, insufficiently spontaneous, and unsuitable to the secret diary. At the end of the last paragraph, she added another "Darling Jim," and she repeated the words to herself aloud again and again. The exercise produced its usual effect. She felt the tears coming into her eyes. The Quakers pray as the Spirit moves them, but to let oneself be moved by the Spirit is an arduous business. Kindlier and more worldly churches, with a feeling for human weakness, provide their worshippers with rituals, litanies, beads, and prayer wheels. Darling Jim, darling Jim. Miss Thriplow had found the form of words for her worship. Darling Jim. The tears did her good. She felt better, kinder, softer. And then suddenly she seemed to be listening to herself from outside. Darling Jim. But did she really care at all? Wasn't it all a comedy, all a pretense? He had died so long ago. He had nothing to do with her now. Why should she care or remember? And all this systematic thinking about him, this writing of things in a secret diary devoted to his memory, wasn't all that merely for the sake of keeping her emotions in training? Wasn't she deliberately scratching her heart to make it bleed, and then writing stories with the red fluid? Miss Thriplow put away the thoughts as soon as they occurred to her, put them aside indignantly. They were monstrous thoughts, lying thoughts. She picked up her pen again and wrote very quickly, as though she were writing an exorcising spell, and the sooner it had been put on paper, the sooner the evil thoughts would vanish. Do you remember, Jim, that time we went out in the canoe together and nearly got drowned? End of chapter 9.
Section 10 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. Part 2. Fragments from the Autobiography of Francis Chelifer, Chapter 1. Old gentlemen in clubs were not more luxuriously cradled than I along the warm Tyrrhenian. Arms outstretched like a live cross, I floated face upwards on that blue and tepid sea. The sun beat down on me, turning the drops on my face and chest to salt. My head was pillowed in the unruffled water. My limbs and body dimpled the surface of a pellucid mattress 30 feet thick and cherishingly resilient through all its thickness down to the sandy bed on which it was spread. One might lie paralyzed here for a lifetime and never get a bedsore. The sky above me was filmy with the noonday heat. The mountains, when I turned towards the land to look for them, had almost vanished behind a veil of gauze. But the Grand Hotel, on the other hand, though not perhaps quite so grand as it appeared in its illustrated prospectus, for there the front door was 40 feet high and 4 tall. Acrobats standing on one another's shoulders could not have reached the sills of the ground floor windows. The Grand Hotel made no attempt to conceal itself, the white villas glaring out unashamedly from their groves of pines, and in front of them, along the tawny beach, I could see the bathing huts, the striped umbrellas, the digging children, the bathers splashing and wallowing in the hot shallows. Half-naked men like statues of copper, girls in bright tunics, little boiled shrimps instead of little boys, and sleek, ponderous walruses with red heads who were the matrons in their rubber caps and their wet, black bathing garments. Here and there, over the surface of the sea, moved what the natives called patini, catamarans made of a pair of boxed-in pontoons joined together near the ends and with a high seat for the rower in the middle. Slowly trailing behind them as they went, loud wafts of Italian gallantry, giggles, and song. They crawled across the flat blueness. Sometimes at the head of its white wake, its noise, and its stink, a motorboat would pass, and suddenly my transparent mattress would rock beneath me as the waves of its passage lifted me and let me drop, and lifted me up again, more and ever more languidly, until all was once more smooth. So much for that. The description, as I see now that I come to reread it, is not inelegant, for though I may not have played a hand of bridge since I was 8 and have never learned mahjong, I can claim at least to have studied the rules of style. I have learned the art of writing well, which is the art of saying nothing elaborately. I have acquired all the literary accomplishments. But then, if I may say so without fatuity, I also have a talent. Nothing profits more than self-esteem founded on just and right. I have Milton on my side to justify me in my assertion. When I write well, it is not merely another way of writing badly about nothing. In this respect, my effusions differ a little from those of my cultured colleagues. I occasionally have something to say, and I find that the elegant but florid saying of it is as easy to me as walking. Not, of course, that I attach the slightest importance to that. I might have as much to say as La Rochefoucauld, and as much facility for saying it as Shelley. But what of that? It would be a great art, you say. No doubt. But what of that? It is a queer prejudice, this one of ours, in favor of art. Religion, patriotism, the moral order, humanitarianism, social reform. We have all of us, I imagine, dropped all those overboard long ago. But we still cling pathetically to art, quite unreasonably, for the thing has far less reason for existence than most of the objects of worship we have got rid of, is utterly senseless, indeed without their support and justification. Art for art's sake, Helma for Helma's sake. It is time to smash the last and silliest of the idols. My friends, I abjure you, put away the ultimate and sweetest of the inebriants, and wake up, at last completely sober, among the dustbins at the bottom of the area steps. This little digression will suffice, I hope, to show that I labor, while writing, under no illusions. I do not suppose that anything I do has the slightest importance, and if I take so much pains in imparting beauty and elegance to these autobiographical fragments, it is chiefly from force of habit. I have practiced the art of literature so long that it comes natural to me to take the pains I have always taken. You may ask why I write at all if I regard the process as being without importance. It is a pertinent question. Why do you do this inconsistent thing? I can only plead weakness in justification. On principle, I disapprove of writing. On principle, I desire to live brutishly, like any other ordinary human being. The flesh is willing, but the spirit is weak. I confess I grow bored. I pine for amusements other than those legitimate distractions offered by the cinema and the palais de danse. I struggle. I try to resist the temptation. But in the end, I succumb. I read a page of Wittgenstein. I play a little Bach. I write a poem, a few aphorisms of fable, a fragment of autobiography. I write with care, earnestly, with passion even, just as if there were some point in what I were doing, just as if it were important for the world to know my thoughts, just as if I had a soul to save by giving expression to them. But I am well aware, of course, that all these delightful hypotheses are inadmissible. In reality, I write as I do, merely to kill time, and amuse a mind that is still, in spite of all my efforts, a prey to intellectual self-indulgence. I look forward to a placid middle age when, having finally overcome the old Adam in me, finally quenched all the extravagant spiritual cravings, that I shall be able to settle down in tranquillity to that life of the flesh, that natural human existence, which still, I fear, seems to me so forbidding, so austerely monotonous, so tedious. I have not yet attained to that blessed state. Hence these divagations into art. Let me beg forgiveness for them. And above all, let me implore you once more not to imagine that I attach the slightest importance to them. My vanity would be hurt if I thought you did. Poor Mrs. Aldwinkle, for example. There was someone who could never believe that I was not an art for arter. But Chelifer, she used to say to me in her aimed, intent, breathless way, how can you blaspheme like that against your own talent? And I would put on my most Egyptian air. I have always been accused of looking like an Egyptian sculpture, my most sphinxine smile, and say, but I am a Democrat. How can I allow my talent to blaspheme against my humanity? Or something enigmatic of that kind. Poor Mrs. Aldwinkle. But I run on too fast. I have begun to talk of Mrs. Aldwinkle, and you do not know who Mrs. Aldwinkle is. Nor did I, for that matter, as I reclined that morning along the soft, resilient water. I knew no more then than her name. Who does not? Mrs. Aldwinkle, the salonier, the hostess, the giver of literary parties, and agape of lions. Is she not classical? A household word, a familiar quotation. Of course. But in the flesh, till that moment, I had never seen her. Not through any lack of exertions on her part. For only a few months before, a telegram had arrived for me at my publisher's. Prince Papadimondopoulos just arrived, most anxious to know the best literary, artistic, intellectual society in London. Could you dine? Meet him Thursday, 8:15, 112 Berkeley Square. Lillian Aldwinkle. In this telegraphic form, and couched in those terms, the invitation had certainly seemed alluring. But a little judicious inquiry showed me that the prospect was not really quite so attractive as it appeared. For Prince Papadimondopoulos turned out, in spite of his wonderfully promising title and name, to be a perfectly serious intellectual like the rest of us. More serious indeed, for I discovered to my horror that he was a first-class geologist and could understand the differential calculus. Among the other guests were to be at least 3 decent writers and 1 painter. And Mrs. Aldwinkle herself was rumored to be quite well educated and not entirely a fool. I filled up the reply pad form and took it to the nearest post office. Much regret. Never dine out except in Lent. Francis Chelifer. During Lent, I confidently expected to receive another invitation. I was relieved, however, and a little disappointed to hear no more from Mrs. Aldwinkle. I should have liked her to make, in vain, a further effort to lure me away from my allegiance to Lady Giblet. Oh, those evenings at Lady Giblet's. I never miss a single one if I can help it. The vulgarity, ignorance, and stupidity of the hostess, the incredible second-rateness of her mangy lions. These are surely unique. And then those camp followers of the art, those delicious bohemians who regard their ability to appreciate the paintings of the Cubists and the music of Stravinsky as a sufficient justification for helping themselves freely to one another's wives. Nowhere can you see such brilliant specimens of that type as at Lady Giblet's. And the conversations one hears within those marble walls. Nowhere. Surely our pretensions separated from justifying facts by a vaster gulf. Nowhere can you hear the ignorant, the illogical, the incapable of thought talking so glibly about things of which they have not the slightest understanding. And then you should hear them boasting, parenthetically, as they express an imbecile's incoherent opinion of their own clear-headedness, their modern outlook, their ruthless scientific intelligence. Surely you can find nothing so perfect in its kind as at Lady Giblet's. I at least know of nothing more complete. At Mrs. Aldwinkle's one might very likely hear a serious conversation, never by any chance in the salon of my choice. But that morning on the Blue Tyrrhenian was the last of my life to be passed beyond the pale of Mrs. Aldwinkle's acquaintanceship. It was also, as nearly as possible, the first of my future life. Fate seemed that morning to be in doubt, whether to extinguish me completely or merely to make me acquainted with Mrs. Aldwinkle. Fortunately, as I like to think, it chose the latter alternative. But I anticipate. I first saw Mrs. Aldwinkle on this particular morning without knowing who she was. From where I was lying on my mattress of blue brine, I noticed a heavily laden patino bearing slowly down upon me from the shore. Perched high on the rower's bench, a tall young man was toiling languidly at the oars. His back against the bench, his hairy legs stretched out along the prow of one of the pontoons, sat a thick-set, oldish man with a red face and short white hair. The bow of the other pontoon accommodated 2 women. The elder and larger of them sat in front, trailing her legs in the water. She was dressed in a kilted bathing costume of flame-colored silk, and her hair was tied up in a pink bandana handkerchief. Immediately behind her there squatted, her knees drawn up to her chin, a very youthful, slender little creature in a black maillot. In one of her hands she held a green parasol with which she kept off the sunlight from her elder companion. With the cylinder of greenish shadow, the pink and flame-colored lady, whom I afterwards learned to be Mrs. Aldwinkle herself, looked like a Chinese lantern lighted in a conservatory. And when an accidental movement of the young girl's umbrella allowed the sunlight for a moment to touch her face, one could imagine that the miracle of the rising of Lazarus was being performed before one's eyes. For the green and corpse-like hue suddenly left the features. The colors of health, a little inflamed by the reflections from the bathing dress, seemed to rush back. The dead lived, but only for an instant, for the solicitous care of the young girl soon reversed the miracle. The sunshade swung back into position. The penumbra of the greenhouse enveloped the glowing lamp, and the living face once more became ghastly, as though it belonged to someone who had lain for 3 days in the tomb. At the stern, seen clearly only when the ponderous boat was already beginning to pass me, sat another young woman with a pale face and large, dark eyes. A tendril of almost black hair escaped from under her bathing cap and fell, like a curling whisker, down her cheek. A handsome young man with a brown face and brown muscular arms and legs sprawled along the stern of the other pontoon, smoking a cigarette. The voices that faintly came to me from the approaching boat sounded somehow more familiar than those I had heard from other Patini. I became aware, all at once, that they were speaking English. The clouds, I heard the old red-faced gentleman saying. He had just turned around, in obedience to a gesture from the Chinese lantern in the conservatory, to look at the piled-up masses of vapor that hung like another fantastic range above the real mountains. The clouds you so much admire are only made possible by the earth's excrementitious dust hanging in the air. There are thousands of particles to every cubic centimeter. The water vapor condenses round them in droplets sufficiently large to be visible. Hence the clouds, marvelous in celestial shapes, but with a core of dust. What a symbol of human idealism! The melodious voice grew louder and louder as the young man dipped and dipped his oars. Earthly particles transfigured into heavenly forms. The heavenly forms are not self-existent, not absolute. Dust writes these vast characters across the sky. Preserve me, I thought. Did I come to Marina Devitsa to listen to this sort of thing? In a voice loud but indistinct and strangely unmusical, the Chinese lantern lady began to quote Shelley incorrectly. From peak to peak in a bridge-like, she began, and relapsed in silence, clawing the air in search of the synonym for shape which ought to rhyme with peak. Over a something sea. I think the cloud is almost the loveliest of all. It's wonderful to think that Shelley sailed in this sea, and that he was burnt only a little way off down there. She pointed down the coast to where, behind the haze, the interminable seafront of Viareggio stretched away mile after mile. Faintly now one might discern the ghost of its nearest outskirts, but at evening it would emerge, clear and sharp, in the sloping light as though they had been cut from gems. Pallas and Grand Bretagne, Europe, Chia Aquilinera, and Savoia would twinkle there, majestic toys among the innumerable lesser inns and boarding-houses, reduced at this distance to an exquisite loveliness and so pathetically small and delicate that one could almost have wept over them. At this very moment, on the other side of the curtain of haze, 100,000 bathers were thronging the empty beaches where Shelley's body had been committed to the fire. The pine woods in which, riding out from Pisa, he hunted lovely thoughts through the silence and the fragrant shadows, teemed now with life. Unnumbered country copulatives roamed at this moment through those glades, and so forth. Style pours out of my fountain pen. In every dram of blue-black ink 1,000 mots justes are implicit, like the future characteristics of a man in a piece of chromosome. I apologize. Youth, then, at the prow and pleasure at the helm, and the flesh so glossy under the noonday sun, the colors so blazingly bright that I was really reminded of Eddie's little ravishment. The laden boat passed slowly within a few yards of me. Stretched like a live cross on my mattress of brine, I looked at them languidly through half-closed eyes. They looked at me. A blank incuriosity was on their faces, for a glimpse only. Then they averted their eyes as though I had been one of those exhausted frogs one sees after the breeding season, floating belly upwards on the surface of a pond. And yet I was what is technically known as an immortal soul. It struck me that it would have been more reasonable if they had stopped their boat and hailed me across the water. "Good morning, stranger. How goes your soul, and what shall we do to be saved?" But, on the other hand, our habit of regarding strangers as being nothing more to us than exhausted frogs probably saves a good deal of trouble. "From cape to cape," amended the red-faced gentleman as they receded from me. And very diffidently, in a soft, shy voice, the solicitous young creature suggested the something sea was a torrent sea. "Whatever that may be," said the young rower, whose exertions under the broiling sun entitled him to take the professionally nautical, common-sense view about the matter. "But it's obvious what it is," said the Chinese lantern lady, rather contemptuously. The young man at the stern threw away his cigarette and started meditatively whistling the tune of De Veni alla Finestra from Don Giovanni. There was a silence. The boat receded, stroke after stroke. The last words I heard were uttered, drawling, and in a rather childish voice, by the young woman in the stern. "I wish I could get brown more quickly," she said, lifting one foot out of the water and looking at the white, bare leg. "One might have been living in a cellar. Such a dreadfully unwholesome look of blanched asparagus. Or even mushrooms," she added pensively. The Chinese lantern lady said something, then the red-faced man. But the conversation had ceased to be articulately audible. Soon I could hear no more. They had gone, leaving behind them, however, the name of Shelley. It was here, along these waters, that he had sailed his flimsy boat. In one hand he held his Sophocles, with the other the tiller. His eyes looked now at the small Greek letters, now to the horizon, or landwards towards the mountains and clouds. "Port your helm, Shelley," Captain Williams would shout, and the helm went hard over to starboard. The ship staggered, almost capsized. Then, one day, flash! The black, opaque sky split right across, crash and rumble, the thunder exploded overhead with the noise of boulders being trundled over the surface of the metal clouds. The echoes rolled about the heavens and among the mountains. From peak to peak, it occurred to me, adopting the Chinese lantern lady's emendation, from peak to peak with a gong-like squeak. What an infamy! And then, with a hiss and a roar, the whirl-blast was upon them. It was all over. Even without the Chinese lantern lady's hint, I should probably have started thinking of Shelley. For to live on this coast, between the sea and the mountains, among the alternate flawless calms and shattering sudden storms, is like living inside one of Shelley's poems. One walks through a transparent and phantasmagorical beauty. But for the 100,000 bathers, the jazz band in the Grand Hotel, the unbroken front which civilization, in the form of boarding houses, presents for miles at a time to the alien and empty sea, but for all these, one might seriously lose one's sense of reality and imagine that fancy had managed to transform itself into fact. In Shelley's days, when the coast was all but uninhabited, a man might have some excuse for forgetting the real nature of things. Living here in an actual world practically indistinguishable from one of imagination, a man might almost be justified for indulging his fancy to the extravagant lengths to which Shelley permitted his to go. But a man of the present generation, brought up in typical contemporary surroundings, has no justifications of this sort. A modern poet cannot permit himself the mental luxuries in which his predecessors so freely wallowed. Lying there on the water, I repeated to myself a copy of verses inspired by reflections like these, which I had written some few months before. The Holy Ghost comes sliding down on Ilford, Golders Green, and Penge. His hosts infect him as they rot. The victims take their just revenge. For if of old the sons of squires and livery stable keepers turned to flowers and hope, to Greece and God, we in our latter age have learned that we are native where we walk through the dim streets of Camden Town, but hopeful still, through twice-breathed air, the Holy Ghost comes shining down. I wrote these lines, I remember, one dark afternoon in my office at Coggs Court, Fetter Lane. It is in the same office, on an almost perfectly similar afternoon, that I am writing now. The reflector outside my window reflects a faint and muddy light that has to be supplemented by electricity from within. An inveterate smell of printer's ink haunts the air. From the basement comes up the thudding and clanking of presses. They are turning out the weekly 200,000 copies of the Women's Fiction Budget. We are at the heart here of our human universe. Come then, let us frankly admit that we are citizens of this mean city. Make the worst of it resolutely and try not to escape. To escape, whether in space or in time, you must run a great deal further now than there was any need to do 100 years ago, when Shelley boated on the Tyrrhenian and conjured up millennial visions. You must go further in space because there are more people, more and faster vehicles. The Grand Hotel, the 100,000 bathers, the jazz bands have introduced them to that Shelleyan poem, which is the landscape of Versilia, and the millennium, which seemed in the days of Godwin not so very remote, has receded further and further from us, as each reform bill, each victory over entrenched capitalism dashed yet another illusion to the ground. To escape in 1924, one must go to Tibet. One must look forward at least to the year 3000, and who knows? They are probably listening in at the Dalai Lama's palace, and it is probable that the millennial state of 1,000 years hence will be millennial only because it has contrived to make slavery, for the first time, really scientific and efficient. An escape in space, even if one contrives successfully to make one, is no real escape at all. A man may live in Tibet or among the Andes, but he cannot therefore deny that London and Paris actually exist. He cannot forget that there are such places as New York and Berlin. For the majority of the contemporary human beings, London and Manchester are the rule. You may have fled to the eternal spring of Arequipa, but you are not living in what is, for the mass of human consciousness, reality. An escape in time is no more satisfactory. You live in the radiant future, live for the future. You console yourself for the spectacle of things as they are by the thought of what they will be, and you work perhaps to make them be what you think they ought to be. I know all about that, I assure you. I have done it all myself, lived in a state of permanent intoxication at the thought of what was to come, working happily for a gorgeous ideal of happiness. But A little reflection suffices to show how absurd these forward-lookings, these labors for the sake of what is to be, really are. For to begin with, we have no reason to suppose that there is going to be a future at all, at any rate, for human beings. In the second place, we do not know whether the ideal of happiness towards which we are striving may not turn out either to be totally unrealizable, or, if realizable, utterly repellent to humanity. Do people want to be happy? If there were a real prospect of achieving a permanent and unvarying happiness, wouldn't they shrink in horror from the boring consummation? And finally, the contemplation of the future, the busy working for it, does not prevent the present from existing. It merely partially blinds us to the present. The same objections apply with equal force to the escapes which do not launch out into space or time, but into Platonic eternity, into the ideal. An escape into mere fancy does not prevent facts from going on. It is a disregarding of the facts. Finally, there are those people, more courageous than the escapers, who actually plunge into the real contemporary life around them, and are consoled by finding in the midst of its squalor, its repulsiveness and stupidity, evidences of a widespread kindliness, of charity, pity, and the like. True, these qualities exist, and the spectacle of them is decidedly cheering in spite of civilization. Men have not fallen below the brutes. Parents, even in human society, are devoted to their offspring. Even in human society, the weak and the afflicted are sometimes assisted. It would be surprising, considering the origins and affinities of man, if this were not the case. Have you ever read an obituary notice of which the subject did not possess, under his rough exterior and formidable manner, a heart of gold? And the obituarists, however cloying their literary productions, are perfectly right. We all have hearts of gold, though we are sometimes, it is true, too much preoccupied with our own affairs to remember the fact. The really cruel, fundamentally evil man is as rare as the man of genius or the total idiot. I have never met a man with a really bad heart. And the fact is not surprising, for a man with a really bad heart is a man with certain instincts developed to an abnormal degree, and certain others more or less completely atrophied. I have never met a man like Mozart, for that matter. Charles Dickens, it is true, managed to feel elated and chronically tearful over the existence of virtues among the squalor. He shows, as one of his American admirers so frugally puts it, that life in its rudest forms may wear a tragic grandeur, that amidst follies and excesses the moral feelings do not wholly die, and that the haunts of the blackest crime are sometimes lighted up by the presence of the noblest souls. And very nice, too. But is there any great reason to feel elated by the emergence of virtues in human society? We are not specially elated by the fact that men have livers and pancreases. Virtues are as natural to man as his digestive organs. Any sober biologist, taking into consideration his gregarious instincts, would naturally expect to find them. This being the case, there is nothing in these virtues a la Dickens to write home about, as we used to say at a time when we were remarkably rich in such virtues. There is no reason to be particularly proud of qualities which we inherit from our animal forefathers and share with our household pets. The gratifying thing would be if we could find in contemporary society evidences of peculiarly human virtues, the conscious, rational virtues that ought to belong by definition to a being called himself Homo sapiens. Open-mindedness, for example, absence of irrational prejudice, complete tolerance, and a steady, reasonable pursuit of social goods. But these, alas, are precisely what we fail to discover. For to what, after all, are all this squalor, this confusion and ugliness due but to the lack of the human virtues? The fact is that except for an occasional sport of nature, born now here, now there, and always out of time, we sapient men have practically no human virtues at all. Spend a week in any great town, and the fact is obvious. So complete is this lack of truly human qualities that we are reduced, if we condescend to look at reality at all, to act like Charles Dickens and congratulate the race on its merely animal virtues. The jolly, optimistic fellows who assure us that humanity is all right because mothers love their children, poor folk pity and help one another, and soldiers die for a flag, are comforting us on the grounds that we resemble the whales, the elephants, and the bees. But when we ask them to adduce evidence of human sapience, to give us a few specimens of conscious and reasonable well-being, they rebuke us for our intellectual coldness and our general inhumanity, which means our refusal to be content with the standards of the animals. However grateful we may feel for the existence in civilized society of these homely jungle virtues, we cannot justifiably set them off against the horrors and squalors of civilized life. The horrors and squalors arise from man's lack of reason, from their failure to be completely and sapiently human. The jungle virtues are merely the obverse of this animalism, whose heads is instinctive kindliness, and whose tails is stupidity and instinctive cruelty. So much for the last consolation of philosophy. We are left with reality. My office in Cog's Court is situated, I repeat, at the very heart of it, the palpitating heart. This is the end of Section 10, Chapter 1. Section 11 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 2. Fragments from the Autobiography of Francis Schaeffer, Chapter 2. Cog's Court, the navel of reality. Repeating those verses of mine in the silence, I intimately felt the truth of it. For if of old the sons of squires and livery stable keepers turned to flowers and hope, to grease and God, we in our later age have learned that we are native where we walk. My voice boomed out oracularly across the flat sea. Nothing so richly increases the significance of a statement as to hear it uttered by one's own voice in solitude. Resolved, so help me God, never to touch another drop. These solemn words, breathed out of a mist of whiskey, how often in dark nights, on icy mornings, how often have they been uttered, and the portentous imprecation seems to engage the whole universe to do battle on behalf of the better self against its besetting vice. Thrilling and awful moment, merely for the sake of living through it again, for the sake of once more breaking the empty silence with the reverberating Stygian oath. It is well worth neglecting the good resolution. I say nothing of the pleasures of inebriation. My own brief recital served to confirm for me the truth of my speculations, for not only was I uttering the substance of my thoughts aloud, I was voicing it in terms of a formula that had an element, I flatter myself, of magic about it. What is the secret of these verbal felicities? How does it come about that a commonplace thought, embodied by a poet in some abracadabrical form, seems bottomlessly profound, while a positively false and stupid notion may be made by its expression to seem true? Frankly, I don't know. And what is more, I have never found anyone who could give me an answer to the riddle. What is it that makes the two words, defunctive music, as moving as the dead march out of the Eroica and the close of the Corlin? Why should it be somehow more profoundly comic to call Tullus ape a marmoset than to write a whole play of Congreve? And the line, thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. Why should it in effect lie where it does? Mystery. This game of art strangely resembles conjuring. The quickness of the tongue deceives the brain. It has happened, after all, often enough. Old Shakespeare, for example. How many critical brains have been deceived by the quickness of his tongue? Because he can say shows, water rugs and demi-wolves, and defunctive music, and the expense of spirit in a waste of shame, and all the rest of it. We credit him with philosophy, a moral purpose, and the most penetrating psychology. Whereas his thoughts are incredibly confused. His only purpose is to entertain, and he has created only 3 characters. 1. Cleopatra is an excellent copy from the life, like a character out of a good, realistic novel, say one of Tolstoy's. The other 2, Macbeth and Falstaff, are fabulous imaginary figures consistent with themselves, but not real in the sense that Cleopatra is real. My poor friend Calame would call them more real, would say that they belong to the realm of absolute art, and so forth. I cannot go into poor Calame's opinions, at any rate in this context. Later on, perhaps. For me, in any case, Macbeth and Falstaff are perfectly genuine and complete mythological creatures, like Jupiter, or Gargantua, Medea, or Mr. Winkle. They are the only 2 well-invented mythological monsters in the whole of Shakespeare's collection, just as Cleopatra is the only well-copied reality. His boundless capacity for abracadabra has deceived innumerable people into imagining that all the other characters are as good. But the bard, heaven help me, is not my theme. Let me return to my recitation on the face of the waters. As I have said, my conviction that we are native where we walk was decidedly strengthened by the sound of my own voice pronouncing the elegant formula in which the notion was embalmed. Repeating the words, I thought of Cod's Court, of my little room with the reflector at the window, of the light that burns in winter even at noon, of the smell of printer's ink and the noise of the presses. I was back there, out of this irrelevant poem of a sunshiny landscape, back in the palpitating heart of things. On the table before me lay a sheaf of long galleys. It was Wednesday. I should have been correcting proofs, but I was idle that afternoon. On the blank 6 inches at the bottom of the galley I had been writing those lines. For if old the sons of squires, pensively a Helma player contemplating his next move, I hung over them. What were the possible improvements? There was a knock at the door. I drew a sheet of blotting paper across the bottom of the galley. Come in, and went on with my interrupted reading of the print. Since Himalayas are made to breed true to color, no event has aroused greater enthusiasm in the fancier's world than the fixation of the new Flemish Angora type. Mr. Spargle's achievement is indeed a Nepic-making one. I restored the N of Nepic to its widowed A and looked up. Mr. Bosk, the sub-editor, was standing over me. Proof of the leader, sir, he said, bowing with that exquisitely contemptuous politeness which characterized all his dealings with me, and handed me another galley. Thank you, Mr. Bosk, I said, but Mr. Bosk did not retire. Standing there in his favorite and habitual attitude, the attitude assumed by our ancestors, of whom indeed old Mr. Bosk was one, in front of the half-draped marble column of the photographer's studio, he looked at me, faintly smiling through his thin white beard. The third button of his waistcoat was undone, and his right hand, like a half-posted letter, was inserted in the orifice. He rested his weight on a rigid right leg. The other leg was slightly bent, and the heel of one touching the toe of the other. His left foot made with his right a perfect right angle. I could see that I was in for a reproof. "What is it, Mr. Bosk?" I asked. Among the sparse hairs, Mr. Bosk's smile became piercingly sweet. He put his head archly on one side. His voice, when he spoke, was mellifluous. On these occasions when I was to be dressed down and put in my place, his courtesy degenerated into a kind of affected, girlish coquetry. "If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Chelifer," he said mincingly, "I think you'll find that raber in Spanish does not mean to wag the tail, as you say in your leader, on the derivation of the word rabbit, so much as to wag the hind quarters." "Wag the hind quarters, Mr. Bosk?" I asked. "But that sounds to me a very difficult feat." "Not in Spain, apparently," said Mr. Bosk, almost giggling. "But this is England, Mr. Bosk. Nevertheless, my authority is no less than Skeet himself." And triumphantly, with the air of one who at a critical moment of the game produces a fifth ace, Mr. Bosk brought forward his left hand, which he had been keeping mysteriously behind his back. It held a dictionary. A strip of paper marked the page. Mr. Bosk laid it, opened, on the table before me. With a thick nail he pointed. "Or possibly," I read aloud, "from Spanish, raber, to wag the hind quarters." "Right, as usual, Mr. Bosk. I'll alter it in the proof." "Thank you, sir," said Mr. Bosk with a mock humility. Inwardly he was exulting in his triumph. He picked up his dictionary, repeated his contemptuously courteous bow, and walked with a gliding, noiseless motion toward the door. On the threshold he paused. "I remember the question arose once before, sir," he said. His voice was poisonously honeyed. "In Mr. Parfit's time," and he slipped out, closing the door quietly behind him. It was a Parthian shot. The name of Mr. Parfit was meant to wound me to the quick, to bring the blush of shame to my cheek. For had not Mr. Parfit been the perfect, complete, and infallible editor? Whereas Mr. Bosk left it to my own conscience to decide what I was. And indeed I was well aware of my shortcomings. The Rabbit Fancier's Gazette, with which, as every schoolboy knows, is incorporated the Mouse Breeder's Record, could hardly have had a more unsuitable editor than I. To this day, I confess, I hardly know the right end of a rabbit from the wrong. Mr. Bosk was a survivor from the grand old days of Mr. Parfit, the founder and for 30 years the editor of the Gazette. Mr. Parfit, sir, he used to tell me every now and then, was a real fancier. His successor, by implication, was not. It was at the end of the war. I was looking for a job at the heart of reality. The illusory nature of the position had made me decline my old college's offer of a fellowship. I wanted something, how shall I put it, more palpitating. And then in the Times I found what I had been looking for. Wanted, editor of proved literary ability for livestock trade paper. Apply Box 92. I applied, was interviewed, and conquered. The directors couldn't finally resist my testimonial from the Bishop of Bosham. A lifelong acquaintance of Mr. Chelifer and his family permits me confidently to assert that he is a young man of great ability and high moral purpose. Signed, Hartley Bosch. I was appointed for a probationary period of 6 months. Old Mr. Parfit, the retiring editor, stayed on a few days at the office to initiate me into the secrets of the work. He was a benevolent old gentleman, short, thick, and with a very large head. His square face was made to seem even broader than it was by the gray whiskers which ran down his cheeks to merge imperceptibly into the ends of his mustache. He knew more about mice and rabbits than any man in the country, but what he prided himself on was his literary gift. He explained to me the principles on which he wrote his weekly leaders. In the fable, he told me, smiling already in anticipation of the end of this joke, which he had been elaborating and polishing since 1892. In the fable, it is the mountain which, after a long and, if I may say so, geological labor, gives birth to the mouse. My principle, on the contrary, has always been, wherever possible, to make my mice parturiate mountains. He paused expectantly. When I had laughed, he went on. It is astonishing what reflections on life and art and politics and philosophy and what not you can get out of a mouse or a rabbit. Quite astonishing. The most notable of Mr. Parfit's mountain thoughts still hangs, under glass and in an Oxford frame on the wall above the editorial desk. It was printed in the Rabbit Fancier for August 8th, 1914. It is not the readers of the Rabbit Fancier's Gazette, Mr. Parfit had written on that cardinal date, who have made this war. No mouse breeder, I emphatically proclaim, has desired it. No, absorbed in their harmless and indeed beneficent occupations, they have had neither the wish nor the leisure to disturb the world's peace. If all men wholeheartedly devoted themselves to avocations like ours, there would be no war. The world would be filled with the innocent creators and fosterers of life, not as at present with its tigerish destroyers. Had Kaiser William II been a breeder of rabbits or mice, we should not find ourselves today in a world whose very existence is threatened by the unimaginable horrors of modern warfare. Noble words! Mr. Parfit's righteous indignation was strengthened by his fears for the future of his paper. The war, he gloomily foreboded, would mean the end of rabbit breeding. But he was wrong. Mice, it is true, went rather out of fashion between 1914 and 1918, but in the lean years of rationing, rabbits took on a new importance. In 1917, there were 10 fanciers of Flemish giants. To every one there had been before the war. Subscriptions rose, advertisements were multiplied. Rabbits, Mr. Parfit assured me, did a great deal to help us win the war. And conversely, the war did so much to help rabbits that Mr. Parfit was able to retire in 1919 with a modest but adequate fortune. It was then that I took over control. And in spite of Mr. Bosk's contempt for my ignorance and incompetence, I must, in justice, congratulate myself on the way in which I piloted the concern through the evil times which followed. Peace found the English people at once less prosperous and less hungry than they had been during the war. The time had passed when it was necessary for them to breed rabbits, and they could not afford the luxury of breeding them for pleasure. Subscriptions declined, advertisements fell off. I averted an impending catastrophe by adding to the paper a new section dealing with goats. Biologically, no doubt, as I pointed out to the directors in my communication on the subject, this mingling of ruminants with rodents was decidedly unsound, but commercially I felt sure the innovation would be justified. It was. The goats brought half a dozen pages of advertisements in their train and several hundred new subscribers. Mr. Bosk was furious at my success, but the directors thought very highly of my capacities. They did not, it is true, always approve of my leading articles. "Couldn't you try to make them a little more popular?" suggested the managing director. "A little more practical, too, Mr. Chelifer, for instance." And, clearing his throat, he unfolded the typewritten sheet of complaints which he had prepared and had brought with him to the board meeting. For instance, what is the practical value of this stuff about the use of the word coney as a term of endearment in the Elizabethan dramatists? And this article on the derivation of rabbit? He looked at his paper again and coughed. Who wants to know that there's a Walloon word, robot? Or that our word may have something to do with the Spanish rabere, to wag the hind quarters, and who, by the way, he added, looking up at me over his pince-nez with an air, prematurely put on, of triumph, who ever heard of an animal wagging its hind quarters? Nevertheless, I said apologetically but firmly, as befits a man who knows that he is right, my authority is no less than Skeet himself. The managing director, who had hoped to score a point, went on, defeated, to the next count in the indictment. And then, Mr. Chelifer, he said, we don't very much like, my fellow directors and I, we don't very much like what you say in your article on rabbit fancying and its lesson to humanity. It may be true that breeders have succeeded in producing domesticated rabbits that are 4 times the weight of wild rabbits and possess only half the quantity of brains. It may be true. Indeed, it is true, and a very remarkable achievement it is, Mr. Chelifer, very remarkable indeed. But that is no reason for upholding, as you do, Mr. Chelifer, that the ideal working man, at whose production the eugenist should aim, is a man 8 times as strong as the present-day workman, with only a 16th of his mental capacity. Not that my fellow directors and I entirely disagree with what you say, Mr. Chelifer, far from it. All right-thinking men must agree that the modern workman is too well educated. But we have to remember, Mr. Chelifer, that many of our readers actually belong to that class. Quite. I acquiesced in the reproof. And finally, Mr. Chelifer, there is your article on the symbology of the goat. We feel that the facts you have there collected, however interesting to the anthropologist and the student of folklore, are hardly of a kind to be set before a mixed public like ours. The other directors murmured their assent. There was a prolonged silence. This is the end of Section 11, Chapter 2. Section 12 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 2. Fragments from the Autobiography of Francis Chelifer. Chapter 3. I remember an advertisement for some sort of cough drops, I think it was, which used to figure very largely in my boyhood on the back covers of the illustrated weeklies. Over the legend, "A pine forest in every home," appeared a picture of 3 or 4 magnificent Norway spruces growing up out of the drawing-room carpet while the lady of the house, her children, and guests took tea, with a remarkable air of unconcern, and as though it was quite natural to have a sequoia sprouting out of the hearthrug under their sanitary and aromatic shade. A pine forest in every home. But I have thought of something even better. A Luna Park in every office, a British Empire Exhibition Fun Fair in every bank, an Earl's Court in every factory. True, I cannot claim to bring every attraction of the fun fair into your place of labor, only the switchback, the water chute, and the mountain railway. Merry-go-round, wiggle-woggle, flip-flap, and the like are beyond the power of my magic to conjure up. Horizontal motion and rotary giddiness I cannot claim to reproduce. My specialty is headlong descents, breathlessness, and that delicious, sickening feeling that your entrails have been left behind on an upper story. Those who chafe at the tameness and sameness of office life, who pine for a little excitement to diversify the quotidian routine, should experiment with this little recipe of mine and bring the water chute into the counting house. It is quite simple. All you have got to do is to pause for a moment in your work and ask yourself, why am I doing this? What is it all for? Did I come into the world supplied with a soul, which may very likely be immortal, for the sole purpose of sitting every day at this desk? Ask yourself these questions thoughtfully, seriously. Reflect, even for a moment, on their significance, and I can guarantee that, firmly seated though you may be in your hard or your padded chair, you will feel all at once that the void has opened beneath you, that you are sliding headlong, fast and faster into nothingness. For those who cannot dispense with formularies and fixed prayers, I recommend this little catechism to be read through in office hours whenever time hangs a little heavy. Question: why am I working here? Answer: in order that Jewish stockbrokers may exchange their Rovers for Armstrong Sidleys, buy the latest jazz record, and spend the weekend at Brighton. Question: why do I go on working here? Answer: in the hope that I too may some day be able to spend the weekend at Brighton. Question: what is progress? Answer: progress is stockbrokers, more stockbrokers, and still more stockbrokers. Question: what is the aim of social reformers? Answer: the aim of social reformers is to create a state in which every individual enjoys the greatest possible amount of freedom and leisure. Question: what will the citizens of this reformed state do with their freedom and leisure? Answer: they will do presumably what the stockbrokers do with these things today. For example, spend the weekend at Brighton, ride rapidly in motor vehicles, and go to the theater. Question: on what condition can I live a life of contentment? Answer: on the condition that you do not think. Question: what is the function of newspapers, cinemas, radios, motorbikes, jazz bands, etc.? Answer: the function of these things is the prevention of thought and the killing of time. They are the most powerful instruments of human happiness. Question: what did the Buddha consider the most deadly of the deadliest sins? Answer: unawareness, stupidity. Question: and what will happen if I make myself aware, if I actually begin to think? Answer: your swivel chair will turn into a trolley on the mountain railway, the office floor will gradually slide away from beneath you, and you will find yourself launched into the abyss. Down, down, down. The sensation, though sickening, is really delightful. Most people I know find it a little too much for them and consequently cease to think, in which case the trolley reconverts itself into the swivel chair. The floor closes up, and the hours at the desk seem once more to be hours passed in a perfectly reasonable manner. Or else, more rarely, flee in panic, horror from the office to bury their heads like ostriches in religion or what not. For a strong-minded and intelligent person, both courses are inadmissible. The first because it is stupid, and the second because it is cowardly. No self-respecting man can either accept unreflectingly or, having reflected upon it, irresponsibly run away from the reality of human life. The proper course, I flatter myself, is that which I have adopted. Having sought out the heart of reality, Gog's Court, to be explicit, I have taken up my position there, and though fully aware of the nature of the reality by which I am surrounded, though deliberately keeping myself reminded of the complete imbecility of what I am doing, I yet remain heroically at my post. My whole time is passed on the switchback. All my life is one unceasing slide through nothing. All my life, I insist, for it is not merely into Gog's court that I magically introduce the fun of the fair. I so arrange my private life that I am sliding even out of office hours. My heart, to borrow the poetess's words, is like a singing bird whose nest is permanently in a water chute. Miss Carruthers' boarding house in Chelsea is, I assure you, as suitable a place to slither in as any east of Temple Bar. I have lived there now for 4 years. I am a pillar of the establishment, and every evening when I sit down to dinner with my fellow guests, I feel as though I were taking my place in a specially capacious family trolley on the switchback railway. All aboard! And away we go. With gathering momentum, the trolley plunges down into vacancy. Let me describe an evening on the domestic water chute. At the head of the table sits Miss Carruthers herself, 37, plump though unmarried, with a face broadening toward the base, and very flabby about the cheeks and chin. Bulldoggy, in a word, and the snub nose, staring at you out of its upward-tilted nostrils, the small brown eyes do not belie the comparison. And what activity! Never walks, but runs about her establishment like a demoniac, never speaks but shrilly shouts, carves the roast beef with scientific fury, laughs like a giant woodpecker. She belongs to a distinguished family which would never, in its days of glory, have dreamed of allowing one of its daughters to become what Miss Carruthers calls, applying to herself the most humiliating of titles, and laughing as she does so to emphasize the picturesque contrast between what she is by birth and what circumstance has reduced her to becoming, a common lodging-house keeper. She is a firm believer in her class, and to her more distinguished guests deplores the necessity under which she labors to admit into her establishment persons not really. She is careful not to mix people of different sorts together. Her most genteel guests sit the closest to her at table. It is implied that in the neighborhood of Miss Carruthers they will feel at home. For years I have had the honor of sitting at her left hand. For if less prosperous than Mrs. Cloudsley Shove, the broker's widow, who sits in glory on the right, I have at least attended in my youth an ancient seat of learning. The gong reverberates. Punctually I hurry down to the dining room. With fury and precision, like a conductor immersed in a Wagner overture, Miss Carruthers is carving the beef. "Evening, Mr. Chelifer," she loudly calls without interrupting her labors. "What news have you brought back from the city today?" Affably I smile. Professionally I rub the hands. "Well, I don't know that I can think of any." "Evening, Mrs. Fox. Evening, Mr. Fox." The two old people take their places near the further end of the table. They are not quite. "Evening, Miss Monad." Miss Monad does responsible secretarial work and sits next to the Foxes. "Evening, Mr. Quinn. Evening, Miss Weber." "Evening, Mrs. Crotch." But the tone in which she responds to Mr. Dutt's courteous greeting is much less affable. Mr. Dutt is an Indian. A black man, Miss Carruthers calls him. Her "evening, Mr. Dutt" shows that she knows her place and hopes that the man of the inferior race knows his. The servant comes in with a steaming dish of greens. Crambe repetita, inspiring perfume. Mentally I burst into song. These, like remorse inveterate memories, being of cabbage, are prophetic, too, of future feasts when Mrs. Cloudsley Shove will still recall lamented Cloudsley. Still, among the moonlight, Cedar's Philomel calls back to mind again, the ancient pain, the everlasting pain, and still, inveterately, the haunted air remembers and foretells what roses were, red, and tomorrow will again be red. But Cloudsley, Philomel in vain, sobs on the night, for Cloudsley Shove is dead. And in the flesh, as though irresistibly summoned by my incantation, Mrs. Cloudsley Shove blackens the doorway with her widowhood. "Not a very nice day," says Mrs. Cloudsley as she sits down. "Not at all," Miss Carruthers heartily agrees, and then, without turning from the beef, without abating for an instant the celerity of her carving, "Fluffy," she shouts through the increasing din, "don't giggle like that." Politely, Mr. Chelifer half raises himself from his chair as Miss Fluffy comes tumbling on the tail end of her giggle into the chair next to his. Always the perfect gent. "I wasn't giggling, Miss Carruthers," Fluffy protests. Her smile reveals above the roots of her teeth a line of almost bloodless gums. "Quite true," says young Mr. Brimstone, following her less tumultuously from the door and establishing himself in the seat opposite, next to Mrs. Cloudsley. She wasn't giggling. She was merely cachinnating. Everyone laughs uproariously, even Miss Carruthers, though she does not cease to carve. Mr. Brimstone remains perfectly grave. Behind his rimless pince-nez there is hardly so much as a twinkle. As for Miss Fluffy, she fairly collapses. "What a horrible man!" she screams through her laughter as soon as she has breath enough to be articulate. And picking up her bread, she makes as though she were going to throw it across the table in Mr. Brimstone's face. Mr. Brimstone holds up a finger. "Now, you be careful," he admonishes. "If you don't behave, you'll be put in the corner and sent to bed without your supper." There is a renewal of laughter. Miss Carruthers intervenes. "Now, don't tease her, Mr. Brimstone." "Tease," says Mr. Brimstone in the tone of one who has been misjudged. "But I was only applying moral suasion, Miss Carruthers." Inimitable Brimstone. He is the life and soul of Miss Carruthers' establishment. So serious, so clever, such an alert young city man, but withal so exquisitely waggish, so gallant. To see him with Fluffy, it's as good as a play. "There," says Miss Carruthers, putting down her carving tools with a clatter. Loudly, energetically, she addresses herself to her duties as a hostess. "I went to Buzzards this afternoon," she proclaims, not without pride. "We old county families have always bought our chocolate at the best shops, but it isn't what it used to be." She shakes her head. The high old feudal times are past. It isn't the same, not since the ABC took it over. "Do you see," says Mr. Brimstone, becoming once more his serious self, "that the new Lion's Corner house in Piccadilly Circus will be able to serve 14 million meals a year?" Mr. Brimstone is always a mine of interesting statistics. "No, really?" Mrs. Cloudsley is astonished. But old Mr. Fox, who happens to have read the same evening paper as Mr. Brimstone, takes almost the whole credit of Mr. Brimstone's erudition to himself by adding, just before the other has time to say it, "Yes, and that's just twice as many meals as any American restaurant can serve." "Good old England!" cried Mrs. Carruthers patriotically. "These Yanks haven't got us beaten in everything yet." "So nice, I always think, these corner houses," says Mrs. Cloudsley, "and the music they play is really quite classical, you know, sometimes." "Quite," says Mr. Chelifer, savoring voluptuously the pleasure of dropping steeply from the edge of the convivial board into interstellar space. "And so sumptuously decorated," Mrs. Cloudsley continues. But Mr. Brimstone knowingly lets her know that the marble on the walls is less than a quarter of an inch thick, and the conversation proceeds. "The Huns," says Mrs. Carruthers, "are only shamming dead. Mr. Fox is in favor of a business government. Mr. Brimstone would like to see a few strikers shot to encourage the rest." Miss Carruthers agrees. From below the salt, Miss Monad puts in a word for the working classes, but her remark is treated with the contempt it deserves. Mrs. Cloudsley finds Charlie Chaplin so vulgar, but likes Mary Pickford. Miss Fluffy thinks that the Prince of Wales ought to marry a nice, simple English girl. Mr. Brimstone says something rather cutting about Mrs. Asquith and Lady Diana Manners. Mrs. Cloudsley, who has a profound knowledge of the royal family, mentions the Princess Alice. Contrapuntly to this, Miss Weber and Mr. Quinn have been discussing the latest plays, and Mr. Chelifer has engaged Miss Fluffy in a conversation which soon occupies the attention of all the persons sitting at the upper end of the table. A conversation about flappers. Mrs. Cloudsley, Miss Carruthers, and Mr. Brimstone agree that the modern girl is too laxly brought up. Miss Fluffy adheres in piercing tones to the opposite opinion. Mr. Brimstone makes some splendid jokes at the expense of co-education, and all concur in deploring cranks of every variety. Miss Carruthers, who has a short way with dissenters, would like to see them tarred and feathered, all except pacifists who, like strikers, could do with a little shooting. Lymphatic Mrs. Cloudsley, with sudden and surprising ferocity, wants to treat the Irish in the same way. Lamented Cloudsley had connections with Belfast. But at this moment a deplorable incident occurs. Mr. Dutt, the Indian, who ought never from his lower sphere even to have listened to the conversation going on in the higher, leans forward and, speaking loudly across the intervening gulf, ardently espouses the Irish cause. His eloquence rolls up the table between two hedges of horrified silence. For a moment nothing can be heard but ardent nationalistic sentiments and the polite regurgitation of prunestones. In the presence of this shocking and unfamiliar phenomenon, nobody knows exactly what to do. But Miss Carruthers rises after the first moment to the occasion. "Ah, but then, Mr. Dutt," she says, interrupting his tirade about oppressed nationalities, "you must remember that Mrs. Cloudsley Shove is English. You can hardly expect to understand what she feels, can you?" We all feel inclined to clap. Without waiting to hear Mr. Dutt's reply, and leaving 3 prunes uneaten on her plate, Miss Carruthers gets up and sweeps with dignity toward the door. Loudly in the corridor she comments on the insolence of black men, and what ingratitude, too, after I had made a special exception in his case to my rule against taking colored people. We all sympathize. In the drawing-room the conversation proceeds. Headlong the trolley plunges. A home away from home. That was how Miss Carruthers described her establishment in the prospectus. It was the awayness of it that first attracted me to the place, the vast awayness from what I had called home up till the time I first stayed there. That was what made me decide to settle for good at Miss Carruthers. From the house where I was born, Miss Carruthers seemed about as remote as any place one could conveniently find. I remember. It is a pointless and futile occupation, difficult none the less not to indulge in. I remember. Our house at Oxford was dark, spiky, and tall. Ruskin himself, it was said, had planned it. The front windows looked out on the Banbury Road. On rainy days when I was a child, I used to spend whole mornings staring down into the thoroughfare. Every 20 minutes a tram-car, drawn by 2 old horses, trotting in their sleep, passed with an undulating motion more slowly than a man could walk. The little garden at the back once seemed enormous and romantic, the rocking horse in the nursery a beast like an elephant. The house is sold now, and I am glad of it. They are dangerous, these things and places inhabited by memory. It is as though, by a process of metempsychosis, the soul of dead events goes out and lodges itself in a house, a flower, a landscape, in a group of trees seen from the train against the skyline, an old snapshot, a broken penknife, a book, a perfume. In these memory-charged places, among these things haunted by the ghosts of dead days, one is tempted to brood too lovingly over the past, to live it again more elaborately, more consciously, more beautifully and harmoniously, almost as though it were an imagined life in the future. Surrounded by these ghosts, one can neglect the present in which one bodily lives. I am glad the place is sold. It was dangerous. Eviva Miss Carruthers. Nevertheless, my thoughts, as I lay on the water that morning, reverted from the home away to the other home from which it was so distant. I recalled the last visit I had paid to the old house, a month or two since, just before my mother finally decided herself to move out. Mounting the steps that led up to the ogival porch, I had felt like an excavator on the threshold of a tomb. I tugged at the wrought iron bell pull. Joints creaked, wires wheezily rattled, and far off, as though accidentally, by an afterthought, tinkled the cracked bell. In a moment the door would open. I should walk in, and there, in the unrifled chamber, the royal mummy would be lying, my own. Nothing within those Gothic walls ever changed. Imperceptibly the furniture grew older, the wallpapers and the upholstery recalled, with their non-committal ruscents and sage greens, the refinements of another epoch. And my mother herself, pale and gray-haired, draped in the dateless dove-gray dresses she had always worn, my mother was still the same. Her smile was the same dim, gentle smile, her voice still softly modulated, like a studied and cultured music from key to key. Her hair was hardly grayer, for it had whitened early, and I was a late-born child, than I always remember it to have been. Her face was hardly more deeply wrinkled. She walked erect, seemed still as active as ever. She had grown no thinner and no stouter. She was still surrounded by those troops of derelict dogs, so dreadfully profuse, poor beasts, in their smelly gratitude. There were still the same moth-eaten cats, picked up starving at a street corner to be harbored in luxury, albeit on a diet that was on principle strictly vegetarian, in the best rooms of the house. Poor children still came for buns and tea and traditional games in the garden, so traditional very often that nobody but my mother had ever heard of them. Still came, when the season happened to be winter, for gloves and woolly stockings and traditional games indoors, and the writing table in the drawing-room was piled high, as it had always been piled, with printed appeals for some deserving charity. And still, in her beautiful calligraphy, my mother addressed the envelopes that were to contain them, slowly, one after another, and each little work of art like a page from a medieval missal, and each destined, without reprieve, to the waste-paper basket. All was just as it had always been, but not quite, all the same. For though the summer term was in full swing and the afternoon bright, the little garden behind the house was deserted and unmelodious. Where were the Morris dancers? Where the Mixolydian strains? And remembering that music, those dances, those distant afternoons, I could have wept. In one corner of the lawn, my mother used to sit at the little harmonium. I sat beside her to turn the pages of the music. In the opposite corner were grouped the dancers. My mother looked up over the top of the instrument. Melodiously she inquired, "Which dance shall we have next, Mr. Toft? Trenchmore, or Omnium Gatherum, or John, Come Kiss Me Now, or what do you say to Up Tails All, or Rubber Down with Straw, or An Old Man's a Bed Full of Bones? Such an embarrass de richesse, isn't there?" And Mr. Toft would break away from his little company of dancers and come across the lawn wiping his face. For hoity-come-toity a moment before had been a most furious affair. It was a gray face with vague, indeterminate features, and a bright, almost clerical smile in the middle of it. When he spoke, it was in a very rich voice. "Suppose we try fading, Mrs. Chelifer," he suggested. "Fading is a fine dance. You remember the immortal words of the citizen's wife in the night of the burning pestle. Ha ha!" And he gave utterance to a little laugh, applausive of his own wit, for to Mr. Toft every literary allusion was a joke, and the obscurer the allusion, the more exquisite the waggery. It was rarely, alas, that he found anyone to share his merriment. My mother was one of the few people who always made a point of smiling whenever Mr. Toft laughed at himself. She smiled even when she could not track the allusion to its source. Sometimes she even went so far as to laugh. But my mother had no facility for laughter. By nature she was a grave and gentle smiler. And so fading it would be. My mother touched the keys, and the gay, sad Mixolydian air came snoring out of the harmonium like a strangely dissipated hymn tune. "1, 2, 3," called Mr. Toft richly, and then in unison, all five, the Don, the two undergraduates, the two young ladies from North Oxford, would beat the ground with their feet, would prance and stamp until the garters of little bells around the gentlemen's gray flannel trousers, it went without saying, for some reason, that the ladies should not wear them, jingled like the bells of a runaway hansom cab horse. 1, 2, 3. The citizen's wife, ha-ha, was right. Fading is a fine dance indeed. Everybody loves fading. Poor Mr. Toft had faded out of Oxford, had danced completely out of life, like Lycidius, tee-hee, before his prime. Influenza had faded him, and of the undergraduates who had danced here, first and last, with Mr. Toft, how many of them had danced fading under the German barrage? Young Flint, the one who used always to address his tutor as Mr. Toft, Clarence, for Mr. Toft was one of those genial, boyish dons who insisted on being called by their Christian names. Young Flint was dead for certain, and Ramsden, too. I had a notion that Ramsden, too, was dead. And then there were the young women from North Oxford. What, for example, of Miss Dubal's cheeks? How had those cabbage roses weathered the passage of the years? But for Miss Higlet, of course, there could be no more fading, no further desiccation. She was already a hairball baked in sand. Unwithering Higlet, blousy Dubal. And I myself, I too had faded. The Francis Chelifer, who standing by the dissipated harmonium had turned the pages of his mother's music, was as wholly extinct as Mr. Toft. Within this Gothic tomb reposed his mummy. My weekend visits were archaeological expeditions. "Now that poor Mr. Toft's dead," I asked as we walked, my mother and I, that afternoon up and down the little garden behind the house, "isn't there anyone else here who's keen on Morris dancing? Or were those folky days, I wondered, forever past?" My mother shook her head. "The enthusiasm for it is gone," she said sadly. "This generation of undergraduates doesn't seem to take much interest in that kind of thing. I don't really know," she added, "what it is interested in." What indeed, I reflected. In my young days it had been social service and Fabianism. It had been long, hearty walks in the country at 4.5 miles an hour, with draughts of 5x beer at the end of them, and Rabelaisian song, and conversations with yokels in incredibly picturesque little wayside inns. It had been reading parties in the lakes and climbing in the Jura. It had been singing in the Bach choir, and even, though somehow I had never been able to quite rise to that, even Morris dancing with Mr. Toft. but fading is a fine dance, and all these occupations seemed now a little queer. Still, I caught myself envying the being who had lived within my skin and had joined in these activities. Poor Toft, I meditated. Do you remember the way he had of calling great men by little pet names of his own, just to show that he was on terms of familiarity with them, I suppose? Shakespeare was always Shake-Bake, which was short in its turn for Shake Bacon, and Oven, to core, was Beethoven, and always JSB for Bach, my mother continued, smiling elegically. Yes, and PM for Philip Emanuel Bach, and Madame Dudevant for George Sand, or alternatively I remember the Queen's monthly nurse, because Dickens thought she looked like that the only time he saw her. He recalled the long-drawn and delighted laughter which used to follow that allusion. You were never much of a dancer, dear boy, my mother sadly shook her head over the past. Ah, but at any rate, I answered, at any rate I was a Fabian, and I went for hearty long walks in the country. I drank my pint of 5X at the Red Lion. I wish you could have gone without the beer, said my mother. That I had not chosen to be a total abstainer had always a little distressed her. Moreover, I had a taste for beefsteaks. It was my substitute for Morris dancing, if you follow me. But I don't think she did follow me. We took 2 or 3 turns up and down the lawn in silence. How is your paper doing? She asked at last. I told her with a great show of enthusiasm about the cross between Angoras and Himalayans, which we had just announced. I often wish, she said after a pause, that you had accepted the college's offer. It would have been so good to have you here, filling the place your dear father occupied. She looked at me sadly. I smiled back at her as though from across a gulf. The child, I thought, grows up to forget that he is of the same flesh with his parents, but they do not forget. I wished, for her sake, that I were only 5 years old. This is the end of Section 12, Chapter 3. Section 13 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 2. Fragments from the Autobiography of Francis Chelifer. Chapter 4. At 5 years old, among other things, I used to write poems, which my mother thoroughly and wholeheartedly enjoyed. There was one about larks, which she still preserves, along with the locks of my pale, childish hair, the faded photographs, the precocious drawings of railway trains, and all the other relics of the period. "O lark, how you do fly right up into the sky! How loud he sings, and quickly wags his wings! The sun does shine, the weather is fine. Father says, 'Hark! Do you hear the lark?'" My mother likes that poem better, I believe, than anything I have written since. And I dare say that my father, if he had lived, would have shared her opinion. But then he was an ardent Wordsworthian. He knew most of the prelude by heart. Sometimes, unexpectedly breaking that profound and godlike silence with which he always enveloped himself, he would quote a line or two. The effect was always portentous. It was as though an oracle had spoken. I remember with particular vividness one occasion when Wordsworth broke my father's prodigious silence. It was one Easter time when I was about 12. We had gone to North Wales for the holidays. My father liked walking among the hills, and even amused himself occasionally with a little mild rock climbing. Easter was early that year, the season backward and inclement. There was snow on all the hills. On Easter Sunday, my father, who considered a walk among the mountains as the equivalent of church-going, suggested that we should climb to the top of Snowdon. We started early. It was cold. White, misty clouds shut off the distant prospects. Silently we trudged upwards through the snow. Like the page of King Wenceslas, I followed in my father's footsteps, treading in the holes he had kicked in the snow. Every now and then he would look round to see how I was getting on. Icy dewdrops hung in his brown beard. Gravely he smiled down on me as I came panting up, planting my small feet in his large tracks. He was a huge man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a face that might have been the curly-bearded original of one of those Greek busts of middle-aged statesmen or philosophers. Standing beside him, I always felt particularly small and insignificant. When I had come up with him, he would pat me affectionately on the shoulder with his large, heavy hand. Then, turning his face toward the heights, he addressed himself once more to the climb. Not a word was spoken. As the sun mounted higher, the clouds dispersed. Through the rifted mist we saw the sky. Great beams of yellow light went stalking across the slopes of snow. By the time we reached the summit, the sky was completely clear. The landscape opened out beneath us. The sky was shining brightly, but without heat. The sky was pale, blue, remote, and icy. Every northern slope of the glittering hills was shadowed with transparent blues or purples. Far down to the westward was the scalloped and indented coast, and seeming in its remoteness utterly calm, the gray sea stretched upwards and away towards the horizon. We stood there for a long time in silence, gazing at the astonishing landscape. Sometimes, I remember, I stole an anxious look at my father. What was he thinking about, I wondered. Huge and formidable he stood there, leaning on his ice axe, turning his dark, bright eyes slowly and meditatively this way and that. He spoke no word. I did not dare to break the silence. In the end, he straightened himself up. He raised his ice axe and with an emphatic gesture dug the pointed ferrule into the snow. "Bloody fine," he said slowly in his deep, cavernous voice. He said no more. In silence we retraced our steps towards the Penny Pass Hotel. But my father had not, as I supposed, spoken his last word. When we were about halfway down, I was startled and a little alarmed to hear him suddenly begin to speak. "For I have learned," he began abruptly, and he seemed to be speaking less for my benefit than to himself, "to look on nature, not as in the hour of thoughtless youth, but hearing oftentimes the still, sad music of humanity, not harsh nor grating, but of ample power to chasten and subdue. And I have felt a presence that disturbs me with the joy of elevated thoughts, a sense sublime of something far more deeply interfused, whose dwelling is the light of setting suns, and the round ocean, and the living air, and the blue sky in the minds of men." I listened to him with a kind of terror. The strange words, I had no idea at the time whence they came, reverberated mysteriously in my mind. It seemed an oracle, a divine revelation. My father ceased speaking as abruptly as he had begun. The words hung, as it were, isolated in the midst of this portentous silence. We walked on. My father spoke no more till on the threshold of the inn, sniffing the frozen air, he remarked with a profound satisfaction, "Onions." And then, after a second sniff, "Fried." A sense of something far more deeply interfused. Ever since that day, those words, pronounced in my father's cavernous voice, have rumbled through my mind. It took me a long time to discover that they were as meaningless as so many hiccups. Such is the nefarious influence of my early training. My father, however, who never contrived to rid himself of the prejudices instilled in him in childhood, went on believing in his Wordsworthian formulas till the end. Yes, he too, I am afraid, would have preferred the precocious larks to my maturer lucubrations. And yet how competently I have learned to write. In mere justice to myself, I must insist upon it. Not, of course, that it matters in the least. The Larks might be my masterpiece. It would not matter a pin. Still, I insist. I insist. This is the end of Section 13, Chapter 4. Section 14 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 2. Fragments from the Autobiography of Francis Chelifer, Chapter 5. Opening. Quite the little poet. How bitterly poor Keats resented the remark, perhaps because he secretly knew that it was just. For Keats, after all, was that strange and unhappy chimera, a little artist and a large man. Between the writer of the odes and the writer of the letters, there is all the gulf that separates a Halma player from a hero. Personally, I do not go in for heroic letters. I only modestly lay claim to being a competent second-class Halma player, but a good deal more competent, I insist, though of course it doesn't matter, than when I wrote about the Larks. Quite the little poet, always and alas, incorrigibly, I am that. Let me offer you a specimen of my matured competence. I selected at random, as the reviewers say, from my long-projected and never-to-be-concluded series of poems on the first 6 Caesars. My father, I flatter myself, would have liked the title. That, at any rate, is thoroughly Wordsworthian. It is in the great tradition of that immortal needle-case in the form of a harp. Caligula crossing the bridge of boats between Bay and Puteoli, by Peter Paul Rubens, born 1577, died 1640. The poem itself, however, is not very reminiscent of the Lake District. Prow after prow the floating ships bridge the blue gulf. The road is laid. Caesar on a piebald horse prances with all his cavalcade. Drunk with their own quick blood they go. The waves flash as with seeing eyes. The tumbling cliffs mimic their speed, and they have filled the vacant skies with waltzing gods and virtues set. The sea winds singing with their shout made Vesta's temple on the headland spin like a twinkling roundabout. The twinned caduceus in his hand, and having golden wings for spurs, young Caesar, dressed as God, looks on and cheers his jolly mariners. Cheers as they heave from the bridge the trippers from the seaside town, laughs as they bang the bobbing heads and shove them bubbling down to drown. There sweeps a spiral whirl of gesture from the allegoric sky. Beauty, like conscious lightning, runs through Jove's ribbed trunk and Juno's thigh, slides down the flank of Mars and takes from Virtue's rump a dizzier twist, licks round a cloud, and whirling stoops earthwards to Caesar's lifted fist. A Burgess tumbles from the bridge headlong, and hurrying Beauty slips from Caesar through the plunging legs to the blue sea between the ships. Reading it through, I flatter myself that this is very nearly up to international Halma form. A little more, and I shall be playing in crucial test matches against Monsieur Cocteau and Miss Amy Lowell. Enormous honor. I shrink from beneath its impendence. But those Caesars, they have haunted me for years. I have had such schemes for putting half the universe into 2 or 3 dozen poems about those monsters. All the sins, to begin with, and complementarily all the virtues, art, science, history, religion, they too were to have found their place, and God knows what besides. But they never came to much, these Caesars. The notion, I soon came to see, was too large and pretentious ever to be realized. I began, deep calls to deep, with Nero, the artist. Nero and Sporus walking in the gardens of the golden house. Dark stirrings in the perfumed air touch your cheeks, lift your hair. With softer fingers I caress, Sporus, all your loveliness. Round as a fruit tree tangled shines the moon, and fireflies in the vines, like stars in a delirious sky, gleam and go out unceasingly. The fountains fall, the nightingales sing, but time flows and love avails nothing. The Christians smolder red, their brave blue-hearted flames are dead. And you, sweet Sporus, you and I, we too must die. We too must die. But the soliloquy which followed was couched in a more philosophic key. I set forth in it all the reasons for Halma's existence, reasons which, at the time when I composed the piece, I almost believed in. Still, one lives and learns. Meanwhile, here it is. The Christians, by whose muddy light, dimly, dimly I divine your eyes and see your pallid beauty, like a pale night primrose shine. Colorless in the dark, revere a God who slowly died, that they might suffer the less, who bore the pain of all time in a single day. The pain of all men in a single wounded body and sad heart. The yellow marble, smooth as water, builds me a golden house, and there the marble gods sleep in their strength, and the white Parian girls are fair. Roses and waxen oleanders, green grape bunches, and the flushed peach, all beautiful things I taste, touch, see, knowing, loving, becoming each. The ship went down, my mother swam, I wedded, and myself was wed. Old Claudius died of emperor bane, old Seneca too slowly bled. The wild beast and the victim both, the ravisher and the wincing bride, king of the world and a slave's slave, terror-haunted, deified. An artist, O sweet Sporus, an artist, all these I am and needs must be. Is the tune Lydian? I have loved you, and you have heard my symphony of wailing voices and clashed brass with long shrill flutings that suspend pain o'er a muttering gulf of terrors, and piercing breathless joys that end in agony. Could I have made my song of furies were the bane still sap within the hemlock stalk, the red sword's virgin bright again? Or take a child's love that is all worship, all tenderness and trust, a dawn web, dewy and fragile, take, and with the violence of lust, tear and defile it. You shall hear the breaking dumbness and the thin, harsh crying that is the very music of shame and the remorse of sin. Christ died. The artist lives for all, loves, and his naked marbles stand pure as a column in the sky, whose lips, whose breasts and thighs demand not our humiliation, not the shuddering of an after shame, and of his agonies men know only the beauty born of them. Christ died, but living Nero turns your mute remorse to song. He gives to idiot fate eyes like a lover's, and while his music plays, God lives. Romantic and noble sentiments. I protest they do me credit. And then there are the fragments about Tiberius. Tiberius, need I add, the representative in my symbolic scheme of love. Here is one. In the gardens at Capri. All my scenes are laid in gardens, I notice at night under the moon. Perhaps the fact is significant. Who knows? Hour after hour the stars move, and the moon towards remoter night averts her cheek. Blind now, these gardens yet remember that there were crimson petals glossy with light, and their remembrance is this scent of roses. Hour after hour these stars march slowly on, and year by year, mysteriously the flowers unfold the same bright pattern towards the sky. Incurious under the streaming stars, breathing this new yet immemorial perfume, unmoved I lie along the tumbled bed, and the two women who are my bedfellows, whose breath is sour with wine and their soft bodies still hot and rank, sleep drunkenly at my side. Commendable, I should now think, this fixture of the attention upon the relevant, the human reality in the center of the pointless landscape. It was just at the time I wrote this fragment that I was learning the difficult art of this exclusive concentration on the relevant. They were painful lessons. War had prepared me to receive them. Love was the lecturer. Her name was Barbara Waters. I saw her first when I was about 14. She was a month or two older than I. It was at one of those enormous water picnics on the Cherwell that were organized from time to time during the summer vacation by certain fiery and energetic spirits among the Don's wives. We would start out at 7, half a dozen puntloads of us from the most northerly of the Oxford boathouses, and make our way upstream for an hour or so until night had fairly set in. Then, disembarking in some solitary meadow, we would spread clothes, unpack hampers, eat hilariously, and there were so many midges that even the schoolboys were allowed to smoke cigarettes to keep them off, even the schoolgirls. And how knowingly and with what relish we the boys puffed away, blowing the smoke through our noses, opening our mouths like frogs to make rings. But the girls always managed to make their cigarettes come to pieces, got the tobacco into their mouths, and making faces, had to pick the bitter-tasting threads of it from between their lips. In the end, after much giggling, they always threw their cigarettes away, not half-smoked. The boys laughed contemptuously and patronizingly, and finally we packed ourselves into the punts again and floated home, singing. Our voices across the water sounded preternaturally sweet. A yellow moon as large as a pumpkin shone overhead. There were gleamings on the crests of the ripples and in the troughs of the tiny waves left in the wake of the punts, shadows of almost absolute blackness. The leaves of the willow trees shone like metal. A white mist lay along the meadows. Corncrakes incessantly ran their thumbs along the teeth of combs. A faint, weedy smell came up from the river. The aroma of tobacco cut violently across it in pungent gusts. Sometimes the sweet animal smell of cows insinuated itself into the watery atmosphere, and looking between the willows, we would see a company of the large and gentle beasts kneeling in the grass, their heads and backs projecting like the crests of mountains above the mist, still hard at work, though the laborious day was long since over, chewing and chewing away at a green breakfast that had merged into luncheon, at the tea that had become in due course a long, drawn-out vegetarian dinner. Munchily, squelchily, they moved their indefatigable jaws. The sound came faintly to us through the silence. Then a small, clear voice would begin singing, "Drink to me only with thine eyes," or "Green Sleeves." Sometimes for the fun of the thing, though it was quite unnecessary, and if the weather happened to be really warm, positively disagreeable, we would light a fire, so we might have the pleasure of eating our cold chicken and salmon mayonnaise with potatoes baked or generally either half-baked or burnt in their jackets among the glowing cinders. It was by the light of one of these fires that I first saw Barbara. The punt in which I came had started some little time after the others. We had to wait for a late arrival. By the time we reached the appointed supping place, the others had disembarked and made all ready for the meal. The younger members of the party had collected materials for a fire, which they were just lighting as we approached. A group of figures, pale and colorless in the moonlight, were standing or sitting around the white cloth. In the black shadow of a huge elm tree, a few yards further off, moved featureless silhouettes. Suddenly a small flame spurted from a match and was shielded between a pair of hands that were transformed at once into hands of transparent coral. These silhouettes began to live a fragmentary life. The fire-bearing hands moved around the pyre. 2 or 3 new little flames were born. Then, to the sound of a great hurrah, the bonfire flared up. In the heart of the black shadow of the elm tree, a new small universe, far vivider than the ghostly world of moonlight beyond, was suddenly created. By the light of the bright flames, I saw half a dozen familiar faces belonging to the boys and girls I knew, but I hardly noticed them. I heeded only one face, a face I did not know. The leaping flame revealed it apocalyptically. Flushed, bright, and with an air of being almost supernaturally alive in the quivering, changing light of the flames, it detached itself with an incredible clarity and precision from against a background of darkness, which the fire had made to seem yet darker. It was the face of a young girl. She had dark hair with ruddy golden lights in it. The nose was faintly aquiline. The openings of the eyes were narrow, long, and rather slanting, and the dark eyes looked out through them as though through mysterious loopholes, brilliant between the fringed eyelids with an intense and secret and unutterable happiness. The mouth seemed to share in the same exquisite secret. Not full, but delicately shaped, the unparted lips were curved into a smile that seemed to express a delight more piercing than any laughter, any outburst of joy could give utterance to. The corners of the mouth were drawn upwards, so that the line of the meeting of the lips was parallel with her tilted eyes. And this slanting, close-lipped smile seemed as though suspended on 2 little folds that wrinkled the cheeks at the corners of the mouth. The face, which was rather broad across the cheekbones, tapered away to a pointed chin, small and firm. Her neck was round and slender, her arms, which were bare in her muslin dress, very thin. The punt moved slowly against the current. I gazed and gazed at the face revealed by the flickering light of the fire. It seemed to me that I had never seen anything so beautiful and wonderful. What was the secret of that inexpressible joy? What nameless happiness dwelt behind those dark-fringed eyes, that silent, unemphatic, closed-lipped smile? Breathlessly I gazed. I felt the tears coming into my eyes. She was so beautiful, and I was almost awed. I felt something that was almost fear, as though I had suddenly come into the presence of more than a mere mortal being, into the presence of life itself. The flame leapt up. Over the silent, secret smiling face the tawny reflections came and went, as though wild blood were fluttering deliriously beneath the skin. The others were shouting, laughing, waving their arms. She remained perfectly still, close-lipped and narrow-eyed, smiling. Yes, life itself was standing there. The punt bumped against the bank. "Catch hold!" somebody shouted. "Catch hold, Francis!" Reluctantly, I did as I was told. I felt as though something precious were being killed within me. In the years that followed, I saw her once or twice. She was an orphan, I learned, and had relations in Oxford, with whom she came occasionally to stay. When I tried to speak to her, I always found myself too shy to do more than stammer or say something trivial or stupid. Serenely looking at me steadily between her eyelids, she answered. I remember not so much what she said as the tone in which she spoke. Cool, calm, assured, as if befitted the embodiment of life itself. "Do you play tennis?" I would ask in desperation, and I could have wept at my own stupidity and lack of courage. "Why are you so beautiful? What do you think about behind your secret eyes? Why are you so inexplicably happy?" These were the questions I wanted to ask her. "Yes, I love tennis," she gravely answered. Once I remembered I managed to advance so far along the road of coherent and intelligent conversation as to ask her which books she liked best. She looked at me unwaveringly while I spoke. It was I who reddened and turned away. She had an unfair advantage over me, the advantage of being able to look out from between her narrowed eyelids as though from an ambush. I was in the open and utterly without protection. "I don't read much," she said at last when I had finished. "I don't really very much like reading." My attempt to approach, to make contact, was baffled. At the same time I felt that I ought to have known that she wouldn't like reading. After all, what need was there for her to read? When one is life itself, one has no use for mere books. Years later she admitted that she had always made an exception for the novels of Jean Stratton Porter. When I was 17, she went to live with another set of relations in South Africa. Time passed. I thought of her constantly. All that I read of love in the poets arranged itself significantly round the memory of that lovely and secretly smiling face. My friends would boast about their little adventures. I smiled, unenviously, knowing not merely in theory but in actual experience that that sort of thing was not love. Once, when I was a freshman at the university, I myself, at the end of a tipsy evening in a nightclub, lapsed from the purity in which I had lived up till then. Afterwards I was horribly ashamed, and I felt that I had made myself unworthy of love. In consequence, the link of cause and effect seems to me now somewhat difficult to discover, but at the time I know I found my action logical enough. In consequence, I overworked myself, won 2 university prizes, became an ardent revolutionary, and devoted many hours of my leisure to social service in the college mission. I was not a good social servant, got on only indifferently well with fierce young adolescents from the slums, and thoroughly disliked every moment I spent in the mission. But it was precisely for that reason that I stuck to the job. Once or twice even I consented to join in the Morris dancing in my mother's garden. I was making myself worthy. For what? I hardly know. The possibility of marriage seemed almost infinitely remote, and somehow I hardly desired it. I was fitting myself to go on loving, and incidentally to do great things. Then came the war. From France I wrote her a letter, in which I told her all the things I had lacked the power to say in her presence. I sent the letter to the only address I knew. She had left it years before, not expecting, not even hoping very much, that she would receive it. I wrote it for my own satisfaction, in order to make explicit all that I felt. I had no doubt that I should soon be dead. It was a letter addressed not so much to a woman as to God, a letter of explanation and apology, posted to the universe. In the winter of 1916 I was wounded. At the end of my spell in hospital I was reported unfit for further active service and appointed to a post in the contracts department of the Air Board. I was put in charge of chemicals, celluloid, rubber tubing, castor oil, linen, and balloon fabrics. I spent my time haggling with German Jews over the price of chemicals and celluloid, with Greek brokers over the castor oil, with Ulstermen over the linen. Spectacled Japanese came to visit me with samples of crêpe de chine, which they tried to persuade me, and they offered choice cigars, would be both better and cheaper than cotton for the manufacture of balloons. Of every one of the letters I dictated first 11, then 17, and finally, when the department had flowered to the height of its prosperity, 22 copies were made to be noted and filed by the various subsections of the ministry concerned. The Hotel Cecil was filled with clerks, in basements 2 stories down beneath the surface of the ground, in attics above the level of the surrounding chimney pots. Hundreds of young women tapped away at typewriters. in a subterranean ballroom that looked like the setting for Balthazar's feast. 1,000 cheap lunches were daily consumed. In the hotel's best bedrooms overlooking the Thames sat the professional civil servants of long standing with letters after their names, the big businessmen who were helping to win the war, the staff officers. A fleet of very large motor cars waited for them in the courtyard. Sometimes when I entered the office of a morning, I used to imagine myself a visitor from Mars. This is the end of Section 14, Chapter 5, Opening. Section 15 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 2, Fragments from the Autobiography of Francis Chelifer, Chapter 5, Closing. One morning, it was after I had been at the Air Board for several months, I found myself faced with a problem which could only be solved after consultation with an expert in the Naval Department. The naval people lived in the range of buildings on the opposite side of the courtyard from that in which our officers were housed. It was only after 10 minutes of labyrinthine wanderings that I at last managed to find the man I was looking for. He was a genial fellow, I remember, asked me how I liked Bolo House, which was the nickname, among the knowing, of our precious Air Board office, gave me an East Indian cheroot, and even offered whiskey and soda. After that we settled down to a technical chat about non-flammable celluloid. I left him at last, much enlightened. "So long," he called after me, "and if ever you want to know any mortal thing about acetone, or any other kind of bloody dope, come to me, and I'll tell you." "Thanks," I said, "and if by any chance you should happen to want to know about Apollonius Rhodius, shall we say, or Chaucer, or the history of the three-pronged fork," he roared very heartily. "I'll come to you," he concluded. Still laughing, I shut the door behind me and stepped out into the corridor. A young woman was hurrying past with a thick bundle of papers in her hand, humming softly as she went. Startled by my sudden emergence, she turned and looked at me. As though with fear, my heart gave a sudden thump, then seemed to stop for a moment altogether, seemed to drop down within me. "Barbara!" At the sound of the name she halted and looked at me with that steady, unwavering gaze between the narrowed eyelids that I knew so well. A little frown appeared on her forehead. Puzzled, she pursed her lips. Then, all at once, her face brightened. She laughed. The light in the dark eyes joyously quivered and danced. "Why, it's Francis Chelifer," she exclaimed. "I didn't know you for the first minute. You've changed." "You haven't," I said. "You're just the same." She said nothing, but smiled, closed-lipped, and from between her lashes looked at me as though from an ambush. In her young maturity she was more beautiful than ever. Whether I was glad or sorry to see her again, I hardly know, but I do know that I was moved profoundly. I was shaken and troubled out of whatever equanimity I possessed. That memory of a kind of symbolic loveliness for which and by which I had been living all these years was now reincarnated and stood before me, no longer a symbol, but an individual. It was enough to make one feel afraid. "I thought you were in South Africa," I went on, which is almost the same as saying I thought you didn't exist. "I came home a year ago." "And you've been working here ever since?" Barbara nodded. "And you're working in Bolo House, too?" she asked. "For the last 6 months." "Well, I never. And to think we never met before. But how small the world is. How absurdly small. We met for luncheon. Did you get my letter?" I summoned up courage to ask her over the coffee. Barbara nodded. "It was months and months on its way," she said. I did not know whether she made that remark deliberately in order to stave off for a moment the inevitable discussion of the letter, or if she made it quite spontaneously and without afterthought because she found it interesting that the letter should have been so long on its way. It went to South Africa and back again, she explained. Did you read it? Of course. Did you understand what I meant? As I asked the question, I wished that I had kept silence. I was afraid of what the answer might be. She nodded and said nothing, looking at me mysteriously as though she had a secret and profound comprehension of everything. It was something almost inexpressible, I said. Her look encouraged me to go on. Something so deep and so vast that there were no words to describe it. You understood? You really understood? Barbara was silent for some time. Then, with a little sigh, she said, Men are always silly about me. I don't know why. I looked at her. Could she really have uttered those words? She was still smiling as life itself might smile, and at that moment I had a horrible premonition of what I was going to suffer. Nevertheless, I asked how soon I might see her again. Tonight. Could she dine with me tonight? Barbara shook her head. This evening she was engaged. What about lunch tomorrow? I must think. And she frowned. She pursed her lips. No, she remembered in the end, tomorrow was no good. Her first moment of liberty was at dinner time 2 days later. I returned to my work that afternoon feeling particularly Martian. 8 thick files relating to the Imperial Cellulose Company lay on my desk. My secretary showed me the expert's report on proprietary brands of castor oil, which had just come in. A rubber tubing man was particularly anxious to see me, and did I still want her to get a trunk call through to Belfast about that linen business? Pensively, I listened to what she was saying. What was it all for? Are men often silly about you, Miss Mason? It suddenly occurred to me to ask. I looked up at my secretary, who was waiting for me to answer her questions and tell her what to do. Miss Mason became surprisingly red and laughed in an embarrassed, unnatural way. Why, no, she said. I suppose I'm an ugly duckling. And she added, it's rather a relief. But what makes you ask? She had reddish hair, bobbed and curly, a very white skin and brown eyes. About 23, I supposed, and she wasn't an ugly duckling at all. I had never talked to her except about business, and seldom looked at her closely, contenting myself with being merely aware that she was there. A secretary. Most efficient. What makes you ask? A strange expression that was like a look of terror came into Miss Mason's eye. Oh, I don't know. Curiosity. Perhaps you'll see if you can get me through to Belfast sometime in the afternoon. And tell the rubber tubing man that I can't possibly see him. Miss Mason's manner changed. She smiled at me, efficiently, secretarially. Her eyes became quite impassive. You can't possibly see him, she repeated. She had a habit of repeating what other people had just said, even reproducing like an echo opinions or jokes uttered an instant before as though they were her own. She turned away and walked towards the door. I was left alone with the secret history of the Imperial Cellulose Company, the expert's report on proprietary brands of castor oil, and my own thoughts. 2 days later, Barbara and I were dining very expensively at a restaurant where the diners were able very successfully to forget that the submarine campaign was in full swing and that food was being rationed. I think the decorations are so pretty, she said, looking round her, and the music. Mrs. Cloudsley Shove thought the same of the corner houses. While she looked round the architecture, I looked at her. She was wearing a rose-colored evening dress cut low and without sleeves. The skin of her neck and shoulders was very white. There was a bright rose in the opening of her corsage. Her arms, without being bony, were still very slender, like the arms of a little girl. Her whole figure was slim and adolescent. "Why do you stare at me like that?" she asked, when the fascination of the architecture was exhausted. She had heightened the color of her cheeks and faintly smiling lips. Between the darkened eyelids, her eyes looked brighter than usual. "I was wondering why you are so happy, secretly happy inside, all by yourself. What's the secret?" That's what I was wondering. Why shouldn't I be happy, she asked. But as a matter of fact, she added an instant later, I am not happy. How can one be happy when thousands of people are being killed every minute and millions more are suffering? She tried to look grave, as though she were in church, but the secret joy glittered irrepressibly through the slanting, narrow openings of her eyes. Within its ambush, her soul kept incessant holiday. I could not help laughing. Luckily, I said, our sympathy for suffering is rarely strong enough to prevent us from eating dinner. Do you prefer lobster or salmon? Lobster, said Barbara. But how stupidly cynical you are. You don't believe what I say, but I do assure you there's not a moment when I don't remember all those killed and wounded, and poor people, too, the way they live in the slums. One can't be happy. Not really. She shook her head. I saw that if I pursued this subject of conversation, thus forcing her to continue her pretense of being in church, I should ruin her evening and make her thoroughly dislike me. The waiter with the wine list made a timely diversion. I skimmed the pages. What do you say to a quart of champagne cup? I suggested. That would be delicious, she said, and was silent, looking at me meanwhile with a questioning, undeciding face that did not know how to adjust itself, whether to continued gravity or to a more natural cheerfulness. I put an end to her indecision by pointing to a diner at a neighboring table and whispering, Have you ever seen anything so like a taper? She burst into a peal of delighted laughter, not so much because what I had said was particularly funny, but because it was such a tremendous relief to be allowed to laugh again, with a good conscience. Or wouldn't you have said an ant-eater, she suggested, looking in the direction I had indicated and then leaning across the table to speak the words so softly and intimately into my ear. Her face approached, dazzlingly beautiful. I could have cried aloud. The secret happiness in her eyes was youth, was health, was uncontrollable life. The closed lips smiled with a joyful sense of power. A rosy perfume surrounded her. The red rose between her breasts was brilliant against the white skin. I was aware suddenly that under the glossy silk of her dress was a young body, naked. Was it for this discovery that I had been preparing myself all these years? After dinner we went to a music hall, and when the show was over, to a nightclub where we danced. She told me that she went dancing almost every night. I did not ask with whom. She looked appraisingly at all the women who came in, and asked me if I didn't think this one very pretty, that one most awfully attractive, and when, on the contrary, I found them rather repulsive, she was annoyed with me for being insufficiently appreciative of her sex. She pointed out a red-haired woman at another table and asked me if I liked women with red hair. When I said that I preferred Buckle's History of Civilization, she laughed as though I had said something quite absurdly paradoxical. It was better when she kept silence, and fortunately she had a great capacity for silence, could use it even as a defensive weapon, as when to questions that at all embarrassed or nonplussed her she simply returned no answer, however often they were repeated, smiling all the time, mysteriously and as though from out of another universe. We had been at the nightclub about an hour, when a stoutish and flabby young man, very black-haired, very dark-skinned, with a large fleshy nose and a nostril curved in an opulent oriental volute, came sauntering in with a lordly air of possession. He wore a silver monocle in his left eye, and among the irrepressible black stubbles of his chin the grains of poudre de riz glittered like little snowflakes. Catching sight of Barbara, he smiled lavishly, came to our table, and spoke to her. Barbara seemed very glad to see him. Such a clever man, she explained when he had moved away to another table with the red-haired lady to whom I had preferred the History of Civilization. He's a Syrian. You ought to get to know him. He writes poetry, too, you know. I was unhappy the whole evening, but at the same time I wished it would never end. I should have liked to go on forever sitting in that stuffy cellar, where the jazz band sounded so loud that it seemed to be playing inside one's head. I would have breathed the stale air and wearily danced forever. I would even have listened forever to Barbara's conversation, forever, so that I might be allowed to be near her, to look at her, to speculate, until she next spoke on the profound and lovely mysteries behind her eyes, on the ineffable sources of that secret joy which kept her faintly, and yet how intently and how rapturously smiling. The weeks passed. I saw her almost every day, and every day I loved her more violently and painfully with a love that less and less resembled the religious passion of my boyhood. But it was the persistent memory of that passion which made my present desire so parching and tormenting that filled me with a thirst that no possible possession could assuage. No possible possession, since whatever I might possess, as I realized more and more clearly each time I saw her, would be utterly different from what I had desired all these years to possess. I had desired all beauty, all that exists of goodness and truth, symbolized and incarnate in one face. And now the face drew near, the lips touched mine, and what I had got was simply a young woman with a temperament, as the euphemists who deplore the word admiringly and lovingly qualify the lascivious thing. And yet, against all reason, in spite of all the evidence, I could not help believing that she was somehow and secretly what I had imagined her. My love for her as a symbol strengthened my desire for her as an individual woman. All this, were it to happen to me now, would seem perfectly natural and normal. If I were to make love to a young woman, I should know precisely what I was making love to. But that, in those days, was something I still had to learn. In Barbara's company, I was learning it with a vengeance. I was learning that it is possible to be profoundly and slavishly in love with someone for whom one has no esteem, whom one does not like, whom one regards as a bad character, and who finally not only makes one unhappy, but bores one. And why not, I might now ask? Why not? That things should be like this is probably the most natural thing in the world. But in these days I imagined that love ought always to be mixed up with affection and admiration, with worship, and in intellectual rapture as unflagging as that which one experiences during the playing of a symphony. Sometimes, no doubt, love does get involved with some or all of these things. Sometimes these things exist by themselves, apart from love. But one must be prepared to swallow one's love completely neat and unadulterated. It is a fiery, crude, and somewhat poisonous draught. Every hour I spent with Barbara brought fresh evidence of her inability to play the ideal part my imagination had all these years been assigning to her. She was selfish, thirsty for pleasures of the most vulgar sort, liked to bask in an atmosphere of erotic admiration, amused herself by collecting adorers and treating them badly, was stupid and a liar. In other words, was one of the most normal types of healthy young womanhood. I should have been less disturbed by these discoveries if only her face had been different. Unfortunately, however, the healthy young woman who now revealed herself had the same features as that symbolic child on the memory of whose face I had brooded through all an ardent adolescence, and the contrast between what she was and what, with that dazzling and mysterious lovely face, she ought to have been, what in my imagination she indeed had been, was a perpetual source of surprise and pain. At the same time, the nature of my passion for her had changed inevitably and profoundly the moment she ceased to be a symbol and became an individual. Now I desired her. Before, I had loved her for God's sake and almost as though she were herself divine. In contrasting this new love with the love I had felt before, I was ashamed. I fancied myself unworthy, base, and animal, and I tried to persuade myself that if she seemed different, It was because I felt differently and less nobly toward her, and sometimes when we sat silent through the long summer twilights under the trees in the park, or at my Chelsea rooms, looking out on the river, I could persuade myself for a precarious moment that Barbara was what she had been in my imagination, and that I felt towards her now what I had felt towards the memory of her. In the end, however, Barbara would break the magic silence, and with it the illusion. "It's such a pity," she would say pensively, "that July hasn't got an R in it. Otherwise we might have had supper in an oyster bar." Or else, remembering that I was a literary man, she would look at the gaudy remains of the sunset and sigh. "I wish I were a poet," she would say. And I was back again among the facts, and Barbara was once more a tangible young woman who bored me, but whom I desired, with what a definite and localized longing to kiss, to hold fast and caress. It was a longing which for some time I rigorously suppressed. I fought against it as against an evil thing, too horribly unlike my previous love, too outrageously incompatible with my conception of Barbara's higher nature. I had not yet learned to reconcile myself to the fact that Barbara's higher nature was an invention of my own, a figment of my very proper imagination. One very hot evening in July, I drove her to the door of the house in Regent Square, Bloomsbury, in which she occupied a little flat under the roof. We had been dancing, and it was late. A hunchbacked moon had climbed a third of the way up the sky and was shining down into the square over the shoulder of the church that stands on its eastern side. I paid off the cabman, and we were left alone on the pavement. I had been bored and irritated the whole evening, but at the thought that I should have to bid her good night and walk off by myself, I was filled with such an anguish that the tears came into my eyes. I stood there in silent irresolution, looking into her face. It was calmly and mysteriously smiling as though to itself, and for some secret reason her eyes were very bright. She, too, was silent, not restlessly, not irresolutely as I was silent, but easily, with a kind of majesty. She could live in silence when she so desired, like a being in its proper element. Well, I brought myself to say at last I must go. "Why not come in for a final cup of tea?" she suggested. Actuated by that spirit of perversity which makes us do what we do not want to do, what we know will make us suffer as much as it is possible in the given circumstances to suffer, I shook my head. "No," I said, "I must get back." I had never longed for anything more passionately than I longed to accept Barbara's invitation. She repeated it. "Do come in," she said. "It won't take a minute to make the tea on the gas ring." Again I shook my head, in too much anguish this time to be able to speak. My trembling voice, I was afraid, would have betrayed me. Instinctively, I knew that if I went into the house with her we should become lovers. My old determination to resist what had seemed the baser desires strengthened my resolution not to go in. "Well, if you won't," she shrugged her shoulders, "then good night." Her voice had a note of annoyance in it. I shook her hand and walked dumbly away. When I had gone 10 yards, my resolution abjectly broke down. I turned. Barbara was still standing on the doorstep, trying to fit the latchkey into the lock. "Barbara," I called in a voice that sounded horribly unnatural in my own ears. I hurried back. She turned to look at me. "Do you mind if I change my mind and accept your invitation after all? I find I really am rather thirsty." What a humiliation, I thought. She laughed. "What a goose you are, Francis." And she added in a bantering tone, "If you weren't such a silly old dear, I'd tell you to go to the nearest horse trough and drink there." "I'm sorry," I said, standing once more close to her, breathing once again her rosy perfume. I felt, as I had felt when a child, I had run down from my terrifying night nursery to find my mother sitting in the dining room, reassured, relieved of a hideous burden, incredibly happy, but at the same time profoundly miserable in the consciousness that what I was doing was against all the rules, was a sin, the enormity of which I could judge from the very mournful tenderness of my mother's eyes, and the severe, portentous silence out of which, as though from a thundercloud, my huge and bearded father looked at me like an outraged god. I was happy being with Barbara. I was utterly miserable because I was not with her. So to speak in the right way, I was not I. She, for all that the features were same, was no longer herself. I was happy at the thought that I should soon be kissing her, miserable because that was not how I wanted to love my imaginary Barbara, miserable, too, when I secretly admitted to myself the existence of the real Barbara, because I felt an indignity to be the slave of such a mistress. Of course, if you want me to go, I said, reacting feebly again towards revolt, I'll go, and desperately trying to be facetious. I'm not sure that it wouldn't be best if I drowned myself in that horse trough, I added. As you like, she said lightly. The door was open now. She walked into the darkness. I followed her, closing the door behind me carefully. We groped our way up steep, dark stairs. She unlocked another door, turned a switch. The sudden light was dazzling. All's well that ends well, she said, smiling at me, and she slipped the cloak from off her bare shoulders. On the contrary, I thought it was the tragedy of errors. I stepped towards her. I stretched out my hands and gripped her by her two thin arms, a little below the shoulder. I bent down and kissed her averted cheek. She turned her face towards me, and it was her mouth. There is no future. There is no more past. No roots or fruits but momentary flowers. Lie still, only lie still, and night will last, silent and dark, not for a space of hours, but everlastingly. Let me forget all but your perfume, every night but this, the shame, the fruitless weeping, the regret. Only lie still. This faint and quiet bliss shall flower upon the brink of sleep and spread till there is nothing else but you and I, clasped in a timeless silence, but like one who, doomed to die, at morning will be dead. I know, though night seem dateless, that the sky must brighten soon before tomorrow's sun. It was then that I learned to live only in the moment, to ignore causes, motives, antecedents, to refuse responsibility for what should follow. It was then that I learned, since the future was always bound to be a painful repetition of what had happened before, never to look forward for comfort or justification, but to live now and here in the heart of human reality, at the very center of the hot, dark hive. But there is a spontaneous thoughtlessness which no thoughtful pains can imitate. Being what I am, I shall never rival with those little boys who throw their baby sisters over the cliff for the sake of seeing the delightful splash, never put a pistol to my head and for the mere fun of the thing pull the trigger, never looking down from the gallery at Covent Garden at the thronged Wagnerites or Sansanzians in the stalls below. Lightly toss down that little hand grenade, however piercingly amusing the jest might be, which I still preserve, charged with its pound of high explosive in my hat box, ready for all emergencies. Such gorgeous carelessness of all but the immediate sensation I can only remotely imitate. But I do my best, and I did it always conscientiously with Barbara. Still, the nights always did come to an end. And even during them, lapped in the temperament, I could never, even for an instant, be quite unaware of who she was, who I was, and had been, and would be tomorrow. The recollection of these things deprived every rapture of its passionate integrity, and beneath the surface of every calm and silent trance spread out a profound uneasiness. Kissing her, I wished that I were not kissing her. Holding her in my arms, I wished that it were somebody else I was holding. And sometimes in the dark, quiet silences, I thought it would be better if I were dead. Did she love me? At any rate, she often said so, even in writing. I have all her letters still, a score of scribbled notes sent up by messenger from one wing of the Hotel Cecil to the other, and a few longer letters written when she was on her holiday or week-ending somewhere apart from me. Here I spread out the sheets. It is a competent, well-educated writing. The pen rarely leaves the paper, running on from letter to letter, from word to word. A rapid writing, flowing, clear, and legible. Only here and there, generally towards the end of her brief notes, is the clarity troubled. There are scrawled words made up of formless letters. I pore over them in an attempt to interpret their meaning. I adore you, my beloved, kiss you 1,000 times, long for it to be night, love you madly. These are the fragmentary meanings I contrive to disengage from these scribbles. We write such things illegibly for the same reason as we clothe our bodies. Modesty does not permit us to walk naked, and the expression of our most intimate thoughts, our most urgent desires and secret memories, must not, even when we have so far done violence to ourselves as to commit the words to paper, be too easily read and understood. Pepys, when he recorded the most scabrous details of his loves, is not content with writing in cipher. He breaks into bad French as well. And I remember, now that I mention Pepys, having done the same sort of thing in my letters to Barbara, winding up with a bellissima, tu voglio un bene enorme, or je t'embarrasse un peu partout. But did she love me? In a kind of way, I think she did. I gratified her vanity. Her successes so far had mostly been with genial young soldiers. She had counted few literary men among her slaves, and being infected with the queer snobbery of those who regard an artist, or anyone calling himself by that name, as somehow superior to other beings, she was more impressed by a Café Royal loafer than by an efficient officer, and considered that it was more arduous and a finer thing to be able to paint or even appreciate a cubist picture or play a piece by Bartók on the piano than to run a business or plead in a court of law. Being therefore deeply convinced of my mysterious importance and significance, she was flattered to have me abjectly gamboling around her. There is a German engraving of the 16th century, made at the time of the reaction against scholasticism, which represents a naked Teutonic beauty riding on the back of a bald and bearded man whom she directs with a bridle and urges on with a switch. The old man is labeled Aristotle. After 2,000 years of slavery to the infallible sage, it was good revenge. To Barbara, no doubt, I appeared as some kind of minor Aristotle, but what made the comparison somewhat less flattering to me was the fact that she was equally gratified by the attentions of another literary man, the swarthy Syrian with the blue jowl and the silver monocle. Even more gratified, I think, for he wrote poems which were frequently published in the monthly magazines. Mine, alas, were not. And what was more, he never lost an opportunity of telling people that he was a poet. He was forever discussing the inconveniences and compensating advantages of possessing an artistic temperament. That, for a time at any rate, she preferred me to the Syrian was due to the fact that I was quite unattached, and far more hopelessly in love with Barbara than he. The red-haired and to me inferior substitute for Buckle's history engrossed the greater part of his heart at this time. Moreover, he was a calm and experienced lover who did not lose his head about trifles. From me, Barbara got passion of a kind she could not have hoped for from the Syrian. A passion which, in spite of my reluctance, in spite of my efforts to resist it, reduced me to a state of abjection at her feet. It is pleasant to be worshipped and to command and inflict pain. Barbara enjoyed these things as much as anyone. It was the Syrian who in the end displaced me. I had noticed in October that friends from South Africa, with whom it was necessary for Barbara to lunch and dine, kept arriving in ever-increasing quantities, and when it wasn't friends from South Africa, it was Aunt Phoebe, who had become suddenly importunate, or old Mr. Gobble, the one who had known her grandfather so well. When I asked her to describe these festivities, she either said, "Oh, it was dreadfully dull. We talked about the family," or merely smiled, shrugged her shoulders, and retired into her impregnable silence. "Why do you lie to me?" I asked. She preserved her silence and her secret smile. There were evenings when I insisted that she should throw over the friends from South Africa and dine with me. Reluctantly she would consent, but she took her revenge on those occasions by talking about all the jolly men she had known. One evening, when in spite of all my entreaties, my threats and commands, she had gone to dine with Aunt Phoebe in Golders Green and stay the night, I kept watch in Regent Square. It was a damp, cold night. From 9 o'clock till past midnight I remained at my post, marching up and down opposite the house where she lived. As I walked, I ran the point of my stick with a rattling noise along the railings which surrounded the gardens in the middle of the square. That rattling accompanied my thoughts. From the dank, black trees overhead, an occasional heavy drop would fall. I must have walked 12 miles that evening. In those 3 hours I thought of many things. I thought of the suddenly leaping bonfire and the young face shining in the darkness. I thought of my boyish love, and then how I had seen that face again, and the different love it had inspired in the man. I thought of kisses, caresses, whispers in the darkness. I thought of the Syrian with his black eyebrows and his silver monocle, his buttery dark skin damply shining through the face powder, and the powder snowy white among the black stubbles of his jowl. She was probably with him at this moment. Mona vana, Mona bice. Love's not so pure and abstract as they used to say, who have no mistress but their muse. Reality gives imagination the lie direct. Barbara is the truth, I thought, and that she likes the man with the silver monocle is the truth, and that I have slept with her is the truth, and that he, too, is quite probably the truth. And it is the truth that men are cruel and stupid, and they suffer themselves to be driven even to destruction by shepherds as stupid as themselves. I thought of my passion for universal justice, of my desire that all men should be free, leisured, educated, of my imaginations of a future earth peopled by human beings who should live according to reason. But of what use is leisure when leisure is occupied with listening in and going to football matches? Freedom when men voluntarily enslave themselves to politicians like those who now rule the world? Education when the literate read the evening papers and the fiction magazines? And the future? The radiant future, supposing that it should differ from the past in anything but the spread of material comfort and spiritual uniformity, suppose it conceivably were to be in some way superior. What has that to do with me? Nothing whatever. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I was interrupted in my meditations by a policeman, who came up to me, politely touched his helmet, and asked me what I was doing. "I have seen you walking up and down here for the last hour," he said. I gave him half-a-crown and told him I was waiting for a lady. The policeman laughed discreetly. I laughed too. Indeed, the joke was a marvelously good one. When he was gone, I went on with my walking. And this is war, I thought. Was there the slightest prospect that any good would come of it? The war to end war. The argument was forcible enough this time. It was backed up with a kick in the breech, the most terrific kick ever administered. But would it convince humanity more effectively than any other argument had ever done? Still, men are courageous, I thought, are patient, kind, self-sacrificing, but they are all the contradictory things as well, and both, good and bad, because they can't help it. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. Everything arises from a great primeval animal, stupidity. That is the deepest of all realities. Stupidity, the being unaware. And the aware, the not stupid, they are the odd exceptions. They are irrelevant to the great reality. They are lies, like the ideal of love, like dreams of the future, like belief in justice. To live among their works is to live in a world of bright falsehoods. Apart from the real world it is to escape. Escape is cowardly. To be comforted by what is untrue or what is irrelevant to the world in which we live is stupid. And my own talents, such as they are irrelevant. So is the art, to whose service I devote them, a lying consolation. A Martian would find the writing of phrases containing words of similar sound at fixed recurrent intervals as queer as buying castor oil for the lubrication of machines of destruction. I remembered the lines I had written for Barbara, the cheerful, comic, amorous lines at the time of the last epidemic of air raids. The octosyllables jingled in my head. But when the next full moon invites new bugaboos and fly-by-nights, let us seek out some deep alcove, some immemorial haunt of love. There we'll retire with cakes and wine, and dare the imbecile to shine. I was just repeating them to myself when a taxi turned into the quiet square, rolled slowly along the curb, and came to a halt in front of the house where Barbara lived. By the dim light of a muffled street lamp I saw two people stepping out of it, a man and a woman. The masculine silhouette moved forward and, bending over his hand, began to count money by the light of the little lamp at the recording clock face. In the narrow beam I saw the glitter of a monocle. Money clinked. The taxi drove away. The two figures mounted the steps. The door opened before them. They passed into the house. I walked away, repeating to myself every injurious and abusive word that can be applied to a woman. I felt, if anything, rather relieved. It pleased me to think that all was over. All was now definitely and forever done with. "Night, sir." It was the friendly policeman. I thought I heard an almost imperceptible note of amusement in his voice. For the next 4 days I made no sign of life. Every day I hoped that she would write or telephone to ask what had become of me. She did nothing of the kind. My sense of relief had turned into a feeling of misery. On the 5th day, as I was going out to lunch, I met her in the courtyard. She made no reference to the unprecedented length of my silence. I said none of the bitter things that I had planned to say in the event of such an accidental meeting as this. Instead, I asked her. I implored her even to come to lunch. Barbara declined the invitation. She had a South African engagement. "Come to dinner, then," I abjectly begged. Humiliation, I felt, could go no further. I would give anything to be received back into grace. Barbara shook her head. "I wish I could," she said, "but that tiresome old Mr. Gobble." This is the end of Section 15. Chapter 5. Closing. Section 16 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 2. Fragments from the Autobiography of Francis Chelifer. Chapter 6. Such then were the phantoms that my recitation called up to dance on the surface of the Tyrrhenian. Salutarily they reminded me that I was only on my holiday, that the landscape in the midst of which I was now floating was hardly better than an illusion, and that life was only real and earnest during the 11 months of each year which I spent between Coggs Court and Miss Carruthers. I was a democratic Englishman and a Londoner at that, living in an age when the Daily Mail sells 2 million copies every morning. I had no right to so much sunlight, so tepid and clear a sea, such spiky mountains, such clouds, such blue expanses of sky. I had no right to Shelley, and if I were a true Democrat, then I ought not even to think. But again, I must plead my congenital weakness. Couched on the water, I was dreaming of the ideal democratic state where no irrelevant Holy Ghost-possessed exception should trouble the flat serenity of the rule, the rule of Cloudsley and Carruthers, Fluffy and the alert, inimitable Brimstone, when all at once I became aware that a sailing boat was coming up behind me, was right on top of me, in fact. The white sail towered over me with a little sizzling ripple at the prow, with a clop-clop of tiny waves against its flanks. The brown, varnished boat bore quickly down on me. It is a horrible thing to be afraid, to be shaken by that sudden spasm of fear which cannot be controlled because it comes so quickly that the controlling forces of the mind are taken unaware. Every cell in the body, it seems, feels terror. From a man one is humiliated for a moment into a congeries of shrinking amoeba. One descends the scale of being, one drops down the evolutionary gamut to become for a second no more than a startled and terrified beast. One moment I had been dozing on my translucent mattress like a philosopher. The next I was inarticulately shouting, frantically moving my limbs to escape from the approaching and now inevitable peril. Hi, I was yelling, and then something caught me a fearful crack on the side of the head and pushed me down into the water. I was conscious of swallowing a vast quantity of brine, of breathing water into my lungs, and violently choking. Then, for a time, I knew nothing. The blow must momentarily have stunned me. I became more or less conscious again to find myself just coming to the surface, my face half in, half out of the water. I was coughing and gasping, coughing to get rid of the water that was in my lungs, gasping for air. Both processes, I now perceive, achieved exactly the contrary of what they were intended to achieve. For I coughed up all the stationary air that was in my lungs, and my mouth, being under water, drew in fresh gulps of brine. Meanwhile, my blood, loaded with carbonic acid gas, kept rushing to my lungs in the hope of exchanging the deadly stuff for oxygen. In vain, there was no oxygen to exchange for it. I felt an extraordinary pain in the back of my neck, not excruciating, but dull and far-reaching and profound, at the same time as strangely disgusting, a sickening, revolting sort of pain. The nerves controlling my respiratory system were giving up in despair. That disgusting pain in my neck was their gesture of farewell, their last spasm of agony. Slowly I ceased to be conscious. I faded gradually out of life, like the Cheshire cat in Alice in Wonderland. The last thing that was left of me, that continued to hang on to my consciousness when everything else had vanished, was the pain. In the circumstances, I know it would have been the classical thing if all my past life had unwound itself in a flash before the mind's eye. Whiz! An uninteresting drama in 32 reels ought duly to have run its course, and I should have remembered everything, from the taste of the baby food in my bottle to the taste of yesterday's marsala at the Grand Hotel, from my first caning to my last kiss. In point of fact, however, none of the correct things happened. The last thoughts I remember thinking as I went down were about the Rabbit Fancier's Gazette and my mother. In a final access of that conscientiousness which has haunted and handicapped me all my life long, I reflected that I ought to have another leading article ready by next Friday. And it struck me very forcibly that my mother would be most seriously inconvenienced when she arrived in a few days' time to find that I was no longer in a position to accompany her on her journey to Rome. When I next came to my senses, I was lying face downwards on the beach with somebody sitting astride of my back, as though we were playing horses, using Professor Schaeffer's method of producing artificial respiration. Uno, deux, tres, quattro. And at every quattro, the man on my back threw his weight forward onto his hands, which were resting one on either side of the spine, on my lower ribs. The contents of my lungs were violently expelled. Then my rescuer straightened himself up again. The pressure was relaxed, and my lungs replenished themselves with air. Uno, deux, tres, quattro. The process began again. He's breathing. He's all right. He's opening his eyes. Carefully, as though I were a crate of very valuable china, they turned me right way up. I was aware of the strong sunshine, of a throbbing headache centered somewhere above the left temple, of a crowd of people standing round. With deliberation, and consciously I breathed the air. Loud voices shouted instructions. 2 people began to rub the soles of my feet. A third ran up with a child's bucket full of sun-scorched sand and poured it on the pit of my stomach. This happy thought immediately had an immense success. All the curious and sympathetic spectators who had been standing round my corpse looking on while Professor Chelifer was being applied to me and wishing that they could do something to help, now discovered that there was actually something helpful that they could do. They could help to restore my circulation by sprinkling hot sand on me. In a moment I had a dozen sympathizers busy around me, skimming the cream off the hot tideless beach in little buckets with spades or in the palms of their scooping hands to pour it over me. In a few seconds I was almost buried under a mound of burning gray sand. On the faces of all my good Samaritans I noticed an expression of childlike earnestness. They rushed backwards and forwards with their little buckets as though there were nothing more serious in life than building sand castles on the stomachs of drowned men. And the children themselves joined in. Horrified at first by the spectacle of my limp and livid corpse, they had clung to paternal hands, shrunk away behind protecting skirts, looking on while Professor Chelifer was being practiced on me, with a reluctant and disgusted curiosity. But when I had come alive again, when they saw their elders burying me with sand and understood that it was really only a tremendously good game, then how violent was their reaction! Shrilly laughing, whooping with excitement and delight, they rushed on me with their little implements. It was only with difficulty that they could be prevented from throwing handfuls of sand in my face, from pouring it into my ears, from making me eat it. And one small boy, ambitious to do something that nobody else had done, rushed down to the sea, filled his bucket with water and stale foam, ran back and emptied its contents, with what a shout of triumph! Plop, from a height onto my solar plexus. That was too much for my gravity. I began to laugh. But I did not get very far with my laughter, for after the first outburst of it, when I wanted to take breath for the next, I found that I had forgotten how to breathe, and it was only after a long, choking struggle that I managed to reacquire the art. The children were frightened. This was no part of the delightful game. The grown-ups stopped being helpful and allowed themselves to be driven away from my corpse by the competent authorities. An umbrella was planted in the sand behind me. Within its rosy shadow I was left in peace to make secure my precarious footing on existence. For a long time I lay with my eyes shut. An immensely long way off, it seemed, somebody was still rubbing my feet. Periodically someone else pushed a spoon with brandy and milk in it into my mouth. I felt very tired, but wonderfully comfortable, and it seemed to me at that moment that there could be nothing more exquisitely pleasurable than merely breathing. After a while, I felt sufficiently strong and sufficiently safe in my strength to open my eyes again and look about me. How novel, how wonderfully charming everything seemed. The first thing I saw was a half-naked young giant crouching obsequiously at my feet, rubbing my bloodless soles and ankles. Under his shining copper skin there was a sliding of muscles. His face was like a Roman's, his hair jet black and curly. When he noticed that I had opened my eyes and was looking at him, he smiled, and his teeth were brilliantly white. His brown eyes flashed from a setting of shiny bluish enamel. A voice asked me in Italian how I was feeling. I looked around. A stout man with a large red rubbery face and a black mustache was sitting beside me. In one hand he held a teacup, in the other a spoon. He was dressed in white duck. The sweat was pouring off his face. He looked as though he had been buttered. From all round his very bright black eyes, little wrinkles spread out like rays from a gloria. He proffered the spoon. I swallowed. The backs of his large brown hands were covered with fine hairs. "I am the doctor," he explained and smiled. I nodded and smiled back. It seemed to me that I had never seen such a lovely doctor before. And then, when I looked up, there was the blue sky, beautifully scalloped by the edge of the pink umbrella, and lowering my eyes, I saw people standing round, looking at me, all smiling. Between them I caught glimpses of the blue sea. "Bellissona," I said to the doctor, and shut my eyes again. And many men, so beautiful. In the blood-red darkness behind my eyelids I listened to their voices. Slowly, voluptuously, I breathed the salty air. The young giant went on rubbing my feet. With an effort I lifted one of my hands and laid it on my chest. Lightly, like a blind man feeling for the sense of a page of Braille, I ran my fingers over the smooth skin. I felt the ribs and the little depressions between them, and all at once, under my fingertips, I was aware of a hardly perceptible throbbing. Pulse, pulse, pulse. It was that I had been searching for. The blind fingers creeping across the page had spelled out a strange word. I did not try to interpret it. It was enough to be glad that the word was there. For a long time I lay quite still, feeling my beating heart. "Si sente meglio?" asked the doctor. I opened my eyes. "Mi sento feliz." He smiled at me. The rays around the twin bright glories of his eyes emphasized themselves. It was as though the holy symbol had somehow suddenly become more holy. "It is good not to be dead," he said. "It is very good." And I looked once more at the sky and the pink umbrella overhead. I looked at the young giant, so strong and yet so docile at my feet. I turned my eyes to right and left. The circle of curious spectators had dissolved. Out of danger, I had ceased to be an object of sympathy or curiosity. The holiday-makers were going about their business as usual. I watched them, happily. A young couple in bathing dresses walked slowly past me towards the sea. Their faces, their necks and shoulders, their bare arms and legs were burned to a soft, transparent brown. They walked slowly, holding hands, walked with such a grace, such an easy majesty that I felt like weeping. They were very young. They were tall, slender, and strong. They were beautiful as a couple of young, thoroughbred horses. Gracefully, idly, majestically, they seemed to be walking in a world that was beyond good and evil. It did not matter what they might do or say. They were justified by the mere fact that they existed. They paused, looked at me for a moment, one with brown eyes, one with gray, flashed at me with their white teeth, asked how I was, and when I told them that I was better, smiled again and passed on. A little girl, dressed in a primrose-colored garment that was paler in tone than her dark face and limbs, came running up, halted 2 or 3 yards away, and began to look at me earnestly. Her eyes were very large and fringed by absurdly long black lashes. Above them there expanded an immense domed forehead that would have done credit to a philosopher. Her snub nose was so small that you hardly noticed it was there at all. Black and frizzy, her hair stood out in a state of permanent explosion round her head. For a long time she stared at me. I stared back. "What do you want?" I asked at last. And suddenly, at the sound of my voice, the child was overwhelmed by shyness. She covered her face with her forearm as though she were warding off a blow. Then, after a second or two, she peeped out at me cautiously from under her elbow. Her face had become quite red. I called again. It was once too often. She turned and ran away, ran back to her family, who were sitting 20 yards down the beach in the precarious and shifting oasis of shadow cast by a large striped umbrella. I saw her hurl herself into the arms of a large, placid mother in white muslin. Then, having successfully abolished my existence by burying her face in the comfortable bosom, she slid down again from her mother's knee and went on playing with her little sister, serenely, as though the untoward incident had never occurred. Mournfully, from somewhere in the distance, came the long-suspended cry of the vendor of doughnuts. "Bomboloni!" 2 young American marchesas in purple bathing gowns went past, talking together on one note, in indefatigable, even voices. "And he has such a lovely mentality," I heard one of them saying. "But what I like," said the other, who seemed to have acquired more completely the Latin habit of mind, "what I like is his teeth." A middle-aged man with the large stomach that comes of too much pasta, and a very thin little boy of 12 now entered my field of vision, all wet and shiny from the sea. The hot sand burned their feet, and they went hopping across the scorching beach with an agility which it was good to see. But the soles of Mad Conchetta's feet were made of hornier stuff. Barefooted, she walked down every morning from the mountains, carrying her basket of fruit over one arm and holding in the other hand a long staff. She hawked her wares along the beach. She went the round of the villas until her basket was empty. Then she walked back again, across the plain, and up into the hills. Turning from the fat man and the little thin boy, I saw her standing before me. She was dressed in a stained and tattered old dress. Her gray hair escaped in wisps from under a wide straw hat. Her old face was eager, thin, and sharp. The wrinkled skin was like brown parchment stretched over the bones. Leaning on her staff, she looked at me for a little in silence. "So, you're the drowned foreigner," she said at last. "If he were drowned, how could he be alive?" asked the doctor. The young giant found this exquisitely witty. He laughed profoundly out of the depths of his huge chest. "Go away now, Conchetta," the doctor went on. "He must be kept quiet. We can't have you treating him to one of your discourses." Conchetta paid no attention to him. She was used to this sort of thing. "The mercy of God," she began, shaking her head. "Where should we be without it? You are young, Signorino. You still have time to do much. God has preserved you. I am old, but I lean on the cross." And, straightening herself up, she lifted her staff. A cross piece of wood had been nailed near the top of it. Affectionately she kissed it. "I love the cross," she said. "The cross is beautiful. The cross is—" But she was interrupted by a young nursery maid who came running up to ask for half a kilo of the best grapes. Theology could not be allowed to interfere with business. Conchetta took out her little steelyard, put a bunch of grapes in the pan, and moved the weight back and forth along the bar in search of equilibrium. The nursery maid stood by. She had a round face, red cheeks, dimples, black hair, and eyes like black buttons. She was as plump as a fruit. The young giant looked up at her in frank admiration. She rolled the buttons toward him for an instant, then utterly ignored him, and humming nonchalantly to herself, as though she were alone on a desert island and wanted to keep her spirits up, she gazed pensively away at the picturesque beauties of nature. 600 grams, said Conchetta. The nursery maid paid for them, and still humming, still on her desert island, she walked off, taking very small steps, undulating rotundly like a moon among wind-driven clouds. The young giant stopped rubbing my feet and stared after her. With the moon's beauty and the moon's soft pace, the nursery maid tottered along, undulating unsteadily on her high heels across the sand. Robert, I thought. Old Skeet was perfectly right to translate the word as he did. Bella Grassa, said the doctor, voicing what were obviously the young giant's sentiments. Mine, too, for after all she was alive, obeyed the laws of her nature, walked in the sun, ate grapes, and Robert! I shut my eyes again. Pulse, pulse, pulse. The heart beat steadily under my fingers. I felt like Adam, newly created, and weak like a butterfly fresh from its chrysalis, the red clay still too wet and limp to allow of my standing upright. But soon, when it had dried to firmness, I should arise and scamper joyously about this span, new world, and be myself a young giant, a graceful and majestic thoroughbred, a child, a wondering bedlamite. There are some people who contrive to pass their lives in a state of permanent convalescence. They behave at every moment as though they had been miraculously preserved from death the moment before. They live exhilaratedly for the mere sake of living, and can be intoxicated with happiness just because they happen not to be dead. For those not born convalescent, it may be that the secret of happiness consists in being half-drowned regularly 3 times a day before meals. I recommend it as a more drastic alternative to my water shoot in every office remedy for ennui. You're alone here, asked the doctor. I nodded. No relations? Not at present. No friends of any kind? I shook my head. He said. He had a wart growing on the side of his nose where it joined the neck. I found myself studying it intently. It was the most interesting wart. Whitish, but a little flushed on its upper surface. It looked like a small, unripe cherry. Do you like cherries? I asked. The doctor seemed rather surprised. Yes, he said, after a moment's silence and with great deliberation, as though he had been carefully weighing the matter in his mind. So do I. And I burst out laughing. This time, however, my breathing triumphantly stood the strain. So do I. But not unripe ones, I added, gasping with mirth. It seemed to me that nothing funnier had ever been said. And then Mrs. Aldwinkle stepped definitely into my life, for looking around, still heaving with the after-swell of my storm of laughter, I suddenly saw the Chinese lantern lady of the Patino standing before me. Her flame-colored costume, a little less radiant now that it was wet, still shone among the aquarium shadow of her green parasol, and her face looked as though it were she who had been drowned, not I. They tell me you're an Englishman, she said in the same ill-controlled, unmusical voice I had heard not long since misquoting Shelley. Still tipsy, still light-headed with convalescence, I laughingly admitted it. I hear you were nearly drowned. Quite right, I said, still laughing. It was such a marvelous joke. I am most sorry to hear. She had a way of leaving her sentences unfinished. The words would tail off into a dim, inarticulate blur of sound. Don't mention it, I begged her. It isn't at all disagreeable, you know. Afterwards, at any rate. I stared at her affectionately and with my convalescent's boundless curiosity. She stared back at me. Her eyes, I thought, must have the same bulge as those little red lenses one screws to the rear forks of bicycles. They collected all the light diffused around them and reflected it again with a concentrated glitter. I came to ask whether I could be of any assistance, said the Chinese lantern lady. Most kind. You're alone here? Quite, for the present. Then perhaps you might care to come and stay a night or two at my house until you're entirely... She mumbled, made a gesture that implied the missing word, and went on. I have a house over there. She waved her hand in the direction of the mountainous section of the Shelleyan landscape. Gleefully, in my tipsy mood, I accepted her invitation. Too delightful, I said. Everything this morning was too delightful. I should have accepted with genuine unmixed pleasure an invitation to stay with Miss Carruthers or Mr. Brimstone. And your name? She asked. I don't know that yet. Chelifer. Chelifer? Not Francis Chelifer. Francis Chelifer, I affirmed. Francis Chelifer. Positively, her soul was in my name. But how wonderful! I've wanted to meet you for years. For the first time since I had risen intoxicated from the dead, I had an awful premonition of tomorrow's sobriety. I remembered for the first time that round the corner, only just round the corner, lay the real world. And what's your name? I asked apprehensively. Lillian Aldwinkle, said the Chinese lantern lady, and she shaped her lips into a smile that was positively piercing in its sweetness. The blue lamps that were her eyes glittered with such a focused intensity that even the color-blind chauffeurs who see green omnibuses rolling down Piccadilly and in the Green Park blood-colored grass and vermilion trees would have known them for the danger signals they were. An hour later, I was reclining on cushions in Mrs. Aldwinkle's Rolls-Royce. There was no escape. This is the end of Section 16, Chapter 6. Section 17 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 2. Fragments from the Autobiography of Francis Chelifer, Chapter 7. No escape, but I was still tipsy enough not seriously to desire escape. My premonition of sobriety had been no more than a momentary flash. It came and it passed again, almost immediately as I became once more absorbed in what seemed to me the endless and lovely comedy that was being acted all around me. It was enough for me that I existed, and that things were happening to me. I was carried by 2 or 3 young giants to the hotel. I was dressed. My clothes were packed for me. In the entrance hall, while I was waiting for Mrs. Aldwinkle to come and fetch me, I made some essays at walking. The feebleness of my legs was a source to me of delighted laughter. Dressed in pale yellow tussore with a large straw hat on her head, Mrs. Aldwinkle finally appeared. Her guests, she explained, had gone home in another machine. I should be able to lie flat, or very nearly, in her empty car, in case I felt bad. She shook a silver brandy flask at me. Escape? I did not so much as think of it. I was enchanted. Luxuriously I reclined among the cushions. Mrs. Aldwinkle tapped the forward-looking window. The chauffeur languidly moved his hand, and the machine rolled forward, nosing its way through the crowd of admiring car fanciers, which in Italy collects as though by magic round every stationary automobile. And Mrs. Aldwinkle's was a particularly attractive specimen. Young men called to their friends, "Venite! E una Roro!" And in odd voices little boys whispered to one another, "Una Roro!" The crowd reluctantly dispersed before our advance. We glided away from before the Grand Hotel, turned into the main street, crossed the piazza, in the center of which, stranded high and dry by the receding sea, stood the little pink fort, which had been built by the Princess of Massa Carrara to keep watch on a Mediterranean made dangerous by Barbary pirates, and rolled out of the village by the road leading across the plain towards the mountains. Shuffling along in a slowly moving cloud of dust, a train of white oxen advanced, shambling and zigzagging along the road to meet us. 8 yoke of them there were, a long procession, with half a dozen drivers shouting and tugging at the leading ropes and cracking their whips. They were dragging a low truck, clamped to which was a large monolith of flawless white marble. Uneasily, as we crawled past them, the animals shook their heads, turning this way and that, as though desperately seeking some way of escape. Their long, curving horns clashed together, their soft white dewlaps shook, and into their blank brown eyes there came a look of fear, an entreaty that we should take pity on their invincible stupidity and remember that they simply could not, however hard they tried, get used to motor cars. Mrs. Aldwinkle pointed at the monolith. "Imagine what Michelangelo could have made out of that," she said. Then, noticing that her pointing hand still grasped the silver flask, she became very solicitous. "You're sure you wouldn't like a sip of this?" she asked, leaning forward. The twin blue danger signals glittered in my face. Her garments exhaled a scent in which there was ambergris. Her breath smelt of heliotrope, cashew. But even now I did not take fright. I made no effort to escape. Guided by their invincible stupidity, the white oxen had behaved more sensibly than I. We rolled on. The hills came nearer. The faraway peaks of bare limestone were hidden by the glowing mass of the tilled and wooded foothills. Happily I looked at those huge, hilly forms. "How beautiful!" I said. Mrs. Aldwinkle seemed to take my words as a personal compliment. "I'm so glad you think so." "So awfully," she replied in the tone of an author to whom you have just said that you enjoyed his last book so much. We drew nearer. The hills towered up. They opposed themselves like a huge wall, but the barrier parted before us. We passed through the gates of a valley that wound up into the mountain. Our road now ran parallel with the bed of a torrent. In the flanks of the hill to our right a marble quarry made a huge bare scar, hundreds of feet long. The crest of the hill was fringed with a growth of umbrella pines. The straight, slender tree trunks jetted up 30 feet without a branch. Their wide-spreading, flattering domes of foliage formed a thin, continuous silhouette, between which and the dark mass of the hill one could see a band of sky, thinly barred by the bare stems. It was as though, to emphasize the outlines of his hills, an artist had drawn a fine and supple brushstroke parallel with the edge of the silhouette and a little apart from it. We rolled on. The high road narrowed into the squalid street of a little town. The car crept along, hooting as it went. "Pizza," Mrs. Aldwell explained. "Michelangelo used to come here for his marbles." Indeed, I was charmed to hear it. Over the windows of a large shop filled with white crosses, broken columns, and statues, I read the legend, "Anglo-American Tombstone Company." We emerged from the narrow street onto an embankment running along the edge of a river. From the opposite bank the ground rose steeply. "There," said Mrs. Aldwinkle with a note of triumph as we crossed the bridge, "that's my house." She pointed up. From the hilltop a long facade stared down through 20 windows. A tall tower pricked the sky. "The palace was built in 1630, she began. I even enjoyed the history lesson. We had crossed the bridge. We were climbing by a steep and winding road through what was almost a forest of olive trees. The abrupt grassy slope had been built up into innumerable little terraces on which the trees were planted. Here and there, in the gray, luminous shadow beneath the trees, little flocks of sheep were grazing. The barefooted children who attended them came running to the side of the road to watch us passing. "I like to think of these old princely courts," Mrs. Aldwinkle was saying, "like abbeys of. She shook her brandy flask impatiently. "You know, in Thingummi." "Abbeys of Thelema," I suggested. "That's it," said Mrs. Aldwinkle, "sort of retiring places where people were free to live intelligently. That's what I want to make this house. I am so delighted to have met you like this. You're exactly the sort of person I want." She leaned forward, smiling and glittering. But even at the prospect of entering the Abbey of Thelema, I did not blench. At this moment the car passed through a huge gateway. I caught a glimpse of a great flight of steps set between cypresses, mounting up past a series of terraced landings to a carved doorway in the center of the long facade. The road turned, the car swung around, and the vista was closed. By an ilex avenue that wound round the flank of the hill we climbed more gradually toward the house, which we approached from the side. The road landed us finally in a large square court opposite a shorter reproduction of the great facade. At the head of a double flight of stairs, curving horseshoe fashion from the landing at its threshold, a tall, pompous doorway surmounted by a coat of arms cavernously invited. The car drew up. And about that time, as I notice on rereading what I have written, few things are more profoundly boring and unprofitable than literary descriptions. For the writer, it is true, there is a certain amusement to be derived from the hunt for apt expressive words. Carried away by the excitement of the chase, he dashes on, regardless of the poor readers who follow toilsomely through his stiff and clayey pages like the runners at the tail of a hunt, seeing nothing of the fun. All writers are also readers, though perhaps I should make exceptions in favor of a few of my colleagues who make a specialty of native woodnotes, and must therefore know how dreary description is. But that does not prevent them from inflicting upon others all that they themselves have suffered. Indeed, sometimes I think that some authors must write as they do purely out of a desire for revenge. Mrs. Aldwinkle's other guests had arrived and were waiting for us. I was introduced and found them all equally charming. The little niece rushed to Mrs. Aldwinkle's assistance. The young man who had rowed the Patino rushed in his turn to the little niece's and insisted on carrying all the things of which she had relieved her aunt. The old man with the red face, who had talked about the clouds, looked on benevolently at this little scene. But another elderly gentleman with a white beard, whom I had not seen before, seemed to view it with a certain disapproval. The young lady who had talked about the whiteness of her legs, and who turned out to be my distinguished colleague, Miss Mary Thriplow, was now dressed in a little green frock with a white turned-down collar, white cuffs and buttons, which made her look like a schoolgirl in a comic opera by Offenbach. The brown young man stood near her. I got out of the car, refused all proffered assistance, and contrived, a little wamblingly it is true, to mount the steps. "You must be very careful for a little," said Mrs. Aldwinkle with a maternal solicitude. "These," she added, waving her hand in the direction of a vista of empty saloons, the entrance to which were just then passing, "are the apartments of the princesses." We walked right through the house into a great quadrangle surrounded on 3 sides by buildings, and on the 4th, towards the rising hill, by an arcade. On a pedestal in the center of the court stood a more than life-sized marble statue, representing, my hostess informed me, the penultimate Prince of Massa Carrara, wearing a very curly, full-bottomed wig, Roman kilts, buskins, and one of those handsome classical breastplates which have the head of a Gorgon embossed in the middle of the chest and a little dimple to indicate the position of the navel in the middle of the round and polished belly, with the expression of one who is about to reveal a delightful secret and who can hardly wait until the moment of revelation comes to give vent to his pleasure. Mrs. Aldwinkle, smiling as it were below the surface of her face, led me to the foot of the statue. "Look," she said. It was one of those pretty peep shows on which, for the sake of 5 minutes' amusement and titillation of the eye, grand monarchs used to spend the value of a rich province. From the central arch of the arcade a flight of marble steps climbed up to where, set against a semicircle of cypresses at the crest of the hill, a little round temple played gracefully at paganism, just as the buskined and corseleted statue in the court below played heroically at Plutarch. "And now, look here," said Mrs. Aldwinkle, and taking me round to the other side of the statue, she led me towards a great door in the center of the long range of buildings opposite the arcade. It was open. A vaulted corridor, like a tunnel, led clean through the house. Through it I could see the blue sky and the remote horizon of the sea. We walked along it. From the further threshold I found myself looking down the flight of steps which I had seen from below at the entrance gate. It was a stage scene, but made of solid marble and with growing trees. "What do you think of that?" asked Mrs. Aldwinkle. "Magnificent," I answered, with an enthusiasm that was beginning to be tempered by a growing physical weariness. "Such a view," said Mrs. Aldwinkle, poking at it with the tip of her sunshade. "The contrast between the cypresses and the olive trees." "But the view's still lovelier from the temple," said the little niece, who was evidently very anxious to make me realize the full pricelessness of her Aunt Lillian's possessions. Mrs. Aldwinkle turned on her. "How utterly thoughtless you are," she said severely. "Do try to remember that poor Mr. Chelifer is still suffering from the effects of his accident, and you expect him to go climbing up to the temple?" The little niece blushed and drooped beneath the reproach. We sat down. "How are you feeling now?" asked Mrs. Aldwinkle, remembering once more to be solicitous. "Too appalling to think," she added, "how nearly. And I've always so enormously admired your work." "So have I," declared my colleague in the green frock. "Most awfully. Still, I confess, I find some of your things a little how shall I say, a little alembicated. I like my poetry to be rather straightforwarder. A very sophisticated desire, said the red-faced gentleman. Really simple, primitive people like their poetry to be as complicated, conventional, artificial, and remote from the language of everyday affairs as possible. We reproach the 18th century with its artificiality, but the fact is that Beowulf is couched in a diction 50 times more complicated and unnatural than that of the Essay on Man. And when you compare the Icelandic sagas with Dr. Johnson, you will find it's the doctor who lisps and prattles. Only the most complicated people living in the midst of the most artificial surroundings desire their poetry to be simple and straightforward. I shut my eyes and allowed the waves of conversation to roll over me. What a classy conversation! Prince Papademondopoulos could hardly have kept the ball rolling on a higher level. Fatigue was sobering me. Fatigue, the body's weariness, some industrious little scientific emmet ought to catalogue and measure all its various effects. All, for it isn't enough to show that when wage slaves have worked too long they tend to fall into machines and get pulped. The fact is interesting, no doubt, but there are other facts of no less significance. There is the fact, for example, that slight fatigue increases our capacity for sentiment. These compromising love letters are always written in the small hours. It is at night, not when we are fresh and reposed, that we talk about ideal love and indulge our griefs. Under the influence of slight fatigue, we feel more ready than at other times to discuss the problems of the universe, to make confidences, to dogmatize about the nature of God, and to draw up plans for the future. We are also inclined to be more languidly voluptuous. When, however, the fatigue is increased beyond a certain point, we cease entirely to be sentimental, voluptuous, metaphysical, or confiding. We cease to be aware of anything but the decrepitude of our being. We take no further interest in other people or the outside world. No further interest unless they will not leave us in peace when we come to hate them with a deep but ineffectual loathing mingled with disgust. With me, fatigue had almost suddenly passed the critical point. My convalescent's delight in the world evaporated. My fellow beings no longer seemed to me beautiful, strange, and amiable. Mrs. Aldwinkle's attempt to bring me into the conversation exasperated me. When I looked at her, I thought her a monster. I realized, too late, which made the realization the more vexatious, what I had let myself in for when I accepted Mrs. Aldwinkle's invitation. Fantastic surroundings, art, classy chats about the cosmos, the intelligentsia, love. It was too much, even on a holiday. I shut my eyes. Sometimes when Mrs. Aldwinkle interpolated me, I said yes or no, without much regard to the sense of her remark. Discussion raged around me. From ablamication of my poetry, they had gone on to art in general. Crikey, I said to myself. Crikey! I did my best to close the ears of my mind, and for some little time I did, indeed, contrive to understand nothing of what was said. I thought of Miss Carruthers, of Fluffy, and Mr. Brimstone, of Gog's Court, and Mr. Bosk. Mrs. Aldwinkle's voice, raised by irritation to a particular loudness, made itself audible to my muffled mind. "How often have I told you, Carden," it said, "that you understand nothing of modern art?" "At least 1,000 times," Mr. Carden replied cheerfully. "But bless your heart," he added, and I opened my eyes in time to see his benevolent smile, "I never mind at all." The smile was evidently too much for Mrs. Aldwinkle's patience. With a gesture of a queen who implies that the audience is at an end, she rose from her seat. "Just time," she said, looking at her watch. "There's just time. I really must give Mr. Chelifer some idea of the inside of the palace before lunch. You'd like to come?" She smiled at me like a siren. Too polite to remind her of her recent outburst against a little niece, I declared myself delighted by the idea. Wamblingly, I followed her into the house. Behind me I heard the young rower exclaiming on a note of mingled astonishment and indignation, "But a moment ago she was saying that Mr. Chelifer was too ill to—" "Ah, but that was different," said the voice of the red-faced man. "Why is it different?" "Because, my young fellow, the other fellow is in all cases the rule, but I am invariably the exception. Shall we follow?" Mrs. Aldwinkle made me look at painted ceilings till I almost fell down from giddiness. She dragged me through room after baroque room, then drove me up dark stairs into the Middle Ages. By the time we were back in the Trecento, I was so much exhausted that I could hardly stand. My knees trembled. I felt sick. "This is the old armory," said Mrs. Aldwinkle with mounting enthusiasm, "and there are the stairs leading up to the tower." She pointed to a low archway through which, in a dusty twilight, the bottom of a steep stair could be seen corkscrewing up to unknown heights. "There are 232 steps," she added. At this moment the gong for luncheon rumbled remotely from the other end of the huge, empty house. "Thank God," said the red-faced man devoutly. But our hostess, it was evident, had no feeling for punctuality. "What a bore!" she exclaimed. "But never mind, we can make time. I wanted just to run up the tower before lunch. There is such a wonderful bird's eye." She looked inquiringly round. "What do you think, all of you? Shouldn't we just dash up? It won't take a minute." She repeated the siren smile. Let's do." And without waiting for the result of her plebiscite, she walked rapidly toward the stairs. I followed her, but before I had taken 5 steps, the walls of the room seemed to fade into the distance. There was a roaring in my ears. It grew suddenly dark. I felt myself falling. For the second time since breakfast, I lost consciousness. When I came to, I was lying on the floor with my head on Mrs. Aldwinkle's knees, and she was dabbing my forehead with a wet sponge. The first objects of which I was aware were her bright blue eyes hanging over me, very close, very bright, and alarming. "Poor fellow," she was saying, "poor fellow." Then, looking up, she shouted angrily to the owners of the various legs and skirts, which I distinguished mistily to the right and left of me, "Stand back! You must stand back! Do you want to suffocate the poor fellow?" This is the end of Section 17, Chapter 7 of Fragments of the Autobiography of Francis Chelifer. Section 18 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels. Chapter 1. Do all he could, Lord Hovenden had somehow found it impossible these last few days to get Irene for a moment to himself. The change had come about almost suddenly, just after that fellow Chelifer had made his appearance. Before he came there had been a time, beginning strangely enough almost as suddenly as it had ended, a time of blissful happiness. Whenever during those days an opportunity for a tête-à-tête presented itself, Irene had been always at hand and, what was more, always delighted to seize the opportunity. They had been for long walks together, they had swum together far out into the sea, sat together in the gardens, sometimes talking, sometimes silent, but very happy whether they spoke or not. He had talked to her about motoring and dancing and shooting, and occasionally, feeling rather shamefaced and embarrassed by the disquieting gravity of the subject, about the working classes. And Irene had listened with pleasure to everything he said, and had talked too. They found that they had many tastes in common. It had been an enchantment while it lasted. And then, all at once, with the coming of that creature Chelifer, it all came to an end. Irene was never on the spot when opportunities offered. She never suggested spontaneously, as once or twice during the heavenly time she had actually done, that they should go for a walk together. She had no time to talk to him. Her thoughts, it seemed, were elsewhere, as with grave and preoccupied face she hurried mysteriously about the palace and the gardens. With an extreme anguish of spirit, Lord Hovenden observed that it was always in the direction of Chelifer that Irene seemed to be hurrying. Did he slip out unobtrusively into the garden after lunch? Irene was sure a moment later to slip out after him. When he proposed a stroll with Calame or Mr. Carden, Irene always asked, shyly, but with the pallid resolution of one who by an effort of will overcomes a natural weakness for the sake of some all-important cause, to be allowed to join the party. And if ever Chelifer and Miss Triplow happened to find themselves for a moment together, Irene was always certain to come gliding silently after them. For all this, Lord Hovenden could find only one explanation. She was in love with the man. True, she never made any effort to talk to him when she was in his company. She seemed even rather intimidated by his polished silences, his politely insecure formulas of courtesy and compliment. For his part, Chelifer, as far as his rival could see, behaved with a perfect correctitude. Too correctly, indeed, in Hovenden's opinion. He couldn't tolerate the fellow's sarcastic politeness. The man ought to be more human with little Irene. Lord Hovenden would have liked to wring his neck, wring it for two mutually exclusive offences, luring the girl on and being too damn standoffish. And she looked so wretched. Looking out of its square window in the thick, bright bell of copper hair, the little face so childish in the largeness and limpidity of the eyes, in the shortness of the upper lip, had been these days the face of a pathetic, not a merry child. Lord Hovenden could only suppose that she was pining in love for that creature, though what the devil she contrived to see in him, he, for one, couldn't imagine. And it was so obvious, too, that old Lilian was also quite gone with the fellow and making a fool of herself about him. Did she want to compete with her Aunt Lilian? There'd be the devil and all to pay if Mrs. Aldwinkle discovered that Irene was trying to cut her out. The more he thought of the wretched business, the wretcheder it seemed. Lord Hovenden was thoroughly miserable. So, too, was Irene, but not for the reasons Lord Hovenden supposed. It was true that she had spent most of her days since Chelifer's arrival in following the new guest like an unhappy shadow, but it had not been on her own account, not at her own desire. Chelifer did indeed intimidate her. So far Lord Hovenden had guessed aright. He had been hopelessly at fault in imagining that Irene adored the man in spite of her fear of him. If she followed him about, it was because Mrs. Aldwinkle had asked her to. And if she looked unhappy, it was because Aunt Lilian was unhappy, and a little, too, because the task which Aunt Lilian had set her to was a disagreeable one. Disagreeable not only in itself, but because it prevented her from continuing those pleasant talks with Hovenden. Ever since that evening when Aunt Lilian twitted her on her coldness and her blindness, Irene had made a point of seeing Hovenden as much as she could. She wanted to prove that Aunt Lilian had been wrong. She wasn't cold, she wasn't blind, she could see as clearly as anyone when people liked her, and she could be as warmly appreciative. And really, after the episodes with Jacques, Mario, and Peter, it wasn't fair of Aunt Lilian to tease her like that. It simply wasn't. Moved by an indignant desire to confute Aunt Lilian as quickly as possible, she had positively made advances to Hovenden. She was so shy that, if she hadn't, it would have been months before she could have offered her aunt anything like convincing rebuttal of her imputation. She had talked with him, gone on walks with him, quite prepared to feel at any moment the infinitude of passion. But the affair passed off somehow very differently from the others. She began to feel something indeed, but something quite unlike that she had felt for Peter and Jacques. For them It had been a fizzy, exciting, restless feeling, intimately connected with large hotels, jazz bands, colored lights, and Aunt Lillian's indefatigable desire to get everything out of life, her haunting fear that she was missing something, even in the heart of the fun. Enjoy yourself. Let yourself go, Aunt Lillian was always telling her. And how handsome he is, what a lovely fellow, she would say as one of the young men passed. Irene had done her best to take Aunt Lillian's advice, and it had seemed to her sometimes when she was dancing and the lights and the music and the roving crowd had blended together into a single throbbing whole, it had seemed to her that she had indeed climbed to the peak of happiness. And the young man, the Peter or Jacques, whom Aunt Lillian had hypothesized her into thinking a marvel among young men, was regarded as the source of this bliss. Between the dances, under the palm trees in the garden, she had even suffered herself to be kissed, and the experience had been rather momentous. But when the time came for them to move on, Irene departed without regret. The fizzy feeling had gone flat. But with Hovenden it was different. She just liked him quietly, more and more. He was so nice and simple and eager and young. So young, she liked that particularly. Irene felt that he was really younger, in spite of his age, than she. The other ones had all been older, more knowing and accomplished, but all rather bold and insolent. But Hovenden wasn't in the least like that. One felt very secure with him, Irene thought, and there was somehow no question of love when one was with him. At any rate, the question wasn't at all pressing or urgent. Aunt Lillian used to ask her every evening how they were getting on, and if it were getting exciting. And Irene never quite knew what to answer. She found very soon that she didn't want to talk about Hovenden. He was so different from the others, and their friendship had nothing infinite about it. It was just a sensible friendship. She dreaded Aunt Lillian's questions, and she found herself almost disliking Aunt Lillian when, in that dreadful bantering way of hers, she ruthlessly insisted on putting them. In some ways, indeed, the coming of Chelifer had been a relief, for Aunt Lillian became at once so profoundly absorbed in her own emotions that she had no time or inclination to think of anyone else's. Yes, that had been a great relief. But on the other hand, the work of supervision and espionage to which Aunt Lillian set her had made it all but impossible for Irene ever to talk to Hovenden. She might as well not be there, Irene sadly reflected. Still, poor Aunt Lillian was so dreadfully unhappy. One must do all one could for her. Poor Aunt Lillian. "I want to know what he thinks of me," Aunt Lillian had said to her in the secret hours of the night. "What does he say about me to other people?" Irene answered that she had never heard him say anything about her. "Then you must listen. You must keep your ears open." But however much she listened, Irene never had anything to report. Chelifer never mentioned Aunt Lillian. For Mrs. Audinkle, that was almost worse than if he had spoken badly of her. To be ignored was terrible. "Perhaps he likes Mary," she had suggested. "I thought I saw him looking at her today in a strange, intent sort of way." And Irene had been ordered to watch them. But for all she could discover, Mrs. Audinkle's jealousies were entirely unfounded. Between Chelifer and Mary Thriplow there passed no word or look that the most suspicious imagination could interpret in terms of amorous intimacy. "He's queer. He's an extraordinary creature." That was the refrain of Mrs. Audinkle's talk about him. "He seems to care for nothing. So cold, such a fixed, frigid mask, and yet one has only to look at him, his eyes, his mouth, to see that underneath—" And Mrs. Audinkle would shake her head and sigh, and her speculations about him would go rambling on and on, round and round, treading the same ground again and again, arriving nowhere. Poor Aunt Lillian! She was dreadfully unhappy. In her own mind Mrs. Aldwinkle had begun by saving Chelifer's life. She saw herself standing there on the beach between sea and sky, and with the mountains in the middle distance, looking like one of those wonderfully romantic figures who in the paintings of Augustus John stand poised in a meditative and passionate ecstasy against a cosmic background. She saw herself a John, down even to her flame-colored tunic and her emerald-green parasol, and at her feet, like Shelley, like Leander, washed up on the sands of Abydos, lay the young poet, pale, naked, and dead. And she had bent over him, and had called him back to life, had raised him up, and, figuratively speaking, had carried him off in maternal arms to a haven of peace, where he could gather new strength, and for his poetry new inspiration. Such were the facts as they appeared to Mrs. Aldwinkle, after passing through the dense refractive medium of her imagination. Given these facts, given the resultant situation, given her character, it was almost necessary and inevitable that Mrs. Aldwinkle should feel romantically toward her latest guest. The mere fact that he was a new arrival, hitherto unknown, and a poet at that, would have been enough in any circumstances to make Mrs. Aldwinkle take a lively interest in the young man. But seeing that she had saved him from a watery grave, and was now engaged in supplying him with inspiration, she felt something more than interest. She would have been disobeying the laws of her being if she had not fallen in love with him. Moreover, he made it easier for her by being so darkly and poetically handsome. And then he was queer. Queer to the point of mysteriousness. His very coldness attracted while it filled her with despair. He can't really be so utterly indifferent to everything and everybody as he makes out, she kept insisting to Irene. The desire to break down his barriers, enter into his intimacy, and master his secret quickened her love. From the moment of her discovery of him in those romantic circumstances which her imagination had made so much more romantic, Mrs. Aldwinkle had tried to take possession of Chelifer. She had tried to make him as much her property as the view or Italian art. He became at once the best living poet, but it followed as a corollary that she was his only interpreter. In haste she had telegraphed to London for copies of all his books. "When I think," she would say, leaning forward embarrassingly close and staring into his face with those bright, dangerous eyes of hers, "when I think how nearly you were drowned, like Shelley." She shuddered. "It's too appalling." And Chelifer would bend his full Egyptian lips into a smile and answer, "They'd have been inconsolable on the staff of the rabbit fancier, or something of that sort. Oh, queer, queer, queer." "He slides away from one," Mrs. Aldwinkle complained to her young confidant of the small hours. She might try to take his barriers by storm, might try to creep subtly into his confidence from the flank, so to speak, but Chelifer was never to be caught napping. He evaded her. There was no taking possession of him. It was for nothing, so far as Mrs. Aldwinkle was concerned, that he was the best living poet and she his prophetess. He evaded her not merely mentally and spiritually, but even in the flesh. For after a day or two in the Cybo Malaspina Palace, he developed an almost magical faculty for disappearing. One moment he'd be there, walking about in the garden, or sitting in one of the saloons. Something would distract Mrs. Aldwinkle's attention, and the next moment, when she turned back toward the place where he had been, he was gone. He was utterly vanished. Mrs. Aldwinkle would search. There was no trace of him to be found. But at the next meal he'd walk in, punctual as ever. He would ask his hostess politely if she had had an agreeable morning or afternoon, whichever the case might be, and when she asked him where he had been, he would answer vaguely that he'd gone for a little walk, or that he'd been writing letters. After one of these disappearances, Irene, who had been sent by her aunt to hunt for him, finally ran him to earth on the top of the tower. She had climbed the 232 steps for the sake of the commanding view of the whole garden and hillside to be obtained from the summit. If he was anywhere above ground, she ought to see him from the tower. But when at last, panting, she emerged on the little square platform from which the ancient marquesses had dropped small rocks and molten lead on their enemies in the court below, she got a fright that nearly made her fall backwards down the steps. For as she came up through the trapdoor into the sunlight, she suddenly became aware of what seemed, to eyes that looked up from the level of the floor, a gigantic figure advancing toweringly towards her. Irene uttered a little scream. Her heart jumped violently and seemed to stop beating. "Allow me," said a very polite voice. The giant bent down and took her by the hand. It was Chelifer. "So you've climbed up for a bird's-eye view of the picturesque beauties of nature," he went on, when he had helped her up through the hatchway. "I'm very partial to bird's-eye views myself." "You gave me such a start," was all that Irene could say. Her face was quite pale. "I'm exceedingly sorry," said Chelifer. There was a long and, for Irene, embarrassing silence. After a minute she went down again. "Did you find him?" asked Mrs. Aldwinkle when her niece emerged a little while later onto the terrace. Irene shook her head. Somehow she lacked the courage to tell Aunt Lillian the story of her adventure. It would make her too unhappy to think that Chelifer was prepared to climb 232 steps for the sake of getting out of her way. Mrs. Aldwinkle tried to guard against this habit of vanishing by never, so far as it was practicable, letting him out of her sight. She arranged that he should always sit next to her at table. She took him for walks and drives in the motor car. She made him sit with her in the garden. It was with difficulty, and only by the employment of stratagems, that Chelifer managed to procure a moment of liberty and solitude. For the first few days of his stay, Chelifer found that "I must go and write" was a good excuse to get away. Mrs. Aldwinkle professed such admiration for him in his poetical capacity that she could not decently refuse to let him go. But she soon found a way of controlling such liberty as he could get in this way, by insisting that he should write under the ilex trees, or in one of the mouldering sponge-stone grottos hollowed in the walls of the lower terrace. Vainly Chelifer protested that he loathed writing or reading out of doors. "These lovely surroundings," Mrs. Aldwinkle insisted, "will inspire you." "But the only surroundings that really inspire me," said Chelifer, "are the lower middle-class quarters of London, north of the Harrow Road, for example." "How can you say such things?" said Mrs. Aldwinkle. "But I assure you," he protested, "it's quite true." None the less, he had to go and write under the ilexes or in the grotto. Mrs. Aldwinkle, at a moderate distance, kept him well in sight. Every 10 minutes or so she would come tiptoeing into his retreat, smiling as she imagined like a sibyl, her finger on her lips, to lay beside his perfectly virgin sheet of paper a bunch of late flowering roses, a dahlia, some Michaelmas daisies, or a few pink berries from the spindle tree. Courteously, in some charming and frankly insincere formula, Chelifer would thank her for the gift, and with a final smile, less sibylline but sweeter, tenderer, Mrs. Aldwinkle would tiptoe away again, like Egeria bidding farewell to King Numa, leaving her inspiration to do its work. It didn't seem to do its work very well, however, for whenever she asked him how much he had written, he regularly answered, "Nothing," smiling at her meanwhile that courteous and sphinxine smile which Mrs. Aldwinkle always found so baffling, so preeminently queer. Often Mrs. Aldwinkle would try to lead the conversation upwards onto those high spiritual planes from which the most satisfactory and romantic approach to love is to be made. Two souls that have acclimatized themselves to the thin air of religion, art, ethics, or metaphysics have no difficulty in breathing the similar atmosphere of ideal love, whose territory lies contiguous to those of the other inhabitants of high mental attitudes. Mrs. Aldwinkle liked to approach love from the heights. One landed, so to speak, by an aeroplane on the snowy mount of Popocatépetl, to descend by easy stages into the tropical Terra Caliente in the plains below. But with Chelifer it was impossible to gain a footing on any height at all. When, for example, Mrs. Aldwinkle started rapturously on art and the delights of being an artist, Chelifer would modestly admit to being a tolerable second-rate Helma player. "But how can you speak like that?" cried Mrs. Aldwinkle. "How can you blaspheme so against art and your own talent? What's your talent for?" "For editing the Rabbit Fancier's Gazette, it appears," Chelifer answered courteously, smiling. Sometimes she started on the theme of love itself, but with no greater success. Chelifer just politely agreed with everything she said, and when she pressed him for a definite opinion of his own, replied, "I don't know." "But you must know," Mrs. Aldwinkle insisted. "You must have some opinion. You have had experience." Chelifer shook his head. Alas, he deplored, never. It was hopeless. "What am I to do?" asked Mrs. Aldwinkle despairingly in the small hours. Wise in the experience of 18 years, Irene suggested that the best thing to do would be to think no more about him in that way. Mrs. Aldwinkle only sighed and shook her head. She had started loving because she believed in love, because she wanted to love, and because a romantic opportunity had presented itself. She had rescued a poet from death. How could she help loving him? The circumstances, the person, were her invention. She had fallen in love, deliberately almost, with the figments of her own imagination. But there was no deliberately falling out again. The romantic yearnings had aroused those profounder instincts of which they were but the polite and literary emanation. The man was young, was beautiful. These were facts, not imaginings. These deep desires, once started by the conscious mind from their sleep, once made aware of their quarry, how could they be held back? "He is a poet. For the love of poetry, for the love of passion, and because I saved him from death, I love him." If that had been all, it might have been possible for Mrs. Aldwinkle to take Irene's advice. But from the obscure caves of her being, another voice was speaking. "He is young. He is beautiful. The days are so few and short. I am growing old. My body is thirsty." How could she cease to think of him? "And suppose he did come to love me a little," Mrs. Aldwinkle went on, taking a perverse delight in tormenting herself in every possible way. "Suppose he should come to love me just a little for what I am and think and do, and should come to love me because, to begin with, I love him and admire his work, and because I understand what an artist feels and can sympathize with him. Suppose all that, wouldn't he be repelled at the same time by the fact that I'm old?" She peered into the mirror. "My face looks terribly old," she said. "No, no," protested Irene encouragingly. "He'd be disgusted," Mrs. Aldwinkle went on. "It would be enough to drive him away, even if he were attracted in some other way." She sighed profoundly. The tears trickled down her sagging cheeks. "Don't talk like that, Aunt Lilian," Irene implored her. "Don't talk like that." She felt the tears coming into her own eyes. At that moment she would have done anything, given anything, to make Aunt Lilian happy. She threw her arms around Mrs. Aldwinkle's neck and kissed her. "Don't be unhappy," she whispered. "Don't think any more about it. What does it matter about that man? What does it matter? You must think only of the people who do love you. I love you, Aunt Lilian, so much, so much." Mrs. Aldwinkle suffered herself to be a little comforted. She dried her eyes. "I shall make myself look still uglier," she said, "if I go on crying." There was a silence. Irene went on brushing her aunt's hair. She hoped that Aunt Lilian had turned her thoughts elsewhere. "At any rate," said Mrs. Aldwinkle at last, breaking the long silence, "my body is still young." Irene was distressed. Why couldn't Aunt Lillian think of something else? But her distress turned into an uneasy sense of embarrassment and shame as Mrs. Aldwinkle pursued the subject started by her last words into more and more intimate detail. In spite of her 5 years' training in Aunt Lillian's school, Irene felt profoundly shocked. This is the end of Section 18, Chapter 1. Section 19 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels. Chapter 2. "We too," said Mr. Carden one late afternoon, some fortnight after Mr. Chelifer's arrival, "we too seem to be rather left out of it." "Left out of what?" asked Mr. Fawkes. "Out of love," said Mr. Carden. He looked down over the balustrade. On the next terrace below, Chelifer and Mrs. Audinkle were walking slowly up and down. On the terrace below that strolled the diminished and foreshortened figures of Calame and Miss Thriplow. "And the other two," said Mr. Carden, as if continuing aloud the enumeration which he and his companion had made in silence with the eye alone. "Your young pupil and the little niece have gone for a walk in the hills. Can you ask what we are left out of?" Mr. Fawkes nodded. "To tell you the truth," he said, "I don't much like the atmosphere of this house. Mrs. Aldwinkle's an excellent woman, of course, in many respects. But—" he hesitated. "Yes, but," Mr. Carden nodded, "I see your point." "I shall be rather glad when I have got young Hovenden away from here," said Mr. Fawkes. "If you get him alone, I shall be surprised." Mr. Fawkes went on, shaking his head. "There's a certain moral laxity, a certain self-indulgence. I confess I don't like this way of life. I may be prejudiced, but I don't like it." "Everyone has his favorite vice," said Mr. Carden. "You forget, Mr. Fawkes, that we probably don't like your way of life." "I protest," said Mr. Fawkes hotly. "Is it possible to compare my way of life with the way of life in this house? Here I am, working incessantly for a noble cause, devoting myself to the public good." "Still," said Mr. Carden, "they do say that there's nothing more intoxicating than talking to a crowd of people and moving them the way you want them to go. They do say, too, that it's piercingly delicious to listen to applause. And people who have tried both have told me that the joys of power are far preferable, if only because they are a good deal more enduring to those one can derive from wine or love. No, no, Mr. Fawkes, if we chose to climb on our high horses, we should be as amply justified in disapproving of your laxity and self-indulgence as you are in disapproving of ours. I always notice that the most grave and awful denunciations of obscenity in literature are to be found precisely in those periodicals whose directors are most notoriously alcoholic. And the preachers and politicians with the greatest vanity, the most inordinate itch for power and notoriety, are always those who denounce most fiercely the corruptions of the age. One of the greatest triumphs of the 19th century was to limit the connotation of the word immoral in such a way that for practical purposes only those were immoral who drank too much or made too copious love. Those who indulged in any or all of the other deadly sins could look down in righteous indignation on the lascivious and the gluttonous, and not only could but can even now. This exaltation of 2 out of the 7 deadly sins is most unfair. In the name of all lechers and boozers, I most solemnly protest against the invidious distinction made to our prejudice. Believe me, Mr. Fox, we are no more reprehensible than the rest of you. Indeed, compared with some of your political friends, I feel I have a right to consider myself almost a saint." "Still," said Mr. Fox, whose face, were it not covered by his prophetical white beard, had become very red with ill-suppressed indignation, "you won't persuade me out of my conviction that these are not the most healthy surroundings for a young fellow like Hovenden at the most impressionable period of his life. Be as paradoxical and ingenious as you like, you will not persuade me, I repeat." "No need to repeat, I assure you," said Mr. Carden, shaking his head. "Do you ever think I supposed I could persuade you? You don't imagine I'd waste my time trying to persuade a full-grown man with fixed opinions of the truth of something he doesn't already believe. If you were 12 years old, even if you were 20, I might try. But at your age, no, no." "Then why do you argue if you don't want to persuade?" asked Mr. Fox. "For the sake of argument," Mr. Carden replied, "and because one must murder the time somehow. Cum ingenar questi niose elente, giorni di vita qui si lungo tedio, e fastidio insufferable accompana, or io inseguro." I could write a better handbook of the art than old Perini. "I'm sorry," said Mr. Fox, "but I don't know Italian." "Nor should I," said Mr. Carden, "if I had your unbounded resources for killing time. Unhappily, I was born without much zeal for the welfare of the working classes." Working classes. Mr. Fox swooped down on the words. Passionately he began to talk. What was that text, thought Mr. Carden, about the measure with which ye meet? How fearfully applicable it was. For the last 10 minutes he'd been boring old Mr. Fox, and now Mr. Fox had turned round and was paying him back with his own measure. But, oh Lord, pressed down and heaven help us, running over. He looked down over the balustrade. On the lower terraces the couples were still parading up and down. He wondered what they were saying. He wished he were down there to listen. Boomingly Mr. Fox played his prophetic part. This is the end of section 19. Chapter 2. Section 20 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels. Chapter 3. It was a pity that Mr. Carden could not hear what his hostess was saying. He would have been delighted. She was talking about herself. It was a subject on which he especially loved to hear her. There were few people, he used to say, whose authorized version of themselves differed so strikingly from that revised, formed of them by others. It was not often, however, that she gave him a chance to compare them. With Mr. Carden she was always a little shy. He had known her so long. "Sometimes," Mrs. Aldwinkle was saying as she walked with Chelifer on the second of the 3 terraces, "sometimes I wish I were less sensitive. I feel everything so acutely, even the slightest thing. It's like being... She fumbled in the air with groping fingers, feeling for the right word. "Like being flayed," she concluded triumphantly, and looked at her companion. Chelifer nodded sympathetically. "I am so fearfully aware," Mrs. Aldwinkle went on, "of other people's thoughts and feelings. They don't have to speak to make me know what they've got on their minds. I know it. I feel it just by seeing them." Chelifer wondered whether she felt what was going on in his mind. He ventured to doubt it. "A wonderful gift," he said. "But it has its disadvantages," insisted Mrs. Aldwinkle. "For example, you can't imagine how much I suffer when people round me are suffering, particularly if I feel myself in any way to blame. When I'm ill it makes me miserable to think of servants and nurses and people having to sit up without sleep and run up and down stairs, all because of me. I know it's rather stupid, but Do you know, my sympathy for them is so profound that it actually prevents me from getting well as quickly as I should." "Dreadful," said Chelifer in his polite, precise voice. "You have no idea how deeply all suffering affects me." She looked at him tenderly. "That day, that first day, when you fainted, you can't imagine." "I'm sorry it should have had such a disagreeable effect on you," said Chelifer. "You would have felt the same yourself in the circumstances," said Mrs. Aldwinkle, uttering the last words in a significant tone. Chelifer shook his head modestly. "I'm afraid," he answered, "that I'm singularly stoical about other people's suffering." "Why do you always speak against yourself?" asked Mrs. Aldwinkle earnestly. "Why do you malign your own character? You know you're not what you pretend to be. You pretend to be so much harder and drier than you really are. Why do you?" Chelifer smiled. "Perhaps," he said, "it's to re-establish the universal average. So many people, you see, try to make themselves out softer and damper than they are, don't they?" Mrs. Aldwinkle ignored his question. "But you," she insisted, "I want to know about you." She stared into his face. Chelifer smiled and said nothing. "You won't tell me?" she went on. "But it doesn't matter. I know already. I have an intuition about people. It's because I'm so sensitive. I feel their character. I'm never wrong." "You're to be envied," said Chelifer. "It's no good thinking you can deceive me," she went on. "You can't. I understand you." Chelifer sighed inwardly. She had said that before, more than once. "Shall I tell you what you are really like?" "Do." "Well, to begin with," she said, "you're sensitive, just as sensitive as I am. I can see that in your face, in your actions. I can hear it when you speak. You can pretend to be hard and armor-plated, but I—" Wearily, but with patience, Chelifer listened. Mrs. Aldwinkle's hesitating voice, moving up and down from note to unrelated note, sounded in his ears. The words became blurred and vague. They lost their articulateness and sense. They were no more than the noise of the wind, a sound that accompanied but did not interrupt his thoughts. Chelifer's thoughts at the moment were poetical. He was engaged in putting the finishing touches to a little mythological incident, the idea of which had recently occurred to him, and to which, during the last 2 days, he had been giving its definite form. Now it was finished. A little polishing. That was all it needed now. Through the pale skeleton of woods Orion walks. The north wind lays its cold lips to the twin steel flutes that are his gun, and plays. Knee-deep he goes where, penny wiser than all his kind who steal and hoard year after year some sylvan miser his copper wealth has stored. The queen of love and beauty lays in neighboring beechen isles her baits, breadcrumbs and the golden maize. Patiently she waits, and when the unwary pheasant comes to fill his painted maw with crumbs, accurately the sporting queen takes aim. The bird has been. Secure, Orion walks her way. The Cyprian loads, presents, makes fire. He falls. 'Tis Venus all entire, attached to her recumbent prey. Chelifer repeated the verses to himself, and was not displeased. The second stanza was a little too quaint, perhaps, a little too, how should he put it, too Walter Crane's picture book. One might omit it altogether, perhaps, or substitute, if one could think of it, something more perfectly in harmony with the Silver Age, elusive elegance of the rest. As for the last verse, that was really masterly. It gave Racine his raison d'etre. If Racine had never existed, it would have been necessary to invent him, merely for the sake of those last lines. He falls. 'Tis Venus all entire, attached to her recumbent prey. Chelifer lingered over them in ecstasy. He became aware all at once that Mrs. Aldwinkle was addressing herself to him more directly. From inharmoniously Aeolian, her voice became once more articulate. "That's what you're like," she was saying. "Tell me I'm right. Say I understand you." "Perhaps," said Chelifer, smiling. Meanwhile, on the terrace below, Calame and Miss Thriplow strolled at leisure. They were discussing a subject about which Miss Thriplow professed a special competence. It was, to speak in the language of the examination room, her special subject. They were discussing life. "Life's so wonderful," Miss Thriplow was saying, "always. So rich, so gay. This morning, for instance, I woke up and the first thing I saw was a pigeon sitting on the window sill. A big, fat, gray pigeon with a captive rainbow pinned to his stomach." That phrase, peculiarly charming and felicitous, Miss Thriplow thought, had already been recorded for future reference in her notebooks. And then, high up on the wall above the washstand, there was a little black scorpion, standing tail upwards, looking quite unreal, like something out of the signs of the zodiac. Then Eugenia came in to call me. Think of having one's hot water brought in by a maid called Eugenia to begin with, and spent a quarter of an hour telling me about her fiancé. It seems that he is so dreadfully jealous. So should I be if I were engaged to a pair of such rolling eyes. But think of all that happening before breakfast, just casually. What extravagance! But life's so generous, so copious. She turned a shining face to her companion. Calame looked down at her through half-closed eyes, smiling with that air of sleepy insolence, of indolent power, characteristic of him, especially in his relations with women. "Generous," he repeated. "Yes, I should think it was. Pigeons before breakfast, and at breakfast it offers you." "As if I were a broiled kipper," said Miss Thriplow, laughing. But Calame was not disturbed by her laughter. He continued to look at her between his puckered eyelids with the same steady insolence, the same certainty of power, a certainty so complete that he could afford to make no exertions. Placidly, drowsily, he could await the inevitable triumph. He disquieted Miss Thriplow. That was why she liked him. They strolled on. 15 days ago they could never have walked like this, two on a terrace, talking at leisure of Miss Thriplow's special subject. Their hostess would have put an end to any such rebellious attempt at independence in the most prompt and ruthless fashion. But since the arrival of Chelifer, Mrs. Aldwinkle had been too much preoccupied with the affairs of her own heart to be able to take the slightest interest in the doings, the sayings, the coming and goings of her guests. Her jailer's vigilance was relaxed. Her guests might talk together, might wander off alone or in couples, might say good night when they pleased. Mrs. Aldwinkle did not care. So long as they did not interfere with Chelifer, they might do what they liked. Fais ce que voudras had become the rule in Cybo Malaspina's palace. "I can never understand," Miss Thriplow went on, meditatively pursuing her special subject, "I can never understand how it is that everybody isn't happy. I mean fundamentally happy. Underneath. For, of course, there's suffering, there's pain, there are 1,000 reasons why one can't always be consciously happy on the top, if you see what I mean. But fundamentally happy underneath? How can anyone help being that? Life's so extraordinary, so rich and beautiful. There's no excuse for not loving it always, even when one's consciously miserable. Don't you think so?" She was fairly carried away by her love of life. She was young, she was ardent, she saw herself as a child who goes and turns head over heels out of pure joy in the perfumed haycocks. One could be as clever as one liked, but if one had that genuine love of life, it didn't matter. One was saved. "I agree," said Calame. "It's always worth living, even at the worst of times, and if one happens to be in love, it's really intoxicating." Miss Thriplow glanced at him. Calame was walking with bent head, his eyes fixed on the ground. There was a faint smile on his lips. His eyelids were almost closed, as though he were too drowsy to keep them apart. Miss Thriplow felt annoyed. He made a remark like that and then didn't even take the trouble to look at her. "I don't believe you've ever been in love," she said. "I can't remember ever having been out of it," Calame answered. "Which is the same thing as saying that you've never really been in." "Not really," Miss Thriplow repeated. She knew what the real thing was like. "And you?" asked Calame. Mary Thriplow did not answer. They took 2 or 3 turns in silence. It was a folly, Calame was thinking. He wasn't really in love with the woman. It was a waste of time, and there were other things far more important to be done, to be thought about. Other things. They loomed up enormously behind the distracted bustle of life, silently on the further side of the noise and chatter. But what were they? What was their form, their name, their meaning? Through the fluttering veil of movement it was impossible to do more than dimly guess. One might as well try to look at the stars through the London smoke. If one could stop the movement or get away from it, then surely one would be able to see clearly the large and silent things beyond. But there was no stopping the movement, and there was somehow no escaping from it. To check it was impossible, and the gesture of escape was ludicrous. The only sensible thing to do was to go on in the usual way and ignore the things outside the world of noise. That was what Calame tried to do, but he was conscious, nonetheless, that the things were still there. They were still calmly, immutably there, however much he might agitate himself and distractedly pretend to ignore them. Mutely they claimed attention. They had claimed it of late in a most irritating persistence. Calame's response had been to make love to Mary Thriplow. That was something which ought to keep him well occupied, and up to a point it did. Up to a point. The best indoor sport, old Carden had called it, but one demanded something better. Could he go on like this? Or, if not, what should he do? The questions exasperated him. It was because the things were there, outside the tumult, that he had to ask them. They forced themselves on him, these questions. But it was intolerable to be bullied. He refused to let himself be bullied. He'd do what he damn well liked. But then, did he really like philandering with Mary Thriplow? In a way, no doubt, up to a point. But the real answer was no. Frankly, no. But yes. Yes, he insisted with another part of his mind. He did like it, and even if he didn't, he'd damn well say that he did. And if necessary, he'd damn well do what he didn't like just because he chose to. He'd do what he didn't like, and that was the end of it. He worked himself up into a kind of a fury. "What are you thinking about?" Miss Thriplow suddenly asked. "You," he said, and there was a savage exasperation in his voice, as though he passionately resented the fact that he was thinking about Mary Thriplow. "Tiens," she said with a note of polite curiosity. "What would you say if I told you I was in love with you?" he asked. "I should say that I didn't believe you." "Do you want me to compel you to believe?" "I'd be most interested to know, at any rate, how you proposed to set about it." Calame halted, put his hand on Mary Thriplow's shoulder, and turned her round towards him. By force, if necessary, he said, looking into her face. Miss Thriplow returned his stare. He looked insolent, still arrogantly conscious of power. But all the drowsiness and indolence that had veiled his look were now fallen away, leaving his face bare, as it were, and burning with a formidable and satanic beauty. At the sight of this strange and sudden transformation, Miss Thriplow felt at once exhilarated and rather frightened. She had never seen that expression on a man's face before. She had aroused passion, but never a passion so violent, so dangerous as this seemed to be. By force? By the tone of her voice, by the mockery of her smile, she tried to exasperate him into yet fiercer passion. Calumet tightened his grip on her shoulder. Under his hand the bones felt small and fragile. When he spoke, he found that he had been clenching his teeth. "By force," he said, "like this." And taking her head between his two hands, he bent down and kissed her, angrily, again and again. "Why do I do this?" he was thinking. "This is a folly. There are other things, important things." "Do you believe me now?" he asked. Mary Thriplow's face was flushed. "You're insufferable," she said. But she was not really angry with him. This is the end of Section 20, Chapter 3.